helps us all thrive. We ain't here to play no games. I just came to make a little change. Sick of the laws of corruption in our country. Yeah, it's a fucking shame. How the innocent hurts and the guilty get to laugh when the president's a curse. We all wanna fix it, but we can't fix shit if you never hear what the hell we say first. Dedicated, never hesitated. Speak for many, no hesitation. Give a voice to so many people. If you hear the pain, you could never hate it. Rise above the silence, amplify the cry. For every tear that falls, where that echo that defies. Look, break the silence loud and clear. Voices rise, the world will hear. We pray together, every single stream, and I won't stop till I'm in your ear. Shadows, voices fade, but I make them heard every single day. I pray for change to the point that I think about coming with Rev Gang as a parade. That's what I'm chasing.
Said that it's, you know, that's him 100%.
I'm pressing too many buttons. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome. Good morning. It's bright and early. You're probably like, damn, what the hell you doing on here? What's going on, Brenda? Nice to see you. MTB in the building. Angelica, what's going on? Brooke G in the building. What's going on? I want to jump into this trial, and we're going to watch it from start to finish. We got to get used to this type of format for the simple fact you got Idaho 4 coming up. And you know I'm not going to miss Idaho 4. Idaho 4, we covered that start to finish, and we're going to close that out with the trial. I'm glad it's going to be televised, so we'll be able to watch it. But this trial, shout out to Angelica for sending me this case, because this case has hit me differently. Watching this trial, I'm not understanding. Now, I've seen a lot of comments, and I know that a lot of these people that comment don't watch the trial. They'll go and watch little clips, and then they'll come up with things. But if you watch the clips, you know, you'll get a feel for some stuff, but you're not going to get a feel for everything, because the evidence in these trials are major. But before we jump into everything and really get down to it, this is going to be a thing that we do. All right. This is going to be a new thing that we do. We'll watch this trial. Of course, we'll skip through the dry spots where they're not talking, and we'll get right back to where they're talking. But it's going to be part of a different format that I'm going to do. You got, I think the first day is like 4 hours. The second day is like 8 hours. So lock in for them long streams. Lock in for what you're used to, for how long you're used to seeing, because when we watch this, we're going to watch it to its entirety. Now, we may skip through, you know, the silent spots, but we're going to watch full testimony, all the witnesses, the defense, the prosecution, everything. And if you're here for that, shout out to you. If you're not, I understand. It can be a lot. You know what I mean? But I definitely want to say thanks, everybody, for coming by. If you're locking in for this, I can't wait to see what you guys think about this, because I've already watched up to day 4 like 3 times already. Okay. I'm just going to put it out there. But I need to watch it again, because there's a lot of stuff in this case that just rubs me the wrong way. And Angelica, if you didn't mention this in Discord the other day, I would have never started watching it. And when I started watching it, it fully sucked me in. So we got to jump into that. You said 24 heads. Oh, yeah, I appreciate that. I've seen that before. What's going on, Sailor? Nice to see you, my friend. Daniel in the building. Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Like that name. MTB. I appreciate you, my friend. Hold on. Let me see it. Let me know if you hear this. Cue me a thumbs up in the chat if you hear this. Feel like it's been a while. T-REV says, Brooke, hey, look. It may have been a minute, but, you know, you got to get that fire spark back up. You know what I mean? Steffi. Always nice to see Steffi. She was here last stream. You said locked on the locked. And big up, Trev. What's going on, Digital Rebel? Who watched this trial? Who knows this case? Let me know. You said, woohoo. Today just got so much better. I don't know anything about this case, but I'm here for it. Hey, Rev Gang. All right, so that's a good thing. If you are here, Cassie, you're going to catch the beginning of it, because I'm taking it all the way back. We're going to start from the beginning, and we're going to run this all the way through. Again, this is going to be part of a different series that I do. I also got other ideas that I'm running up on, where it's me, Michaela, and we're doing a podcast setting. We may even rent a studio out. I don't know yet, But those are the things to look forward to here in the future, you know, to keep pushing for justice across America. And again, this trial specifically has me feeling a type of way, knowing that let me cue you guys in, knowing that she was just found guilty. I'm putting it out there. She was found guilty already. Okay. But when you watch this, you may have a different opinion. Now, I've seen some people in the comments saying she looks evil. She's evil looking. She's this, she's that. Okay. Well, listen to the evidence, listen to what they present, and listen to how they process this evidence and the things that they did, the comments from the family, the people who come up, the witnesses. If you pay attention, something stinks here. Like, how is a woman that's 5'3", 125 pounds, soaking wet, moving a 350-pound man? I'm sorry, 325, 350. She's 5'3", 5'4", 125, soaking wet. How is she moving a body with nobody? And then we have, you know, there's comments in the son's testimony, and I'm just going to touch up on it a little bit, right? He goes, they called me. Talk about the police. They called me, but you found the body. Why are the police calling you if you found the body? There's just some things in here. The testimony is weird. And I feel like there's an injustice here, because I'm not saying that she's innocent 100%, right? But what I am saying is the story's not there. Something's missing. And how the jurors did not see this, which they were deadlocked at one point, how they did not see this blows my damn mind. And you may think the same thing if you pay attention to everything that's talked about with, you know, throughout this trial, because that's what I picked up on. I picked up on a lot of dry statements, a lot of hearsay, a lot of BS that just it's weird. It's not fair for that woman, which if she murdered him, then she needs to do her time. But the fact that possibly somebody is withholding information about the truth, which in this trial, when we watch it, you're going to see it. Once we get to that part, you're going to be like, damn, like what the hell? It's crazy. It's crazy. What's going on, Tammy? Nice to see you, my friend. Always great to see you guys. Katie Curtis says, can you shout out Katie Curtis? I love you, Rev. Shout out to Katie Curtis. I appreciate you coming by. Make sure you smash that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're new. We are locking in more than ever. Let's get it. You said woohoo today. Oh yeah, I seen that already. I appreciate the love though. Crystal Burns, how are you doing today? Nice to see you, my friend. Appreciate you being a member. Appreciate you coming by. Appreciate you partaking in this demonstration, because right here, this demonstration, I don't know what happened at this house in Georgia, but something stinks, and I'm going to say it 50 times, but let's talk about it. If you think there's something, when we're watching this, right, because I'm going to play it. I'm going to try not to run my mouth and motor mouth the whole time, but you know what? That's the whole point of my channel, is to add commentary, to speak, to talk to you guys about what your thoughts are. This case is crazy. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. I appreciate you guys, though. Clap it up. Let's get started. Let's lock in. Let me go down here a little bit. What's going on, Justin? Nice to see you. I appreciate you coming by, my friend Ruby. Very nice to see you. Very, very nice. Leisure in the building. What's going on, Steffi C? All right, here we go. Yeah, it's crazy, right? I see you said working and listening to at the same time. I appreciate that, Steffi. I appreciate that. Now let's lock in. I'm gonna hit play. This is day one. He's kind of talking about what their schedule's looking like. So if you feel like you're missing something, he's really talking about the schedule. I've watched this already, so I kind of know where to place us during these times. Again, this is day one of the trial. Let's start.
So there'll be a designated parking space when y'all get here. That should open up about 15 minutes before I tell you to be here. If you're super type A and you're going to be here 30 minutes before I tell you to be here, you're going to be.
How's the sound?
Too early.
All right, compared to last stream, I need to check on this real quick before we get going. Compared to last stream, how's the sound? Compared to last stream, is it lagging? Are we looking okay? Do I need to bust out the second computer over here, the dedication, and hook it up? I mean, if I got to hook that up and it's lagging on this end, then I'll do that. I don't care. We're going to get through this. We're going through it. Every single bit. Like I said, I think this is the only 4-hour stream of the trial besides The next, every one after this was been 8 hours, all the way up to day 4 where I watched. It's been 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours. Okay. Sounds great. No lagging. That's what I needed to know. Good. What's going on, Kat? Welcome. Welcome to the stream. You said Melody's son, Scott. He called 911 after he saw the skull, Kathleen. I'm glad you brought that up. And that's the testimony, the witness testimony that kind of gets to me a little bit, because he used words like, okay, so he was being specifically asked, I believe it was by the prosecution, about, the murders the murder, or, finding his dad, right? He goes, they called me, but he found the body. He found the body in the pit, etc. But when he talks about it on the stand, he says, they called me. They used proper protocol. They did this, right? But why would the police call you about your dad's dead body? Like, am I mistaken your words? Did you slip on your words a little bit? Or, I mean, they and I are two big things. Like, I'm just saying, they called me or I called them is that's misconstrued. If I was the juror, I'd have been like, if that's not cleared up, then we got problems. I'm just saying. You said so far sounds good. All right, good. Let's jump into it.
Anyone down there to get the parking for you, but we're gonna have a area.
All right, let's jump up to the part right here. Here we go. Obviously, this is her right here.
All right, raise your right hands.
Before we jump into it, raise the right hands, swear in, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. I do gotta say, I did see people hammering her in the comments saying that she looks like a cold woman. Now, if you're a juror, obviously you can think that, but again, the whole process is to give a woman a fair trial, a man a fair trial, whoever is on that stand a fair trial, right? So I'm like, damn, I would never want them to be a juror in a trial that I was in or some shit. If I was in a trial, I definitely wouldn't want that person to be a juror. She looks cold. Like, that's, I don't know. I mean, I get it. I understand it, because us as people who are watching, we're going to, think things like that and look at things. But I'm asking everybody who is in here that's going to watch this to keep an open mind. Think of it with no connection to the case, and think of it of what's being presented to you. You know what I mean? Because this shit right here, I'm not even gonna lie, this shit makes me want to quit audio production and sign up for law and sign up to be a lawyer. That's what this case right here makes me want to do. I'm just being honest with you. This shit makes me want to go to school for 4 to 6 years and put my time in to be a lawyer and fight for people who I truly believe are innocent, because damn, this shit stinks. Excuse my language.
You shall well and truly try the issues formed upon this bill of indictment of the state of Georgia versus Melody Walker Farris, and a true verdict give according to the evidence, so help you God. Say, I do or I will. All right, y'all can be seated.
Money talks, right?
Bailiffs will come up.
Hey, being stuck up don't make you a murderer, though. I'm gonna play this at it. Maybe we'll speed it up a tad bit. Nah, we'll keep it normal. So you got the bailiffs coming up. All right, here we go.
Escort y'all down there. Do I have the court? You shall discharge all other duties which may devolve upon you as bailiff to the best of your skill and power. So help you God.
Sussbusters, what's going on? Welcome.
Right. Now, if you notice, there's that language I was talking about, but everything says except as approved or directed by the court. So I will allow y'all to bring in coffee or Powerade or whatever you need to get through the trial within reason. And I will give them direction on how to handle y'all now.
What's going on, Chris?
It's also, I know, as we talked about, y'all having a sweater or jacket or whatever, make sure you have your juror badges on. It's my plan for y'all not to go anywhere without supervision of the bailiffs, just because of the nature of the case. So if a group of y'all want to go down and get coffee, a bailiff's going to escort y'all down there. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, let's dive in.
Come on. You're good. Okay. All right. You can proceed.
Start presenting it.
Please, the court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when we're doing jury selection, I talked to you about being legal investigators. The object of all legal investigation is the discovery of truth. That's why you're here. The question is
Appreciate you on
really,
TV. I appreciate
why are you here? I want to put you at ease through this trial. It's going to be a long trial. It will be a slow burn. There's a lot of evidence in this case. But why is the media here? Look around. Why are these people here? Why are the attorneys here? Why is the defendant here? Gary Farris will not walk through that door. No problem, Judge. Gary will not walk through that door. In this trial, right? What you have to do is ask yourself, what is the truth? You have to ask yourself certain questions. You do not have to ask yourself, was Gary murdered?
All right, was Gary murdered? Remember that. Was Gary murdered? That's what he said. Vic, to answer your question, this trial just ended literally not too long ago. I mean, like days ago, right? So this was sent to me by Angelica in chat. And when I didn't expect it, it to hit me like it did. But when watching what I've watched so far, there's just so much wrong in this trial. And it does make me real. I'm going to be honest with you. It makes me realize how important it is for people to get a fair trial, right? Because there's things that didn't happen in this case. There's testing on blood that should have been done that wasn't done. There's a lot of factors here. There's a lot of factors. There's text messages. There's a lot of hearsay. There's tons of insinuations, and it's crazy. It does make me realize even more than I've ever have how important people like you, and I'm not saying you're in a case or anything. I'm just saying in general, deserve a fair trial if it ever came. Just imagine, it is very important for people to get a fair trial. And I don't think people understand that until you witness something like this trial that I've seen. And now I know people can say, I think she's guilty. I think she's stuck up. She could be all those things and still had help. And still had, like, when you listen to this story, again, 5'3", 5'4", soaking wet, 125 pounds. Do we think she's moving 325 to 350 pounds of dead weight? I'm just curious. I'll be reading. I'm going to let it proceed, though.
He was. The evidence is going to show that. You do not have to ask yourself, was Gary Farris burned on a burn pile?
Thank you, Katie.
He was.
What's up, Al?
The question you have to ask is, who did this?
Shit's lagging.
Who did it? This is a murder. This is a heinous murder. He was shot, killed, put on a burn pile, and burned.
I don't like that lagging.
The question you have to ask, what the evidence demands an answer of, is who murdered Gary? Now, these people that are here to see the trial, what I want you to do is they're going to follow the evidence too.
Bing bang.
I want you to look at me. Don't worry about that. Follow the evidence. The evidence demands an answer, and the answer is close. It's at hand. It's close to me.
I don't like that skipping.
It's close to you. It was close to Gary. When you're the object of all legal investigation,
let me see something real quick. Let's see if it skips from the...
At this trial, what you have to do is you have to shrink the world. When you see the evidence, this is Cherokee County. They don't have a lot of murders. They definitely don't have a lot of murders when someone's shot and put on burn pile. You shrink the world. And when you shrink the world, you're going to come to one conclusion and one answer of who. Not what happened, not how it happened, but who did it.
Right. Yeah, who did it?
Frankie, I can get this technology working. Megan's going to help.
I want to know the same thing. Who did it? Yeah, I definitely don't think it sounds right. I don't like the lag in this right now. I'm about to change it over to the other computer here in 1 second because it's already making me mad. Not the trial, the actual lag.
I'll talk loudly so everybody can hear me, but what I want to do is, as we go through this, be comfortable, be at peace as you go through this evidence. Relax and listen to what there is. I know there's a lot going on, but you are the most important people in this matter. It does not matter what I say, it does not matter what the defense says, it matters what does the evidence say? What does it speak? Let me introduce you to the Farris family. You'll see in front of you there's the family line, the lineage. You'll see on the screen here there's a photograph. You see Gary, thank you. You see Gary is in this picture, and this is a happy time. This is Emily, the bride in the middle, a daughter. This is a wedding, I think, about 2 years before the murder, 2016. You see Gary, he's in this picture. He's standing there with his wife, the defendant. Now, there are 4 children. And as you go through this, you're going to probably take notes because you hear the same names over and over again. You're going to hear about the Farris. You're going to hear about the Farris will. Unfortunately for this family is they have drama. They are not a perfect family. My family is imperfect. Everybody's family is. They didn't ask for their life experiences and the good and the bad and ugly to come in, but that's what the evidence is going to show. And I have to present it. I have great sympathy, everybody does, for families like this. But the evidence is going to show what was going on in their family. It's going to be the good, the bad, and the ugly, just like anything else. Most families, however, don't consist of murder. Now, in this family, you're going to see Chris.
Thanks.
On the right side of the screen, you see Gary and Melody. To the right, as we look at, is Chris. He's the oldest, probably about 37.
Nice to see you.
On the other side is Scott. Scott's about 35. Chris was living, in many ways, his own life. He was married, had his own kids. You hear about the kids. They're going to be here. You're going to hear about Ella and Addison, the grandkids. Scott was in the military over Iraq. He came back for a while, lived on the property, worked the property, had kind of an agreement with his dad that he would work the land and he would get paid. He didn't have a job really after he came back, and then he ended up with the family. But that was his agreement with his dad. Gary was a very generous man, loved his family. So yeah, the 2 guys.
Hold up, give me 1 second. I'm about to switch over the screen. I'm bringing it in. 1 second. I'm gonna have to mute this mic for 1 second too, because it might echo when I turn that on. See you. Let me know if you hear. How we sounding? We sounded good? You said I hear you? Good, good, good. Mm-mm-mm.
Gary, you can set the clock to his routine is happening. He's one of those guys. The question you got to answer in this trial is not was he wrong, not how was he, but who did. The evidence demands an answer. If he was murdered, this criminal shot and killed on a burn pile. This burn pile, behind his house. His remains. Not much. They're big guy, about 6'4", 300 pounds, give or take. About 3 pounds remaining.
Hold up. Hold up. Let me pause this and mute my damn self. Why do I hear myself twice? I don't like it. Okay, we're good. If I remove this, will it remove? Okay, we're good. I hear myself twice. Hold up, we gotta get that right. I gotta mute myself. That's not right. Come on. Mute this bad boy. How about that? Dang it. Nope. Nope. Let me figure this out. Is that better? Nope. You gotta figure this out. I don't like it. Move this for a little what? Oh, I hear a double. That's so horrible. Why am I hearing that? I do not like hearing myself double. Nope. This is horrible, y'all. I do not like this at all. I'm not used to this. What about now? Is it echoing still? What about now? Is it still echoing? Dang it. I do hear that. I hear that echo. I don't like it. It's all good. I'll fix it. I got you. How's it now? Let me see. Try sound low. No. Okay. I got you. I'll fix it. I got you. We'll just do it this way. We're gonna do it the regular way. Hold up. So what I'm gonna do is close this out. Like this. I just nope, can't do it. See you later. Not you guys. Boom. Heck nah. Y'all, hell nah. We ain't doing that. All right, we're good now. That's not happening. We're good. Hold up. We're going back here.
Guys, the two sons, Chris and Scott, then you had the two girls, Emily in the middle, and Amanda beside her. Amanda was the youngest, the baby, if you would. They were probably around 30, 28, around those ages.
I see why it was happening too. Damn.
Gary Melody.
How about this one? I went back to my regular. I just came back over here and put it back on here. I think why it was doing that because of two. Okay, good. You can hear it. I'll run it back too since you guys missed key points. We're not missing shit.
Gary will not walk through that door.
Nothing.
In this trial, what you have to do is ask yourself, what is the truth? You have to ask yourself certain questions. You do not have to ask yourself, was Gary murdered?
Why not?
He was.
I mean, because he had two bullets.
It was going to show that. You do not have to ask yourself, was Gary Farris burned on a burn pile?
I already see people saying Richard Allen, he didn't have a fair trial, but I can't really tell you that. I can't agree with that because I haven't seen the trial for one, but I did read everything. And I feel like he I don't know. You walked yourself down the moment you admitted to murder when it comes to Richard Allen. So I seen your comments there and talking about that case, the case that obviously Delphi, I feel like they just got justice finally. And I gotta say that when it comes to that trial, I can't make an opinion because I didn't like when it comes to the actual trial and being in the room and filling out because it's nothing's like being there or seeing it at least, right? But with that trial, we didn't see it. I read everything. Now, reading and seeing mannerisms are two different things for me. But when it comes to the evidence, we got the bullet between the bodies, right? What do we? Yeah, I know it wasn't streamed. I know, but I'm saying in general, when it comes to somebody admitting to something and then a bullet is by the murder, like I don't. It's hard for me to fight against that because one, you brought it out on yourself and by saying you were involved with it, and then two, yeah, when it comes to evidence adding up with things, that's when it gets tough for me. That's when it gets tough for me. So I'd be one of those people who were stuck on that, and until they could disprove that, then I would just be there's nothing I can do about it because it's like, damn, you got to let the evidence talk, right? And then if somebody says they committed something, like I gotta believe you. You know? You said, was he burned in that pile? His bones were scattered. What few were found? I got to day 4. They talked about it a little bit, but it was the eye socket that's in the burn pit. It's in the burn pile, right, Angelica? You have that eyeball, and of what the brother said he's seen, or I'm sorry, Scott said he's seen in this burn pile was something like an eye socket with blood, but a burnt body. So was somebody trying to hide the fact that maybe there was defensive wounds there? Did he, scratch one of them? Or like what was it? Because I'm finding it hard to see that Melody just did this by herself. I am. You know what I mean? Well, did a lover help? Did a boyfriend help? Which would be the same thing. Did a family member, allegedly, because she's 125 pounds. I just don't. I'm not seeing anything. Let me turn my mic up too. I'm just not seeing anything that's telling me she did it. Because I feel like she would need a machine, right? Come on now. She would need a machine to move the body, in my opinion. This woman, I just don't see this 125-pound woman moving this 350-pound body to a burn pile on her own. I just don't see it. And if you do, then tell me how. What does she do? Because if you want to tell me that she moves this body to the burn pile by herself, I want to know how. Because the blood, it starts down in the basement where his room is, right? It starts down in the basement where his room is, or I'm sorry, in the kitchen, and then goes down to the basement. So are you moving him out that back sliding glass door? Where are you moving his body? A 125-pound woman, where is she moving this body? She shot him twice in the rib cage, allegedly. This is what they're saying. I'm only going off what they said. So the fact that people think that she did it alone and are willing to, say, hey, she's guilty. Where is the investigation on who helped her move this body all the way a quarter of a mile to a half a mile to a burn pile, to this burn pit? Right? Like, I mean, this dude's a big guy. We're talking 6'4" to 6'6", 350, 325 compared to 5'3". So I'm not saying she didn't do it, but what I am saying is that she didn't do it alone. If she, period. Who's capable of helping her move that body? Who was there to? I mean, and then if you look at this trial, there's things that stick out to me about certain witnesses, and it's like, ooh. I would, if I was a juror in this court, and up to what I've seen on day 4, I'm going to tell you right now, you're not moving me. You can't get me to find her guilty. They would have to walk out of there with a mistrial. I'm telling you right now, from what I heard on the stand so far, they would have to edge it up to be a mistrial, because I would be doubting already. The reasonable doubt planted in my, the doubt planted in my head would have been there. And they were deadlocked at one point. And I made it all the way up to day 4 where there was this guy, a witness. And after this, I'm going to shut up. And I'll keep saying that and adding commentary anyways. I don't care. But when it got up to day 4, there was this juror that worked with the fire station, and his captain told him he had to work. Then he comes in, and you guys are going to see it. You're going to see it yourself in the next couple of days as we continue to watch this, that literally this juror went to work and was talking to these people about the crime. And this is potentially people who worked the crime. What? Why we ain't calling for a mistrial? What happened to the defense team? Don't you got to fight back somewhere? Somebody, if a juror, like, they literally had all the chances to sit there and question them, and they were okay with moving on with the trial. I guess if you're okay, we're okay, right? But damn, that's weird. Wouldn't you have been able to call it a mistrial if you found out dude went to work and he is a juror on this case daily, and you're fighting for your freedom or you're fighting for your life? I mean, this is literally somebody's life in prison. We don't got time to play with fire like that. That's how I'm looking at it.
He was. The question you have to ask is, who did this?
I got you, Gypsy.
Who did it? This is a murder. This is a heinous murder.
Crazy.
He was shot, killed, put on a burn pile, and burned. The question you have to ask, what the evidence demands an answer of, is who murdered Gary?
Facts.
Now, these people that are here to see the trial, what I want you to do is they're going to follow the evidence too. I want you to look at me. Don't worry about that. Follow the evidence. The evidence demands an answer. And the answer is close. It's at hand. It's close to me.
I agree.
It's close to you. It was close to Gary. The object of all legal investigation is the discovery of truth. At this trial, what you have to do is you have to shrink the world. When you see the evidence, this is Cherokee County. They don't have a lot of murders. They definitely don't have a lot of murders when someone's shot and put on burn pile. You shrink the world. And when you shrink the world, you're going to come to one conclusion and one answer of who. Not what happened, not how it happened, but who did it. And she's near. Frankie, she's going on. I can get this technology working. Megan's going to help me here. I want to move. I'll talk loudly so everybody can hear me, but what I want to do is, as we go through this, be comfortable, be at peace as you go through this evidence.
Beautiful.
Relax and listen to what there is. I know.
Okay, so this is Chris here to the left for everybody who doesn't know this. This is Chris. I'm pretty sure this is Emily. I want to say this is Amanda. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is definitely Gary. Is this Mom? Again, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure this Mom, Gary. Again, Chris, the taller one. Scott, if I'm not mistaken. Amanda. And Emily. Tell me if I got that right, Angelica. I'm pretty sure I did. But correct me if I'm wrong. Tina, what's going on? Nice to see you. He's definitely a big guy. They called him Big Daddy. So he said Georgia outside of Atlanta, right? Yep. Right. It was Cherokee County, I believe.
I know there's a lot going on, but you are the most important people in this matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what I say. It does not matter what the defense says. It matters what does the evidence say? What does it speak? Let me introduce you to the Farris family. You'll see in front of you there's the family line, the lineage. You'll see on the screen here there's a photograph. You see Gary. Thank you. You see Gary is in this picture, and this is a happy time. This is Emily, the bride in the middle, a daughter. This was a wedding, I think, about 2 years before the murder, 2016. You see Gary, he's in this picture. He's standing there with his wife, the defendant. Now, there are 4 children. And as you go through this, you're going to probably take notes because you hear the same names over and over again. You're going to hear about the Farris. You're going to hear about the Farris will. Unfortunately for this family is they have drama. They are not a perfect family. My family is imperfect. Everybody's family is. They didn't ask for their life experiences and the good and the bad and ugly to come in, but that's what the evidence is going to show. And I have to present it. I have great sympathy, everybody does, for families like this. But the evidence is going to show what was going on in their family. It's going to be the good, the bad, and the ugly, just like anything else. Most families, however, don't consist of murder. Now, in this family, you're going to see Chris. On the right side of the screen, you see Gary and Melody. To the right, as we look at, is Chris. He's the oldest, probably about 37. On the other side is Scott. Scott's about 35.
I agree.
Chris was living, in many ways, his own life. He was married, had his own kids. You hear about the kids. They're going to be here. You're going to hear about Ella and Addison.
Hey, you know, in our world, that's not the do you know that our opinions about that, what you guys are saying about Amanda right now? Listen, what you guys are saying about Amanda right now is the absolute opposite of what people are saying. I was reading the comments after each day up to day 4, and they were talking about how Mom looks so cold. I've seen Mom about breakdown. I also heard part of the defense was going to be, you know, don't cry up there. I don't know why about the whole emotion, but if you actually pay attention to every part of this trial, that's why I tell people you can't just watch 2 seconds of something and then turn your head and then not listen to the rest in case you're really pounding that paperwork. You know what I mean? Especially when it comes to giving an opinion about what you think about a case, where you got to see the evidence and everything laid out. That's part of the law. If you don't want to learn that, then you're just half-assing your craft and the passion that you have for this. Don't do that. Don't cut yourself short. For real, there's no reason to do that. And I used to be one of those people that would cut myself short and really jump to my opinion, right, about a case. But in reality, it's important to take in everything, because you're talking about one person's freedom. Now, if it's pretty cut and dry, then it's cut and dry, right? But if it's not cut and dry and there's stuff that's missing, like in this case where stuff is missing, then you really got to assess it. I just don't understand how this is the craziest shit I've seen since OJ. Let me just put it that way. I went back, watched the OJ trial after being young, and after that happened, I grew up, watched the OJ trial, really developed an opinion for that. This right here connected with me like that. I was like, damn, something is wrong here. You know, when you just look at something and it's like, is this wrong? That's what this did to me.
The grandkids.
Sus Busters, I appreciate you. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate the love and glad to be back. Love it. You already know. Thank you for the love, too. We appreciate you.
Scott was in the military over Iraq. He came back for a while, lived on the property, worked the property, had kind of an agreement with his dad that he would work the land and he would get paid. Didn't have a job really after he came back, and then ended up with the family. But that was his agreement with his dad. Gary was a very generous man, loved his family.
Nothing wrong with that.
So you had the two guys, the two sons, Chris and Scott. Then you had the two girls, Emily in the middle, and Amanda beside her. Amanda was the youngest, the baby, if you would. They were probably around 30, 28, around those age. Gary Melody got married at a young age. I think it was around 20. 38 years, almost 39.
Damn, that's a long time, right?
They were married for a long time. They were together, Alabama, small family. Gary worked hard. You're going to learn a lot about Gary. You're going to learn a lot about Melody. And what you're going to learn is the evidence is going to show that they're both, I dare say, brilliant. He practiced law, corporate law. He went to the University of Alabama. I think he graduated first in his class. Extremely smart, introverted. The defendant, she liked the life of being married to a rich lawyer. Gary did so well when he was in Alabama. The firm he worked for, corporate law, real estate law, things like that, very successful. They sent him to the Atlanta area here to open up an office for the firm. Did very good. Very smart, worked his way up. I think he ended up being a senior partner. Very smart, loved his job. One thing with lawyers, the longer they do it, the longer they get better at it, the more they get better at it, and they stay at it. But sometimes what they do is they don't interact because they interact with people all day long. Oftentimes when they get home, they get close, they get small. And Gary was like that. In their wedding, their marriage, they had some issues that we're going to talk about. And it looks like they were happy here. This is about 2016, but there was a lot going on behind the scenes. Gary.
That's a big guy, man.
You could set the clock to his routine, his habits. He's one of those guys.
Watching it on the big screen over here.
The question you got to answer in this trial is not was he murdered, not how was he murdered, but who did it. The evidence demands the answer that he was murdered. He was shot and killed, put on a burn pile. This burn pile behind his house. His remains were found. Not much. Gary was a big guy, about 6'4", 300 pounds, give or take.
I mean, I can't help but think it and say it. Like, you're burning a body to wash away as much evidence as you can, right? You know what I mean? Like, isn't that what you're doing? You're burning a body to wash away that evidence as much as you possibly can. Like, that's how I'm looking at it. or thinking about it, right? Like I'm really thinking that, damn, like whoever burnt the body is trying to wash away everything, but you're not gonna be able to get rid of those bullets. You can't get rid of shooting somebody twice, right? If you shot somebody, it's gonna be there. You burn the body, it's somewhere there, right? So they're gonna find it. In this case, they found him. And I know that on July 4th, he planned on burning a pile, or burning a pile of some type of mess or something like that. I don't know, debris, whatever he's stacked up. It could be wood, it could be anything. He said, "Where you been?" Lifing. But we're here now. Been lifing, man. Been lifing. That's for damn sure. You said she was helping him raise a family and helping him to succeed. You said no way. You said no way could she move his body by herself. I'm not seeing that either.
About 33 pounds remained. When you shrink the world, no robbery, no home invasions, no enemies, no road rage, nothing like that. When you shrink the world in a case like that.
Hold up 1 second. I don't like the lag. I guess there's just a tad bit of lag that I'm not digging.
Like this, husband and wife, wife kills husband, husband dies. The answer to the question, who did it, sits right there. Melody Walker Farris. Let me talk to you about their property. They were affluent. When I grew up in South Carolina, we'd say they're rich. They were rich. He made a lot of money. He would make probably...
Let me see if I could boost this volume too, just a little bit. Because I know that it could be low sometimes. So I see this. Oh, I pulled it up over here. How ironic.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Sometimes it's paychecks, even after you take all the taxes out, $20,000.
Okay.
They'd have profit sharing and things like that. He made a lot of money. This property that they lived on in Purcell, 2511 Purcell Lane, Cherokee County, it's a hobby farm. If you see, there's actually a road coming down Purcell Lane, and you see that white area, that's dirt. They had horses. If you go up the driveway, it's along the trees at the bottom, and then there's a driveway in the middle of this photograph. That's to the barn where Scott stayed. Now, the family had trouble. Chris had some issues with drinking. He got in an argument with his mom about a year for this. She says that he said something along the lines that Chris was going to beat her to a pulp, put her in a pine box or something along those lines. That's what she says. No, he says. But they had problems.
Crazy.
Scott got back from the military, was living there, getting money from his dad. Emily was married. She had a husband Melody didn't like. He got in some financial troubles, some legal troubles, criminal troubles. Amanda was young. And they all took money from their dad. Not in the bad sense. But he had money. He was willing to do with it. And he gave him a hard time. When are you going to get a job? When are you going to pay this back? Those type of things.
I didn't see that.
But he could afford it. House, I believe, is worth the property more than $1 million. Now, when you go through your notes and think about this, we know this case. And sometimes we have to slow down because...
I do think that's a good question, Michael. Michael says, how long without gasoline or something to burn hot would it take to burn Big Daddy? I mean, burning the victim in this point. I think that's a great question, and that's talked about. It's talked about in this trial, and it starts, I want to say it starts when he brings on the crime or forensic technician. They'll start talking about, when the fire was cooling down, etc. Now, I don't know how long it would take. I'm going to look it up, though. Let's see. Let me check something out. Let me look at this real quick. How long would it take to burn a body in a fire pit? Let's look this up. Let's try to get an answer to that question. Burning a body in a standard outdoor fire pit is generally insufficient to achieve completion or complete incineration. Okay. In controlled settings such as crematoriums, it takes about 1.5 to 3 hours to fully cremate a body at temperatures between 1400 degrees Fahrenheit and 1800 degrees Fahrenheit. In a fire pit, which burns at a much lower and inconsistent temperature, it would take considerably longer and would likely only result in partial burning or in a partial burning of soft tissues. It may take many hours and even days to achieve significant decomposition, depending on the fire's temperature and the body size and the fuel used. So I'm glad you asked that, because that's actually a really good question. Michael, shout out to you. Susbuster says, in my opinion, she would have had to push him in at the time of the fire somehow. I don't know. She could move the body to the pile without help. All right, Sus, what if I told you that now, and kind of Michaela kind of has the same thought with this, because we've been watching this, and she goes, I don't know, like maybe he shot her, maybe he pushed her in the fire or whatever. I'm like, okay, so you're gonna tell me that he got shot with a 38, right? He got shot with a 38 in the rib cage twice and ran all the way down to the fire in a perfect scenario for her to push him in. I don't know. That's far-fetched, but is it possible? Yeah, I mean, yeah, if somebody's getting away from you, because again, there was blood spatter in the kitchen, or some blood in the kitchen, I believe, by the stairs, and then downstairs. Okay, so a lot of it, I guess it took place on the main level and somehow ended up downstairs. There was blood. I don't know if the body was drugged that way, what it was. We're going to see that again. Obviously, they're going to talk about it, but there was blood downstairs. So he was shot. Somehow he made it downstairs if there's blood, right? Or was brought down there or moved down there in some type of way. There was blood in that damn kitchen, and there was blood right by the stairs. There was blood on the bottom of her shoes. You'll see. But I'm just saying in general, like, it's, if he shot him twice, or if she shot him twice in the rib cage, how long would it take for him to fall down and bleed out? Things like that. That's what I think about.
You don't know the places where this occurred, and the murder occurred in this house. The shooting occurred in the house.
I think they got
in the kitchen down to the basement. Now, as you look at this house, it's kind of unique in the sense that there's 2 or 3 car garage right here. But as you look at this photograph, you'll see the front. If you go to where that pine tree is, you go right behind that pine tree. That's the front. This is looking, if you're kind of looking, if the pond was behind you, you're looking up at what I would call the front, but it's not. It's really the side. I think it's kind of like the east side. But it's got a deck there, and it's a circular deck. And under that deck was where Gary stayed.
I'm lagging.
The basement or the ground level was Gary's domain. That house was the defendant's. She had everything she wanted. It's immaculate. She liked to live the lifestyle. Furs, coats, jewelry, nice paintings, nice furniture, things like that. That was her domain. She was a go-getter. She was tough. She got after it. She cleaned, almost OCD to the point that she cleaned. Her house was beautiful. Gary lived in the bottom. He had a bedroom down.
I don't care. I'm pausing it. How were you? See, that's another thing. I heard the son's testimony, and he said mom had OCD. She was a clean freak. So she's such a clean freak that she would murder her husband, but not pick up or not clean up the blood spots right there in the floor in front of your friggin' face. She'd be walking around with the grandkids and people in the crib just chilling. Not clean up the blood on the floor, not bother with any of that. I don't know. That's hard to believe, y'all. That's hard to believe for me. I don't know what it is. It just is. You said Chandler Halderson could answer these questions. Oh my God, he's nasty.
Down there, he had a CPAP. He slept with that.
What's going on,
Monarch?
Nice
I'm
to
talk
see you,
about that,
man.
but he stayed down in the bottom. If you
Great.
kind of walk out, you see where
Like
that,
$1 million bill.
It starts on the right side. There's an oval where it juts out. Below that is 2 doors. You'll hear me talk about it. You probably hear me chuckle at some point. There's doors that slide open like this to where he would have his couch and his TV and things like that. I call them American doors because right to the right are French doors. Just how I remember. And you could walk out that American doors, and when you come out there, if you turn left, that's where the burn pile is. This is over by the barn looking back towards the house. They had horses. This is a nice property. This is the barn. This is where Scott stayed. Scott stayed on the top, basically being an employee of his dad. Scott wanted the property, loved the property, liked the property, loved the horses. He was invested in it. He was thinking to move on one day and get another job, but he was locked in this property. And he and his mom worked. They made bicker and things like that, but they worked the property. They did a lot of work. And he lived in that barn there on the top. This is back to the house, transitioning back to the house. If you walk in that front door, this is what you see. Now, as you walk in, you're going to see evidence. If you walk in that front door and I'm staring at the steps, and I turn right, you're going to go to what I call the kitchen table. If you turn left, there's a bathroom. If you go straight, you're going to go down a hallway to the master bedroom.
Sus, I know you're deep into stuff like this and you pay attention to details. When you hear these things, you're going to see, right? Because you'll be able to hear for the police and all that, and just the things they tested and didn't test. And it'll kind of blow your mind when you hear it. Like, what? Why didn't you test that? But you tested that? That's like weird.
This is the master bedroom. That door right there, you could walk out and go to the balcony. And that's where that oval porch was. You could stand out over that and look. You could look at the pond. Study room, library, very nice. Very fluent.
It's a beautiful house, beautiful home.
This is the dining area.
Beautiful.
Looking out towards the pond, nice. This is the kitchen. This is the doorway from the kitchen to the basement. You go down the basement. To the left here, if you look at the picture, there's that light switch and whatnot, then there's that cabinet. Right around the corner is the steps you come down. It's 12 steps down, a landing, 4 steps down. You come down that landing, you stand right there. If you're standing off the steps, you get off the steps, you look straight forward, you're going to look at that bar. This is looking back from the, kind of to the side of the American doors, looking back towards the bar. As you look at this picture, to the right is a hallway. You go down that hallway was Gary's office, where he'd hang out and do stuff, work. He liked to get up in the morning. Because he was a partner, because he'd been doing it so long, because he had those routines, he would get up and go check email. To say that Gary Farris was a workaholic is an understatement. The man's like a lot of attorneys. Check the emails at night, vacation, it doesn't matter. He's working, he's checking the email, he's busy. He has such patterns and routines you can set your clock by. So as you look here, you go to Wright's office. To the left, if you go to the left, there's a hallway that goes to his bedroom. Now, you may want to write these dates down. In July of 2018, we're going to focus on 3 main dates. July 3rd, July 4th, and July 5th. You're going to hear us talk about Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Y'all, when I do trials, I am not perfect. I'll mess up names and dates and times. But this is what we're talking about. I'll catch myself and say, I didn't mean 2020, I meant 2018. What we want to do, again, this trial is not about being perfect. It's about the truth, to be authentic. When we did jury selection, you heard me say to be authentic. These are the dates we're going to focus on. July 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And I just want to kind of give an overview of some of the evidence. This is not all the evidence. You're going to hear a lot of evidence, including evidence that we're not going to present. But this is Tuesday.
What about it? Who is? Who's what? Well, they'll be messing up. They come up in this bad boy. I'll blow someone's wig off. I mean, you into my property, you come over here. I mean, it's just this what it is. Like, you're walking into what you're walking into. I don't mess with nobody. So if somebody's on my property going crazy, then they'll find out what time it is.
July 3rd. We don't know exactly when Gary was killed, and we don't have to prove that. The evidence does not require us to prove you the exact time that Gary was shot and killed. But we have a very good idea. Tuesday night around 10 p.m. most likely. Last time he used that CPAP was Tuesday morning. A little after midnight, he got on it. He got up that morning and turned it off. And that machine, when they did a search warrant, shows the times. He's not going to bed without that CPAP. He never used it again. We have no reading that was used again.
So yeah, sleep apnea.
Now, on Tuesday around lunchtime, Gary had an interesting relationship with his family. And they had some good times, but it was also different.
He had some good times, but it was also different. So yeah, CPAP machine last used at 7:48 a.m. Okay. So July 3rd, 2018, CPAP machine last used at 7:48 a.m. Cherokee Ranch restaurant, Gary Scott, defendant, lunchtime. Lake House, Scott, afternoon and evening. Text asking about sleeping over. Addison around 1:45 p.m. Text saying not tonight. Defendant around 2 p.m. It says visit Big Daddy in Glamma. What? Glamma? Okay, that's catching me off guard. Chris and Addison around 5:30 p.m. Let's see here. What does that one say right there? Something called defendant and Scott 10:52 p.m. You have something about a fire. Scott and defendant at 11:34 p.m. Okay. I just wanted to see that. It's hard to kind of see those last two.
I don't know about y'all, but if I go to a restaurant and I see a friend or a family, I'm going to go up and say hey to them. We're going to hang out. We're going to do stuff. Especially this is my dad. Well, on Tuesday, Scott and the defendant were working, and they decided to go to lunch. They went to Cherokee Ranch restaurant. Restaurant.
Take your time, Gypsy.
While they were there, Gary was already there. He pays his bill and he leaves and doesn't say a word to him. And that's not uncommon. Because their relationship is not a touchy-feely type of relationship in this family. That's not this family. They communicate a lot by text messages, emails, instead of just calling and talking. That afternoon, Scott went to a lake house. He was there that afternoon and evening. There's a text asking about sleeping over for Addison, which is Chris's daughter, the grandchild.
Mm-hmm.
There's a text from her, from the defendant saying, what about tomorrow night, not tonight? And that was going to show that the defendant loved.
I don't like this lagging crap.
If they were close or she could get to him, she would get to him, but not this time. There was a visit Big Daddy in Glamlaw. That's what they call Gary Melding. Big Daddy, Glamlaw. Mm-hmm. Chris and Addison came over that night. Gary was getting the burn pile ready to go. He liked to burn things.
Did he?
He liked to do it.
Hold up, I'm here. I'm listening.
They were there talking to him, see what he's doing, and they left that night because couldn't stay, so they went back. About 10:52 p.m., there's a phone call between the defendant and Scott, and it was basically the defendant saying the horses are out, when you coming home? Scott's with his friends. He's down at the lake or whatnot. She's calling, when you coming home? The horses are out. He gets home, Scott does, about 11:30. Sees the burn pile's burning. I think he says something along, I see Dad's burning the burn pile, or he's burning the burn pile, or something like that. Wednesday morning, Scott gets a debit card from his mom because he can go play golf. He has this thing on 4th of July that he would play golf, he and his buddies. You're going to hear about his buddies, Philip and Ted. That's just what he did. So about 6:15, I think he goes to the door. I think he calls or texts his mom, the defendant, says, needs the card. She comes out, gives him the card. He goes to the ATM real quickly, right down the road, gets some money, and comes back to go play golf. He's playing golf with his friends, Chris and family. They go to the Peachtree Road Race. Chris and Addison, they then go to the Cracker Barrel, I believe, that morning. Scott goes to the lake on a pool party, and he's there in the afternoon and evening. The defendant actually leaves for Lake Lanier to go be with Amanda, Chad Bruce. And you're going to see some things here. You're going to see it's kind of this way. Chad Bruce was the fiance, now husband to Amanda Bruce, was Amanda Farris. And they go there and hang out, and you're going to hear about that. And at some point, they come back from the lake. Chris drops Addison off at the house on Wednesday night because they want to see and hang out. Now, these times, they change. I may get them wrong, but you're going to hear the times as we go through. Wednesday night, July 4th, kids around 11 or 12. They come in, they live out of state, they come in, they want to see everybody, they want to see Big Daddy, they want to ride some of the stuff on the property, they want to do things. It's 4th of July, and the defendant.
Why did they do that?
I'm here. Get a bit early.
I'm watching. This is crazy. Does that look like a cold woman to y'all? Because it don't to me.
3rd, Tuesday.
It's like a normal
Wednesday,
woman.
5th, Thursday. Defendant goes to Walmart, checks out around 9:30. Scott spoke with the defendant and Amanda about 11 o'clock that morning. Now she goes and gets some supplies and some things at Walmart.
So Big Dirty, this case just ended and she was found guilty. I'm running it. I'm gonna be watching this for days. We're gonna finish this joint on stream. Like I said it in Discord. I don't care if there's 10 people in here. I'm watching this trial. Because when you're passionate and you feel something's just not right, you got to hold on to that and watch it, especially if you're passionate about what you do. So when it comes to this case, it just connected with me immediately. I feel like, I'm not saying she's not guilty, but what I am saying is I don't see her doing this by herself.
Here's 5th is where it breaks open. Scott is got a connection or connect for some golf clubs. He's going to go to the PGA and get some golf clubs. He sees Amanda up at the house, and so he's driving down his driveway from the barn to leave. He sees Amanda, so he goes up and starts talking to him. And defendant is asking, "Have you seen your dad?" And it's got to be sarcastic,
right?
And he can be hard on his mom.
Shout out to you coming to the street. They should like
he says some things, kind of sarcastically. We talk about where's dad, things like that. And they start looking for him. Now, the defendant starts asking people, "Are you on the bank accounts?" or something like that. Is it maybe he's using the funds or the accounts to try to find ways?
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. Today does mark 2 years that Xana, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee were taken. And the trial is coming up pretty soon. I started digging into trials. I started with Thug, with the Young Thug trial. And I paid attention to Delphi, but Delphi wasn't televised, so I had to get secondhand information. And then when it comes to this trial, I just dove straight in deep. Like it's serious. But yes, today does mark 2 years for Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, Maddie, Idaho 4. And you know we covered that here. So like when it comes to that case, we can't miss a beat when it comes to the trial time. That's why it's important to lock in and get used to that rhythm, jump into a rhythm with watching a trial, because I won't miss a beat of that. I won't miss it whatsoever. I don't care. I'll lose my job over it. I don't give a shit.
He said, but his Mercedes is at the house. It had been moved. Now, they would say Gary would kind of go away sometimes and just kind of disappear. Now, he was last seen on Tuesday night by someone other than the defendant. So Wednesday, Thursday. Now they're just starting asking, where's he at? They go around the property. At some point, the defendant's behind the burn pile, and she points out to Scott.
Why is it lagging on me? I don't like it.
Gets his attention, brings him up there. Something about ghosts. Did you burn ghosts? Scott gets to that burn pile. He was in the military. He's proud he was in the military. He tries to take a leadership role when things break bad, and he finds his own father's remains. He calls 911. You're going to hear it. During this time that's going on, a couple of weeks before this, while the cable guy or something was over at the house, Scott saw a 38 pistol. It was in a leather holster of some sort. And he thinks something's afoot. Foul play. Something's not right. He's suspicious of his mom. You're going to hear how he is. And he starts talking about this missing gun. And people are like, what gun? What are you talking about? He starts talking about this missing gun that was downstairs in the basement, 38. Nobody knows anything about 38 or anything like that. But Scott has a suspicion that something's up. He actually says a statement to the effect of, did my mom finally do something? When he talks to a friend.
Damn.
Now, the defense is going to point at Scott or other people. But the evidence is going to show it's Melody. No one else. It's her. And what you have to do is follow the evidence. And what does the evidence say? What does it speak? What is the truth? It's not Scott. Law enforcement gets there, they start talking to people, and when they get there, what you're going to see is they get a call to someone in need, emergency services. So they bring the big long back thing you carry people on like a stretcher. They bring all this defibrillator, things like that. They get there. They think they're going to find a person by there who had a heart attack or stroke or heat exhaustion or something and pass out. And they get back there and they find nothing but.
The folks that are just joining us, if you don't know, you're like, what the hell? We are watching the trial of Melody Farris. I'm pretty sure I'm saying it wrong. Farris. She was tried for murder of her husband, but there was a lot of weird things going on. Shout out to you coming in, Sunshine. I see you. Everybody in chat, lock in, because this is there's a lot of weird stuff that happens in this trial, and I truly want to know by the end of it, do you believe she's guilty, innocent? Do you believe she did it by herself or with help? Again, we're talking about a 5'3", 5'4" woman, 125, soaking wet. Literally. Is she moving a man that's 6'4", 6'5", 6'6", 320, 350? I'm just giving you rough estimates here. But he's definitely 6'4" to 6'6", 320 to 350. And there was only 39 pounds left of him after he was burned. So, he was shot in the house, and you're going to see that in the evidence.
Remains. Law enforcement still doesn't really know what's
you have
going
to
on.
keep watching.
They think it was just an emergency. They don't think anything about crime. They start talking to people, and then they realize the conditions of the remains had to burn for a long time. The CSI people at the sheriff's office, they're like, all right, we have to call in an expert, forensic anthropologist. Dr. Gooden comes in, and you're going to see what she does. They interview the defendant. They interview Scott. They ask him what's going on. And in the beginning, the defendant, she starts right off the bat talking about, well, Gary had these medical conditions. And then she says his family's got some mental issues. He was suicidal. And she starts laying that foundation of these other things.
Crazy.
Any enemies? No. Would the kids do this? No. Anything else? No. Anything missing? No. She's laying the foundation. These are the pictures when law enforcement gets there. Dr. Gooding gets involved. They start marking it. And then things change. When they get the remains of Gary, we're stipulated these remains are Gary. He's actually identified dental records. He's burned up so bad. When they get there, they find in his rib a 38. They think it's a 380 in the beginning, but it's a 38 special bullet projectile. It's in his left ribs. It's front to back, anterior to posterior. It's in his ribs. Whew. So now they think he's medical condition, but he's burned up too bad. Then when they're doing it, that's a bullet.
Good, man.
Changes everything.
About you, man.
There's no gun. We do not know where the gun is. We look for the gun. The missing gun is evidence of consciousness of guilt. Because if it was a suicide, the gun would be right there. If it's murder, you can't get rid of the evidence. Burn the body, get rid of the gun. Things change now. It's a homicide investigation. Now, this family had problems. And they had disagreements. You're going to hear about dishes being broken. Mm-hmm. There's several instances of dishes being broken. One time, when she's talking about dishes, you're going to hear the defendant talking about, I had some dishes on top of the car and they fell off onto the ground and broke. Scott's going to talk about an incident where his mom said some very terrible things about his dad, wishing terrible things upon him when she broke some dishes because she was mad when she went down to the basement where he lived and got the dishes. He spilled Mountain Dew or something like that. The man loved his Mountain Dew. Loved it. Cigarettes and Mountain Dew. She got so mad that she broke the dishes.
Court's in order.
Slammed her. Found it in his trash can.
Objection, hearsay. We don't want to hear about the glasses being broken. We want to, you know what I mean? Like, come on now.
A set of dishes. When she's talking, the defendant is kind of all things to all people. That's what the evidence is going to show you. It's going to pivot.
7 o'clock.
It's going to pivot. You're going to hear about 2 people in this case that pivot. She pivots.
Staff, you're talking like me now.
She's smart. She knows what's going on. They're asking questions. She says, at one point, their marriage is not good. They live in the same household, but they're not living really as husband and wife. There are some good times. They try to do some stuff. They're living in separate rooms.
I had that thought, right? I had that thought with the tractor, right? Like she put him in the lip of the tractor or whatever and carried him or, lifted it up, drove it down there, had his body in there, dumped it, right? You think like that. But they didn't test it. They didn't think to test the tractor, Lily. That's kind of messed up, don't you think? Like you found blood on the hood or whatever, what appeared to be blood to you. And you took these pictures in areas where you didn't have enough light and you had to make things, turn up the exposure on the picture and manipulate it in many different ways. So I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff going on. The same with the side-by-side. Like with the side-by-side, there was blood on the back. Was she a battered spouse? No, she's not perfect. She had many affairs. Where did this happen at? This happened in Georgia. And I believe it was, what was the county? Cherokee County, I think it was. I want to say it was Cherokee County or Cherokee something in Georgia. Was she a battered spouse? I can't answer that. I don't think she was beaten. I think it was more of he was the money train, right? Like he was the money train. He was the backbone of the family. He was the one the kids turned to, everybody turned to. He paid for certain things for his grandkids. You'll see that as this trial keeps going, because if he just came in, it's just starting. This is just the guy talking, the prosecutor talking is what you're hearing. You're hearing the story be told out loud, and that's it. Then they're going to jump into obviously talking to witnesses, etc. And that's where it gets. You said reminds me of Murdoch, wifey?
Separate floors. But at one point, she comes across and they ask, you've been married to him for 38 years. And,
ooh, 3 people?
If it's that bad, you'll hear about how she describes the marriage and things. Why did you stay with him?
He was
I took a vow to him. I took a vow. The evidence going to show in this case that the defendant is loyal to 2 people. Very loyal. She's loyal to a man. There's something called prior difficulties. About 10 years before the murder, the defendant had an affair. Mm-hmm. We believe with a guy named Ted Wiley. Ted was in a relationship with Gary's sister.
You'll hear from him too.
They met, they hung out, and they started doing stuff. The family knew what was going on. They separated, we believe because of this. Gary considered divorce, didn't do it. They reconciled, but they lost trust. This is where things change. The whole relationship changed because of this. Now, Gary worked with a lady.
Man, I cannot.
Probably had a fling or something with her, not to the same degree, years ago. So they both had their issues. But the degree and the extent and the blatantness of this changed everything. And Gary started controlling finances. Her mindset was to law enforcement, I took a vow to him. But you're going to hear evidence in a text message between her and another guy that would shrink the world and rule out.
What I can't stand.
A guy that's a neighbor that met her when she would walk, because she would walk all the time. She's tough. In a text message, when she was upset with Gary, we believe, she's talking about, she said, my response to his fit he threw was, I hope you die alone in a gruesome death.
She did say that. She did say that.
She's asked by law enforcement, she didn't say anything about hoping he died or anything like that. Terry responds and says, there you go. He's going to push you over the edge. I know, and that scares me.
And when you hear that, you're like, I hope you die in a fire, or I hope he dies in a fire, gruesome death. She was talking to, and when he says that, she's talking about the neighbor, because the neighbor that lived a quarter of a mile down the road, he had both of her numbers. They were texting, and I think when he got up on the stand, he truly didn't know that they were gonna present and dive into all of these text messages between her and him. Right? Like I don't know. It's pretty. There's some stuff that are said in those messages that you know they were talking about how good of a shot she was, or she was talking about how good of a shot she was. They were talking about her marital problems. So there's a lot of that. There's a lot of dirty laundry that's aired out into this trial. I'm serious. There's a lot. There's so much dirty laundry in this trial. It's crazy. Not really. I mean, that's the average American household. If you have children, and there's gonna be things. There's gonna be things. Anybody who says that's not, you must live with muzzles on. Straight up, you must live with muzzles on.
Told him finally to go where could not even see or hear him. It would be in his best interest. You're gonna see some text messages, things in this.
It's a fact.
She portrays this, pivots. But an ever constant in their marriage, the tension, an ever constant.
Let me see that. Hold on.
She's tough.
Okay, so this is my defendant's mindset, October 2016 text with Terry Broswell. Now it says my response to his fit he threw was, I hope you die. Yes, this was with the guy. You're gonna see this guy on the stand very soon. I believe it's day 2. He gets on the stand. So I believe it's the next one that you'll see him on the stand. But again, there you go. He's going to push you over the edge. That's what the neighbor says. That's his response, because I've seen that part. But again, my response to his fit he threw was, I hope you die alone in a gruesome death. And there you go. He's going to push you over the edge. I know that scares him. Told him finally to go where could not even see or hear him. It would be in his best interest. That's not too nice. Does that make you a murderer? Absolutely not. You know how many times people probably made the analogy like, get away from me. I hope you die a gruesome death. I mean, that's some hurtful shit to say. That's a fact. That's some hurtful shit. That would hurt anybody who loves you if you said that to him. But does that make you a murderer? No. But does it make me look at you sideways? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Especially, I want you to die a gruesome death. Like that's some evil shit to say, right? But it doesn't make you a killer. You said, shit, if we convicted by words we've used or things we've said when we were mad or hurt, we would all be in jail. Yeah, that's a fact. We would all be in prison. What's going on, Sadie? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you coming by. Hi, T-REV. Good to see you. I was thinking maybe she rolled him into a carpet and used the tractor to drag him to the burn pile. Sadie's thinking like me a little bit. I didn't think the tractor, Sadie. I thought the side-by-side. I was thinking, damn, well, the side-by-side I have has a hook on it. Right? Like, what better? That's a good point. I didn't think about carpet, but I was just thinking about she would need a machine, right? Like, that's my first thought. If you killed him at the house and took him to this burn pile that's quarter of a mile, half a mile from the house, and you drive to it in a vehicle, obviously, it's somewhere that you're traveling to. So even if it's on your own property, which this was on their own property. So did she have a machine? Did she have help, etc.? How much time did she have? I mean, Scott lived on the property. So, I mean, if you smoke your husband, right? And I mean, kill. If you kill your husband and your son lives on the property, you're not thinking about all those things? Is this something, you know what I mean? There's a lot of angles to this. There's a lot of angles to this. There's a lot of angles you can look at it, because the beneficiaries are always obviously going to be the wife when it comes to insurance policy, which that plays a part in this case. There is an insurance policy, there's money, and who's next up after mom goes? The kids, right? Who there's no telling if he already had a will, etc. So there's a lot that plays into it. There's a lot that plays into it. I'm telling you right now. He said, I say her and boyfriend teamed up. That's my gut feeling. Damn, what's going on, Pops? Nice to see you, bro. I hope you're having a good morning, Buggy. Yep, life insurance too on each of them. Exactly. So you have what, $2 million in life insurance? That's definitely there's motive with that. There's motive with that. That's for damn sure. You said I would love to know what the boyfriend looks like and how old he is. Who's the boyfriend? I can't remember his age, but he's around their age. He's in their range, and I looked him up too. He's here in Tennessee. He's about an hour from me, right? And he's a what is he, a gynecologist, I believe. I could be wrong, but I swear it was a gynecologist. Either way, she was having an affair with this guy. The neighbor knew all of this business. Okay, the neighbor knows this stuff. So the neighbor is literally hearing all of this information, and it kind of makes me feel like, damn, you're a bad friend. You're a bad friend. You're not. That doesn't mean you helped her, or your neighbor conceal of this murder, but you're a bad friend if you know that his wife is cheating on him, and you're willing to talk to her about it. Imagine how he would feel if he found that information and he finds out, damn, my neighbor I thought was my friend that I do farming stuff with from time to time, or eat with at these restaurants from time to time, is looking me in my face and shaking my damn hand. And after he's shaking my damn hand, he's literally talking to my wife about the dudes that she's screwing. Like, that's some messed up shit, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. But he said, hi, I just saw you were live, busy with work, but wanted to stop in and say, hey, good to see you. Thank you, Dana. I appreciate you, as always. As always. Thank you. I hope you have a good day. And, maybe we'll see you here in a little bit. A gynecologist? Oh, no. You already know.
In a text message, when she was upset
What's
Gary
going on, bro?
would leave, she's talking about, she said, my response to his fit he threw was, I hope you die alone in a gruesome death. She's asked by law enforcement, she didn't say anything about hoping he died or anything like that. Terry responds and says, there you go. He's going to push you over the edge. I know, and that scares me. Told him finally to go where could not even see or hear him. It would be in his best interest. You're going to see some text messages, things in this. She portrays this, pivots. But an ever constant in their marriage, tension, an ever constant tension is money.
Right,
she did not like that Gary would use his money the way he did. It's referred to sometimes by people as a Farris wheel because there was drama. There was definitely drama.
That's in every family.
Chris had his issues. Melody didn't really like Chris.
Come on,
Chris would use checking account numbers and credit card numbers and things like that. And he had paid for, coming up to this point, he had paid for a beach vacation. I think we were in a condo or something like that. And Melody was furious. She did not like that Gary was just going to go with him. And Gary basically he'd say stuff, but he'd write the check or he'd say, okay. He wouldn't really do anything. It's his kids, his sons. He could afford it. She'd say things like, this is the last straw. I've had it. I'm taking measures. It shows that her mindset is this money, this money, this money. And that leads to this. Bullet in his ribs. They go in the house and look at the house. These are steps going down to the basement. There's blood. There's going to be evidence of blood and cleanup in the kitchen. Her domain. Down the steps. When you get off those steps, if you take off those steps, you can see it. Scott saw some blood on the floor down there. Law enforcement saw it. They go back and spray Blue Star. This chemical stuff that'll light up, and you'll see it. You see those 4, 3, 2, 1 placards there? It's a trail of blood. I've circled this so you can see. Down there is a sofa. There's a ottoman, I believe is the term.
I know what part you're talking about, too.
And as you get closer, law enforcement found another bullet. We do not know how many times Gary was shot. We know he was shot and killed.
Yeah, the trial may be over. I have questions, but it's not really over. It's not really over because this case is just ass backwards. Did you watch it from start to finish? Can you call up and tell me the details about this? Because I mean, I have questions for this case. He might be over and she may have been found guilty, but I mean, jurors are allowed to go to work and talk about the case with people who've worked the case. That's okay. So you would want to face one of your peers in court that's a juror. I just had this question for you. This is one of my questions. Would you let one of these jurors be on your case for murder that literally worked with other people and were talking about the case and be perfectly fine with that? There ain't no way in hell. Hell no. And that's just one question. That's just one question. Seriously, I'm serious as hell. Like, I mean, there's so many questions going on here. Yeah, there needs to be a retrial for sure, because there was stuff done wrong here. There was stuff done wrong here for sure. I mean, in this case, blatantly, and you can see it. You can see it when it happens. When you hear it, you just know what's right and what's wrong, right? It's like going out and knowing that you're doing something bad and saying, no, I didn't do nothing bad. Nah, there's just a lot of effed up stuff in this trial, and I wouldn't want any one of you in here that live in America to deal with this type of jury and these type of people. I mean, they were deadlocked at one point, and then it flipped to guilty, right? And she still has to go up for sentencing, which I believe is December 14th. So the fact that she was found guilty, and there was holes in some people's stories when you're listening to them on the stand, and it's not matching up with what you're being told, and they're using terms like they called me and I told them. So you're going to tell me that you found your dad's body, but the police called you? They didn't even know your dad was missing at the time, right? So how did they call you? How did the police call you at the burn pit when you found the body? That's all. Those are questions that I have, because that was his words. I mean, I will let you hear it, just so you know. This is the thing that made me bat my eye at this case. And then normally I don't do that, but this one just was like, damn, you cannot help but just bat an eye at this. Where's it at? Here it is. Right here.
Do you remember what you said to him?
I believe that, they called, they asked, did the normal routine.
I believe that they called and they asked, did the normal routine. That's his words, not mine. I believe they called, they asked, did the normal routine. So the police called you and asked about your murder? Or I'm sorry, not your murder. Let me switch that up a little bit. So the police called and asked you about the body you found in that pile? Is that what you're telling me? You're telling me the police called you? See, that's where I start having problems. Right there with the statement like that. They called me and told me, like, what? What do you mean they called you? You found the body. You called them. And nobody corrected them up on that stand, which baffled me. When that wasn't questioned, because they and I are two different things. They calling you is just not realistic. The police calling you when you're at the burn pile finding your dad's body. Again, if you mixed up your words, we would love to hear that. But it sounds crazy. You said, I'm sure they will file an appeal. Not sure. Have they yet? Since it was just last week. Right. It just happened. She just got smacked guilty. That was going on. Lotus, welcome to the stream. Great question. I'm just saying that when I heard that, did it make you bat an eye a little bit? Like when you hear they called me, but he's saying he found his dad's body in the burn pit and called the police. So how are the police calling you when you found the body? You would be it's other way around, right? Or am I taking that? Am I being too literal? I mean, I'm not saying that you can't skip over your words, but that needs to be corrected for a juror. You're immediately planting doubt in my mind. If I'm sitting there, I'm one of the jurors. I'm one of those 12. I'm right there. I got doubt. Now I'm doubting. So now I need to hear that either be corrected. You said that wrong, something, because police aren't calling you when you find a body. You're calling them. And that's just that. You said I thought that it was Rusty that said that, not Steven. No. Scott said that. Scott was on the stand and he said that. This was the son. Scott, who got on the stand and said that they called me and they just followed here again, just so I don't mix his words up. I want you to hear his words.
I believe they called.
When he called 911, do you remember what you said to him?
I believe that, they called, they asked, did the normal routine.
I believe they called, they asked, they did the normal routine. Hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right. Where's my buttons at? Where's my buttons at?
We know there are at least two.
Hey,
the blood trail from the kitchen up there.
So, wow.
The evidence is they had an argument.
Right,
she shot him. He goes downstairs trying to get away. She shoots him again. Whether he was able on his own to get out those doors or she got him out herself. Top and bottom. No home invasion. No robbery. Nothing. And that brings us to what we call means, motive, and opportunity. How do you get away with a murder if there's no confession? How do you get away with a murder if there's no video of it? How do you get away with a murder if you try to burn and destroy all the evidence? You don't. When you use your common sense and all the evidence to put it together to shrink the world, and the only reasonable answer is she did it. For example, if they say Scott did it, Scott's not going to shoot us dead when he's paying all the bills. It's a gravy train. That's just not going to happen.
Fact.
Let's first talk about opportunity. The reason why you shrink the world down, and you will see at the times in this case, when he was killed and when his body was moved, when things are going on, the only person that's going to be at that house, the only person is her. No one else. Just her. Sure, people were coming and going, but not when things were going on.
What's up with the lag, bro?
The other thing you consider is sometimes in the case,
I don't like lag. I'm not too fond of lag.
with strong evidence is deception, mendacity. When you see that, she's close.
I'm going to read that too. 2008, fire at other house, and 2016 at Purcell Lane, which is obviously the house where this incident has taken place at. Defendant claims she had gotten so scared of fire after that, which she's talking about the fire in 2008. So I could kind of understand that. She had been so just scared of fire in here. She was scared to death. She figured Gary would burn her house down. There was a cigarette incident. I know they're about to get into the cigarette incident. There was a cigarette put into a trash can, and there was such a fire. I forget what happened after that, but she was scared after that incident, and that's what they get to talking about. She figured Gary would burn the house down. Read that. They just didn't leave him here much alone. She told Gary, don't leave that fire. She told Gary, please don't leave that fire. And she told Gary when discussing dinner that he cannot go off and leave that fire. What does that say? Something I see. So would Gary, you've got to watch that fire? Is that what that says? Oh, Gary would have to watch that fire, something like that. I see words in the way, so that's law and crimes in the way. I can't see it. She said there is no reasoning with him. He's a lawyer, blank, gonna burn it or die trying. Huh. All right, let's keep going.
It lies. And you'll see it through the trial. The evidence will show that. Here's the thing she says about fires. The context, the common sense, the circumstantial evidence.
Right.
Gary liked to set things on fire. He liked to burn stuff. I think about 2008, they had another house.
Oh my God.
Alpharetta, that they moved from to the farm. He set, I think, the backwoods on fire or something at night. Caught on fire. She hated that with understandable concern. It's dangerous. People are scared of fires. I get it. She's concerned about that. And then in the same house before this murder in 2016, I believe. He set the house on fire from the basement up, smoking cigarettes in the trash can left in there, and they caught the house on fire.
Oh my God, what is up with the
She went
lad?
after him. She is strong-willed. She has a backbone. She's tough-minded. And she would tell him how she felt. She told investigators things like this. I try to put together some of the things you'll hear. She had gotten so scared of fire after that. She had been just scared of the fire. She was scared to death. She figured Gary would burn her house down. They just didn't leave him here much alone because he would, I think she said, break a steel trap or something like that. She told Gary, don't leave the fire. She told Gary, please don't leave the fire. She told Gary when discussing dinner, they cannot go off and leave that fire. She told Gary, you got to watch the fire. She said there's no reason with him. He's a lawyer. He was going to burn it or die trying. Slip of tongue, but that's what she said. That was the opportunity. It's going to be her. Means. Means is how could you have done it? Because the question you're going to have in your mind that's going to boil down to this case is how did that little lady get that big man on the burn pile? She's a cowgirl, farm girl. Her daddy owned a hardware store growing up. She's been around it. She had ropes, leads, straps, tow lines. Did I mention they had a tractor? Means. Necessity is the mother of all inventions. You just committed murder, you'll be motivated if you have the means. Did I also say tell you they had an RTV? She knew I was driving a boat. Wednesday morning, Scott leaves to go play golf about 7 o'clock that morning. She doesn't leave and go to the lake till around 12 something. No one's in the house. She comes back that night and tells the kids they go to bed early. Motive.
It's just skipping all
in
over.
My business, there's nothing.
What's going on? What's going on, Internet Boo Boo? Welcome. I cannot stand this skipping. It makes me want to pick the laptop up and skip it off the ground. But you know what? Then I wouldn't be able to be here. So we're good. I'm getting irritated though. I can't stand lag. One thing I can't stand. Internet Boo Boo. Thank you. Hold up 1 second. Let me pull this back up too. Trying to shut a few things down real quick. See if that makes a difference. Either way, I could really turn on my iMac and it won't be an issue whatsoever. I just have to turn this computer all the way off, which is fine if I got to do it. I don't care. Let me know if you hear this. What's going on? Why is it not working? It's a bunch of lag all over the place. There we go. That's delayed. Even the system's delayed. My bad with the lag for you guys. If I need to switch over to the other computer, I will. So let me know if it becomes a problem for you. Let me know. I will move the computer. I'll get on the other computer because it's way better personally. But I'm just on this computer, it's more mobile. So at the same time, and my other computer's in the shop right now. The graphics card went out on that. So when I get that back, it'll be way better. You said I have questions. I heard that she was speaking with half-deaf boyfriend. I felt she meant, how could so much be gone and he's at the burn pile, in my opinion. He's at the burn pile. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. And I appreciate you coming by too. Thank you for the 7 months of the commitment being here with the Rev Gang. We appreciate all the love you bring. Shout out to her. Sadie, I'm there actually. I'm past that, you know? And I appreciate you taking the time out your day to speak that to me, because some people don't have the courage to to say whatever, right? But I appreciate you for being one of those to say that. Truly. I mean, you didn't have to pay $10 to tell me that, because I promise I'm reading your comments. But thank you for thinking I'm worth your time. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you for keeping it 100. And thank you, Rev Gang Strong. We're back though. It don't matter. It don't matter who's here. We're back. I can tell you that right now. I promise you. 100%. I mean, if you can't see that off, if people can't see that off the energy, then they're gonna have to let it be themselves. It just is what it is. Like sometimes you grow through things in a certain way, right? We're all human, right? And at some point, you let things make or break you, and I let something break me and turn me into a very weak person. And I'm man enough to admit that I was turned into a weak person. I got deep into my depression and let my depression isolate me like I normally would do, instead of just saying, what am I doing? Like, I'm messing up right now. You know, Sadie, that's kind of the mind state, and everything that I kind of went through in my mind was just dealing with this certain depression that I let get me off so deep when it really wasn't that. I always had people like Sadie, Delana, Angelica, Cassie, MTB, Sussbusters, people who've been by my side for a long time. And that right there is everything, right? Like, that's everything. So why I wasn't paying attention to that, and I was paying attention to the negative, shame on me. But waking up was something that I needed and that I did on my own. And I had to do it on my own because nobody could do anything for me. I shut down from Discord. I shut down from everyone. I just said, F this shit, and closed the book and didn't look at it. I was tapping out. I was being weak. But it takes one to notice that, right? And that's what I was doing, essentially. I was letting myself be weak, that weak person that I built up not to be, right? Like this person that I'm like, man, I'm so committed to the change, to being a voice for the voiceless, which we always have been here. But when things start to interfere that, or things cloud that vision, you won't see much of me, because why would I want to come on and make it worse for myself, right? Why would I want to come on and be angry? You guys don't deserve that. First of all, Rev Gang absolutely does not deserve me coming on here with you guys and being upset. That's not fair to you, because you're not getting that natural energy from me, that person that I really am. I'm fighting with something in my mind, and I want to say that I'm okay to everybody who's worried, because I've seen these messages. I've seen these things coming in, and I just didn't want to get up here and disappoint you guys. Some people be like, well, you disappointed me not coming on. Well, I couldn't come on. I wouldn't be myself. I was in a funk. I was in something that people who deal with depression like me have to get out of it on their own, and there's nobody around you that could do anything about it but you. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of those things that I went through. And again, shame on me for letting people push me to that point. But it is what it is. And I'm willing to stand on that. It just is what it is. And no matter what, I woke up days ago, well, actually weeks ago, and said, you know what? I'm not going to be that person. I'm not going to let these people. Why am I letting people hurt my feelings? Why am I letting people make me feel a certain way? Right? Like, I'm dead serious. I think the day that I did that, I went in Discord and was telling Delana and everybody in there that was listening, because I was just speaking to them in general. If I'm speaking to main chat, I'm speaking to everybody. And I said, I'm gonna get a spine. My spine is gonna be replaced. I'm acting like I don't have a spine right now. Am I serious? Like, I'm literally looking at myself, like having this conversation with myself. It sounds crazy, right? But I'm like, am I serious? I don't have a fucking spine? Like, when did that happen? Right? Like, we always had that around here. But in general, I want to say this, because some of you may understand and some of you may not understand this. And I hope you do, from the bottom of my heart. When it comes to what I do on my channel here, when it comes to true crime, music, anything that I do is something that I love, and that'll never stop. There's not enough people in the world that could tell me that would make me stop, because that's what I love. So in general, letting people get me bent and get me out of shape, right, in my mind, mentally, because I literally was out of shape. I can admit it. And I shut down, and I kept coming back. trying to put on that smile that wasn't there, non-existent. I mean, the energy and all the lives should be able to be readable. Like, you can go back and look at that and see, like, damn, like he was really going through something, right? It just is what it is. And I said to myself, I can't let people do that to me anymore. You know why? Because it ruins my children. If I'm going through depression, what can I do for them? I can only be the example that I need to be for them if I'm clear there. You know what I mean? I have to set an example for not only my children, but maybe you have grandkids that are walking around and looking. And I understand, again, that's why I didn't want to get on, because I didn't want to be cussing left and right. I know a lot of you are women, and I respect that. And then me getting on here with a filthy mouth, yes, I'll slip in some here and there, and maybe I've been a little bit aggressive lately, but sometimes you just got to let shit, play its course. And I was going through one of those moments for a while where I had to let it play its course. But as far as it being back to me, if you can't tell, I don't know what to say. But hey, I feel great mentally. I'm working on school, working on job. I'm working on tons of different things right now. Like there's things that I'm managing here. So the fact that I was able to pull out of that and really get myself together, and still I looked back at all the accomplishments, getting custody, having my son, getting the kids back in my life in general, finding out the answers that I needed to find out, which was very important. A lot of that has been part of the healing process in a way, but I was going through it at the same time. And the more that I would look at it, I didn't want it to affect what's going on around my son, because he's 15. He doesn't deserve that. He doesn't. And I'd be selfish to do anything else, right? Like I'd have been selfish to force myself and come back on when I'm not ready and, sit here and try to say that I'm, fine when I'm not. I really just had to recover. And that's really what I feel like. And that's from the bottom of my heart. You either know or you don't. But shout out to all of you, the people who support, checked up on me. I love you guys to death. Thank you. I'm telling you. So that gives you passion about it. Also, T-REV, you have a solid goal heart. I'm not perfect. But one thing I'm not going to do is sit here and bullshit you. Tell you that right now. That's a waste of time. That's a waste of all of our times. We're trying to make a difference, and we're trying to do it fast. It takes time, takes patience, but we're trying to make a difference. I mean, these people, I don't know. I feel like people just want to keep a fire going, right? Instead, and I feel like it's been like this. People see people changing and they hate on that, but that's natural. I already know that. Like I've been doing this shit for a long time to be able to tell the difference between hatred and love. You're never supposed to pay attention to the hatred. That's the shit we're trying to fix. So you got to pay attention to all the love, because when you pay attention to that love, then you're able to be in that best element to help change. If you are soaking in that hatred and not paying any attention to that love, then you're just becoming a product to the bullshit, And I definitely don't let people force me to do shit. I'm going to always figure it out like an adult. And how I have to, it's part of being, waking up every day, thinking how to be better, how to mature. What can you do to be a better person? What can I do to be a better role model for my children? What can I do to show them, to lead them? Because nobody's going to lead them in the direction they need to be led into. They're not going to be led into any direction without me being there. I have to be there for them. And here, like, I want to set the example. Like my son looked at me the other day, he goes, I want to stream just like you. And I was like, wow, damn, like this is really, like I need to really set the bar high. I need to break this curse in our family where mom's felon and going through all this different shit, right? I've never been nobody that really lived off my parents ever. I've never have. I've been on my own since I was 13 years old. I figured it out no matter what. And that's what I'm going to continue to do. But I want to do it at a higher level to be able to set that example for my son and my daughter to have a better life. And I'm not going to let anybody get in the way of that. Point blank, period. It's just something that has to happen. It needed to happen a long time ago. I got the answers I needed to get, and that's just that. It happened. So you can't look back. You keep looking back, your ass is gonna be standing in the back. You know what I mean? But shout out to y'all. I love you. I appreciate the real shit and not the fakery. I like people spitting it just like she did. Thank you, Sadie. You said my daughter is 10. We understand you have to take care of your mental health to be there. It's important. It's important. You know, it is. It's important. But that's the truth. I got weak. I would have never been off for 5 or 6 months. And, you know, you look back, if you go over the videos and everything that I've done here, you can see that when I'm consistent, that's because I was happy in a way. Even though I could have been going through something, but it was so happy to get on and talk to you guys all the time. That was my getaway. When I was there, when I was in Indiana, that was my getaway. Getting on with you guys, talking to you guys that was my getaway. Not only getaway, but found the Rev Gang family and came in a strong force. It's something that I never expected. You don't expect that. You don't expect things like that to happen because it happens naturally. It doesn't happen because you force the hand. God wants to come and be in your life. Well, she's in your life every day, but God wants to come and reward you in your life when you stop thinking like that. When you're thinking, oh, let me think of how I can get clout in this direction, and let me think of how I can grow this video or get views on this video. That's when you don't do good, right? Like people don't understand that. That's why I always preach. You don't sit there and ask people for money, or you don't beg people for shit. You do what you do because you love it. And if people want to come along and there's blessings along the way, then so be it. That's the way. You don't go to a job and get on your knees and say, give me money. No, you go. Usually most people work somewhere they either love, a career they've been chasing, something. There's love and passion there. You don't just do this. I mean, there is some people that do it, and they're boring as shit, let me tell you. But that's a whole nother story. You know what I mean? He said, cussing don't bother me one bit, I promise. Thank you, Mama D. I appreciate you. I know you do. You've been by me since you've been Rev Gang, and that hasn't changed. Seriously. You said you have to realize, T, that we are here for you as much as you are been here for us. I cannot tell you how many times I just felt a little less lonely knowing the Rev Gang is the real deal. I appreciate you, Sadie. That's very kind words, and that means a lot to me. Thank you. That does. That's what it is. Use it. Yeah, you know what I mean? Exactly, Kiki. Exactly. Can't be faking and lying. Kids will follow that. That's the truth. People faking and lying. There's all types. There's Lil Durk out there. You got people, you know, who are putting on this facade of being a gangster out here shooting people dead in the streets, 15, 16, 17-year-olds in Chicago. Look it up. I can pull up the video right now on the screen. You'll see a 15-year-old holding a rifle right in his hand in the middle of Chicago. Standing there, gun big as hell, hanging right down to his leg. I'm like, damn, like this is really a 15-year-old boy talking about he's smoking on another dead man? Crazy. It's crazy. When she was on the stand, you said, did the daughter, when she was on the stand, say that her brother and mother were having an affair? Crazy. Yep. She didn't say brother and mother were having an affair, but she said that it was Ted Wiley and somebody else. I can't remember the dude's name, but he's going to be on here as we keep going.
New under the sun.
Keep it right.
You don't have to be smart to be an attorney. You have to have common sense. And when it comes to motive, the question you're going to have is, one is, how does she get him out there? That's answer. Eva's just going to answer that. Why did she do this? Why?
That's what it's about, really.
Why? Even for a husband she doesn't like, he has money. Well, she didn't inherit, intestate succession. She gets stuff under Georgia law. Even if he died of an accident, she'd probably get more money. Motive.
Man, it's laggy, bro.
Let me introduce you to a person called Rusty. Law enforcement trying to figure out what's going on. They're at the house, they get consent, things like that. They search her purse and they find, the things you think you find in a purse, but they find this bank card, credit card, debit card, whatever it is, this financial card. And they find the name Roy Barton on it. And so they're asking, hey, who's Roy Barton? Well, She says, my cousin, Martha Jane, was married to Roy Barton years ago. In fact, in 2014, that's when this kind of starts off. But she doesn't mention Rusty. She's playing it off as Roy Barton Sr. And he's died. And I just had that. God, it was there. Something along those lines. The Rusty Barton, though, the Rusty Barton, is not senior, it's junior. And he's a character. He's reluctant. He's talking about the evidence going to show he's going to change. You're going to be introduced to Rusty Barton, who's from Tennessee, and we're bringing him in. I do not know what he will say on that stand. I know what he said in the past. He's flip-flop. That's what the evidence is going to show. But you're going to be able to use the law, which is called prior inconsistent statements. You're going to be able to judge when he said this, and when he says this, and when he says this, what do you believe? A little background on Rusty. He knew them since teenagers. I think he knew her when she was 15. Martha Jane, which is her second cousin, more like a mother figure.
What?
She loves Martha Jane. Martha Jane's a good woman, a godly woman.
That's gonna make me switch to the iMac.
Martha Jane loves the defendant. They were married to Rusty's father. So Martha Jane and Roy Sr. were married. Rusty and the defendant became romantic in about 2014. She was up there helping.
There's no way. It's irritating me. I'm about to hook up to this computer.
Martha Jane, I think she had open heart surgery. In fact, Rusty actually took Martha Jane to Emily's wedding. Up close and personal. The affair was going on for about 4 years, 2014, 2018. And after. Gary knew about it. There's an email he received that put him on notice about from Rusty's girlfriend. You're going to hear him ask questions about Rusty talking to her, telling her, don't do that. Rusty did internet searches about wedding rings when law
As soon as this
enforcement was talking to him. They would rendezvous in Dalton, which is about halfway from Tullahoma, Tennessee.
I don't know why it's lagging so bad for me.
Now forever.
I'm about to switch
almost
computers.
halfway exactly. Exit 333. They meet up there. The beginning was monthly, several weeks ago, and then it became weekly.
I appreciate you, Nana. I'm about to switch because this is making me mad.
Family knew what was going on. They had suspicions, but they didn't realize who Rusty was until this broke. They kind of have a 6-month plan. Rusty believed, based on what the defendant was telling him, according to Rusty,
Appreciate you, Sailor.
that Gary had some esophagus cancer or something, bleeding, something going on, so he was sick and he was going to die. And they kind of had this plan after Gary.
That's crazy, Big Dirty. I got to fix this lag, though, because it's...
Naturally, they would, for 6 months, lay low, and then they would come back and get together. They were in love. They talk like junior high kids in love for the first time, all the time. They had a regular pattern. Law enforcement interviewed Rusty on certain occasions.
I guarantee it don't lag like that when I move over here to this next computer. Guaranteed. I cannot stand that lag, and I'm not about to put you through it.
There's these days when Rusty was interviewed, and
I'm here.
basically goes from I don't know anything, and then they press it. We told you in a trial like this, it can be a contact sport. The attorneys can get after it. We can get after it. I can get after it.
I can get after it.
They get after it with Rusty. I'll be professional. But they did the good cop, bad cop with Rusty because he didn't want to give up on Melody. And you're going to hear how they talk to him about this is a
Why, Rusty? You understand me, boy?
death penalty case. You can be arrested for this. You can be what side you want to be on in the courtroom. All techniques law enforcement
I'll tell these law enforcement as I can
use to have someone talk. He talks to them. And they use him in the sense of they would get information from him, and then he would
You know what, Rev? I'm sick and tired of your slow-ass internet. You better turn on that other computer and get to playing that damn shit properly, because we're not putting up with this type of quality. You understand me, young man? I got you. Hold up, y'all. We're not dealing with that. I can't do that lag. That lag's insane.
I'm telling you right now, that lag is something that I just cannot deal with. It irritates me. I wish I could stay, but have so much to do. I appreciate you. Thank you. Shout out to you, Lotus. We appreciate you. He said, I'm back. I have to mute my phone. I have to call my aunt back. I'm just pausing this because I'm about to switch over. There's no way I can deal with that lag. I don't want y'all to deal with it either. That's annoying to me. If anything annoys me, lag is annoying. I'm going to have to turn this one off and switch over to the other one, but I'm not. Like, I'll literally be in the stream the whole time, so I don't mean off, like get offline and get back on. I'm just switching midstream. You hear? You probably hear me in the background.
That is my wife. My wife is laughing today, T-REV. T-REV. You understand, man, all the things I've done heard about you? I still love you, brother. All the stuff, all the good and merry things we heard about the T-REV, we love you. That is my wife, Fred. I told you that is my wife. And you better start believing it. Okay? Real men stand up for their wife.
That'll never get old. That shit'll never get old. That'll be forever funny. I'm coming. Trust me, I'm coming. I'm sorry, y'all. This lag is crazy. I had to boot this bad boy back up because I'm about to get on this computer. I'm not dealing with that all day. No way. No way, Jose.
But one thing we do know is that your wife.
You know?
You know what I mean, pal? Hey, Rev, fuck that fat mother.
Nah, just like, excuse my language. That's a Papa Sal impression, though. That's funny as hell.
Hey, Rev, you know? You ought to tell the Rev gang I'm over hanging out, you know?
What'd he say?
Yeah. You ought to tell the Rev gang I'm over hanging out with you tonight, you know? Papa Sal. Up that fat mother.
That shit's funny. I'm sorry. He said, yes, we need to speed him up, not slow him down. Exactly. It's slow. I'm like, there's no way we're going to deal with that. We're switching.
Papa Sal, you know? I remember the good old days, Idaho 4, you know? You didn't watch this shit, this trial stuff. We took phone calls and did stuff.
Shout out to Papa Sal, man. I miss that guy. Hell of a guy. Hell of a guy. You know?
Where's the old T-REV? No, this is the same T-REV, not the old one, you know? You gotta get to know him first, you know?
Oh, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. It's not the trial, I swear. I'm switching over computers. She said, the fuck? I'm coming, Jips. I'm coming. Trust me. I'm gonna have to turn the other stream off though. Stream. Okay. All right, here we go. I don't care if I gotta show the other screen or not. It don't matter to me. All right, I got it running.
Hey, Rev. Tell these people who you really are, you know? Tell them you're a rapper.
Papa style. We need you to chill out, man. As long as it's gonna take to load, dang. Oh well, this means more time you're stuck with me this afternoon.
Do you remember what you said to him?
I believe that, they called, they asked, did the normal routine.
I'm sure they did do the normal routine. All right, hold on. Here we go. What? Okay, there we go. Papa salad. There we go. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute.
He was willing to cooperate and record some calls and some things like that.
I was literally. All right. Why is it like? I don't know why it's doing that. Nope. What about now? Nope. Are we good? Let me know if you can hear me. Is it echoing? I don't hear the echo no more. Let me know if we're echoing up. Let me know. For some reason, I can't get this working, but it is what it is. I'm doing it. I'm not about to lag. No way. Absolutely not. So I need to share this screen. Okay, gotcha. Oh, that's why I did it last time, y'all. I got you. That makes sense. So let's do this. Let me hit present. Right. Okay. Entire screen. We want to share the entire screen. To share audio, share tab instead. See, it's trying to be weird and say, okay, so we'll do this one. It's not going to stop me from sharing this. What? It is. It's being weird. Oh, well. It is what it is. I'm going to figure this out. Let's do this. Give me 1 second. I can see chat. I need my other computer ASAP. For now, but this one's good though. Okay. Maybe it'll. Okay, I got it. Some reason won't let me select it. All right. So let me know if you can hear this. You said no echo now. That's good. I'm glad there's no echo. Let me know if you can hear the actual audio coming in now. Ready? Let me know if you can hear this. It's probably, it might be low though. Let me see. It said hear you now, a little low. I see that though. No echo now. Nope. Okay. You can't hear it. That's all right. That's all I need to know. You can't hear it. So now we got to find that. We got to find what's stopping that right now. Oopsie. My bad. For some reason, it's not showing me the, I don't know why it's not showing me the bottom. Weird. Oh, there we go. Present. Boom. Okay, finally. Thank you. All right, you should be able to hear it now. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Now.
When he shrank the world to the only person that had the motive was her. The only person that was home when this could have occurred Tuesday evening, going in from Tuesday the 3rd to Wednesday the 4th, about 2 o'clock in the morning. Law enforcement talks to Rusty and says, all right, what did she say? And he describes it as the last minute, last conversation. This is what he tells law enforcement. She said, Gary's in the burn pile. No. She said he is in the burn pile.
Okay, so we're loud and clear now. I've had to fix that. I cannot deal with lag, and there's no way I'm about to make you guys deal with lag either. No way. It annoys me alone. So if it annoys me, I won't. You just can't do nothing with that. It makes you, I don't know. It makes me out of rhythm. Can't deal with lag. Gotta have the fastest. All right, let's roll.
I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know that. This is what, before
I hear you, boss.
Anything like that, he's on the phone. The record's going to show that he had 3 or 4 main phone calls during this time. It's going to show that his pattern when he would talk to her was abnormal for this time. There's a phone call. He says, I talked to her. And this is what she said. He's in the burn pile. This would have been July 4th. Now he comes back a year later and recants. Well, his presence and companionship is with the defendant. Law enforcement gets arrest warrants, goes up to Tullahoma, Tennessee to arrest her, and guess who she's with?
Laughing.
Russell.
You know why I'm laughing? You said loud and clear. I'm like, yo, I bet you it's loud for real now. Because I got the speakers blasting. It's probably sounding crazy right now. But you know what? That's better than dealing with lag to me. First of all, I'd rather have no lag. Then I could figure everything else after that, like podcast mic, etc. I know I'm probably coming through the mic on the damn iMac right now, but you know what? At the end of the day, I'd rather have a non-laggy stream than one that's lagging. If you have DM, okay, I'll check it out. Like loud and clear. Hold up, let me fix this because for some reason I'm thinking it's real loud. Let me fix it. I'm sorry, y'all. He said loud and clear. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
After she's arrested, she's in jail before she bonds out. There's actually jail calls. And you're going to hear some of those. And we told you there's going to be calls and things like that. And you're going to have to be patient with us.
Should be good.
It's going to be a lot of information. It's just a piece of this puzzle. But at the end of the day, it's going to show the defendant. So it's past being arrested. He recants to law enforcement. No, she didn't say that. I was pressured. I was under duress. I was taking sleeping pills. I was under alcohol. And then she's talking to him on a phone call. And this is just a part. Now, you're going to hear the whole thing later on. But this is what we call consciousness of guilt. Mm-hmm. The evidence is going to show that she says this, and this is not what an innocent person would say to her lover.
Appreciate you, Angelica. Thank you.
Sure. No. Well, like a long time ago, I just stopped talking.
Cassie, thank you. Thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate you.
I know that.
Shout out to Cassie for the 10 months. How do I sound like vocally, though? I probably sound more like shit because I'm not using my podcast mic, and I apologize, which I will figure that out. But I just don't want you guys going through lag. So, Cassie, thank you for the 10 months. Lily, shout out to you for the 19. I appreciate you. You said my first true crime family. 19 months. That's a hell of a commitment. Thank you so much for believing in me for 19 months. I mean, when I see people that are up there with the months that much, it just shows me, more of you that are genuinely here, like Angelica and tons of you. Delana, Leisure, Nana Boo Boo, Susbusters, been here for a while. Doesn't matter if you're a member or not. Support in here in general, subscribed here in general. That's all support. I appreciate it. Seriously, that you even think like that. So thank you for that, Lily. Angelica, Rap Gang Strong. You put me onto this case. Hey, I would have never came across this case and felt the way that I felt. I don't, like I said earlier in Discord, I don't give a shit if there's 5 people in this live stream. I'm watching this and I'm committed to watching it, and I'm going to be live and we're going to stream it. So when you know what I mean? Like, I mean that shit. We're going to watch every bit of this trial live. I don't care who likes it, who doesn't. I'm doing it because I'm passionate about it. If you want to come and chill with us, come in, smash the like button, sit down, have some coffee. If you don't, it's all right. I respect it. At the end of the day, you like what you like. I like what I like. That's how we're rocking. That's how I've always rocked when it comes to taking phone calls. Idaho 4. That's where the journey started for me, as far as like really like, damn, I really love this shit. Like when you talk to people, I was talking to a lot of people during the day on there. I mean, good gracious. I don't think there's been one case like Idaho 4, the phone calls ringing constantly. I mean, over 150,000 phone calls. So, I mean, let that do the math for you. 150,000 phone calls within a short amount of time was crazy. Like, people blowing up. I would answer the phone and was hanging up on people. Like, literally just hanging up on them. I'm like, damn, I feel bad. Like, she just started saying a couple words and got hung up on. We were breaking Google. Straight up. We were breaking Google. But thank you. I appreciate you, Angela. Angelica. Actually, I said Angela, like you're Angela. You ain't no damn Angela. You better put me in my place. No, I'm just playing. Donna, what's going on? Welcome. You said I was here for Kylie Rodney. Upchurch brought me. Cassie, salute. Yeah, you know how that is. You know what we think about Kylie Rodney and just that death in general. But apparently people don't feel the same way. And I'm not saying people as in you guys. I mean, our peers that are working as police officers don't feel the same way. They obviously see something different. The coroner sees something different than some of us see. And that's just part of it. It's part of it. I would love to see all the evidence in that case or their thoughts or what their thoughts were at the time. But if you have nothing to go off of, I understand that too. So I don't know. That case definitely always bothered me. Kylie Rodney. Robbed.
Sometimes others, what you keep talking about, you're going to single-handedly hang me.
Speak the truth.
We don't want to see that.
This is what the charges. Malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, concealing death, and another, making false statements.
So hold up. The crimes that all right. So again, remember she was found guilty on all of these: malice, felony, aggravated, concealing death of another, and making false statements. I didn't get to the part where I heard about her false statements. I really didn't. I'm looking forward to hearing that because I haven't heard that. And maybe that changes my mind a little bit. But so far, this trial has been crazy. Not this part. I'm talking about what's coming up.
We are here because Gary cannot be here. And the only reason we're here is by her hand. Malice murder is the unlawful killing of somebody with malice aforethought. It doesn't mean someone's wicked in that sense or malice in the sense that is hatred or things like that. It is the unlawful intent to kill. And the judge is going to charge on that. One shot could be felony murder if they're fighting and she just reacts. 2 shots and burning. It's depraved. Felony murder.
Hold up. Come on. I know you're a human like I am. You know damn well that 5'3", 5'4" woman is not moving that body without any tractor, any side-by-side, and your own investigators on the case didn't even test the blood on the tractor. You guys tested it and it came up as blood, but you didn't send it off to the lab. What's going on? Something stinks to high heaven. You're going to light something up with luminol, but you're not going to dab enough for it. You say it's not enough. It's a sample size. It's a blase blah, right? But if it's just a sample size, that's not enough for a blood sample. Then why even show it in the courtroom? Because you're saying it's not enough for a blood sample, but yet other people have testified that it is. What they're seeing on that picture is enough. So it's just super weird. There's a lot of weird factors. I'm telling you, the variables in this case is crazy. I get people saying, "Oh, mom's guilty," but would you be okay with a killer, another person who assisted someone in a murder, being free right now? Would you be okay with that and be okay with those people coming around your kids and hanging out, partying, and you have lunch together? Are you cool with that? Somebody who's willing to help someone cover up a murder? I mean, that tells me a lot about a person. That tells me they'll do the same thing to you or anybody else in their life, especially if they're doing it to their dad. Allegedly. Now, I'm not saying that's what happened, but it's possible. And when you listen to it, you can't help but pick out the bullshit in it.
It's going to show that even if she didn't intend to, with malice, to kill him, that intent to kill, that she had
That's
that
true,
gun
Angelica.
just went off.
That's true.
Not the case because she shot him twice. That's still felony murder. It's not the intent to kill. It's the intent to do the underlying felony, which is aggravated assault. Pointing the gun at someone and shooting them, and they die. Even if you didn't mean for them to die, it's still felony murder. There's no malice involved. There's no intent to kill.
Agreed.
Ag assault is just the shooting. Concealing death of another. The law is designed to prevent certain conduct, and the case that you have before you shows what it's designed to prevent. Not only was Gary Farris murdered, and he has friends and family that watch this, that are here, but they were deprived of him.
Damn. So Heather, how do you think
she burned him up?
How do you think she moved him? Talk to me. I mean, let me know what you think. How do you think this woman moved him? I'd like to see your analysis.
Y'all forget about all this out here. My job, representing the district attorney,
I got one,
is to present this case to you without fear,
email
favor, or affection. Your job, under your oath, is to speak the truth. I talked to you about veritas. You see the word verdict. It's truth, speak. It's the word veritas with dit in Latin, to speak. When you're done with this case, take all the time you need. Forgive me when I bumble through things, when I get sideways, when I'm doing my job. But remember, I am representing a voice that has been snuffed out and taken away. And Megan Frankis and I are going to present you with the evidence. And there's two sides to the truth. That is, where you see the deceit and the lies in this case.
I don't think he's lying.
That points to he did it.
This guy. It's a prosecutor.
When you see the opportunity,
he cares.
The means, and the motive. Money, sex, new life. The truth. As sad as it is, as hard as it is that the defendant murdered.
With you on that, Honeybee.
And desecrated her own husband.
But the evidence should show that. Right? The evidence should show that.
That's right.
Would this be a good time for a break, or?
I'm gonna let y'all go and then we'll break after that. Reset. Anybody need a break? All right. I got one taker. All right.
I got one taker.
We'll go ahead and take a break. It'll be, if one of you are going.
He said, I got one taker. All right, we're going to take a break. And, we're going to get on to the next trial. No, it's fine. What did he take a break? Oh, damn. So they took a little break for what? From 1 hour and 44 minutes all the way up to about 2:07. All right, we're going to take a break. He's tripping. All right, let's get up here. It should be close. Okay. We should be able to move up to about right here. There we go. Can you guys hear me? Clear? Or is it muffled? I'm locked in. All right, just making sure. I thought I was talking to my damn soul. I'm like, hold on, what am I doing? Order in the court. You said it's clear? Good, Cassie. Good. I thought this shit was muffled or something. I think about sound and audio all the time. You said yes. I love yins. I love yins. That is my wife, and before you convict her, I have to talk to you about this evidence you're serving her today. Order in the damn court. It better. I hope it sounds.
All right, go ahead.
All right, I'm done messing up.
Mr. Weaver, as y'all recall, he did voir dire, so I didn't get to talk to you too much. We kind of broke it up. He got stuck with that task in lieu of me doing opening statements. So my name is Michael Ray. Along with John Luke Weaver, we're representing Mr. Farris. Thank y'all for
defense attorneys on.
I know that a 3 or 4.
What's going on, Smarty? Nice to see you.
A 3 or 4 week long trial is not how you anticipated spending.
Appreciate that, Cassie.
Your beginning of fall. So we do appreciate that, and we have worked quite diligently. I've had this case for 6 years now, of trying to whittle it down to what is the most important pieces of evidence to show to you and to present to you.
I agree. And being that this one's short, I'm going to add a little more commentary in here just because I feel like it. This one's a short trial, or like a short first day, 4 hours. You got the prosecution that came up through their pitch. You got the defense now that's coming up. And before he really goes into everything, I agree. You said if they used that type of equipment all the time, you wouldn't be able to tell if they were tracks or if there were tracks all over. I wouldn't be able to tell what truck went where on 40 acres behind my house. Absolutely. Hit that on the button. So my question to you, Heather, is do you think that she got the body to the side-by-side or the tractor out in the garage, was able to pull, tug, and put him there? Like, you got allegedly Scott lived on the property in the barn or something like that. I forget exactly what was mentioned, and we will listen to that and hear it as it goes down. But are we thinking that she did it on the limb, knowing that her son's on the property, etc.? Because it seemed like, as they said, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th of July was weird days, right? But July 4th, I think, was the last that anybody known he was alive around that date. On the 3rd, he talked. So did something happen by that fire when he went and started the fire? But again, it started in the kitchen. So it's like, okay, maybe there was a fire, but something happened in the house. I don't know. You're gonna have to give me your thoughts once we get there, but it's wild, like I said. Some people think football is a matter of life and death. Yeah, I know, right? Tell me about it. First of all, in this case is the burn pile murder. It is a very, very, very wealthy attorney. Okay. This wealthy attorney was brutally killed, murdered in Georgia. And that's where this trial took place. She was just found guilty, but I see a lot of things in here that make me bat an eye. And I just want to see if people feel the same way, or do people really believe she's just that evil? And at the end, I'll get all your thoughts. But as we go too, I'll keep asking you questions like, do you think she could move that body? That'll be a question I ask 50 million times. Do you think this 5'3", 5'4" woman pulled dead weight all the way to the tractor? Pulled this dead. I mean, did she put Diddy's baby oil on him and slide him across the floor like a slider? Like what happened here? Like how did she get him from what looked like blood downstairs outside? You're welcome, Maltese. I appreciate you being here. This trial is personally sparked the fire in me, to be honest with you.
So that you can make a decision in this case. So I don't think we're going to go beyond 4 weeks. It could get done as early as 3, but it might go into 4. But we're definitely going to try to get it moving as quickly as possible. For your jury service, Abraham Lincoln said that one of the greatest services of a citizenship is jury duty. And I think that's very true. It's the equivalent, in my opinion, of voting, because without you, 16 people we have, or if it was in state court, the 6 people we would have, without you, we couldn't do this. We couldn't do our job. Justice couldn't be done. Justice couldn't be done for Melody without you. So thank you for serving. When you act as a juror, or when you're sitting as a juror, in this particular case, and in all cases, you are essentially the conscience of the community, because you're going to hear this evidence, then you're going to apply it to the law that the judge is going to give you, and you're going to render a decision. Because if you recall, when Judge Cannon was going over the oath with you that he read to you last thing, I know you've taken a lot of it. You took one downstairs when there was 120 of you, and then you took another one when you came in your jury bill, and then you came in with the 16 of you, and you took another oath. But in that oath that you took an oath to give a truth verdict according to the evidence. And that's what we're asking you to do. And you heard the judge say that it's your duty to render a truth verdict based on the evidence. And that's exactly what we'll be asking you to do. Now, Mr. Focus, he did a good job in his opening statement. So some of the things are duplicated because obviously when he came in, he didn't know what I was going to say. And when I came in, I didn't know what he was going to say. But I don't want to sit there and regurgitate the same things. But we got to talk about a few things. That one being the indictment. Mr. Focus did a great job going through explaining it. So just kind of to recap what Ms. Farris is charged with. 1, malice murder. That is essentially, keep it simple, and we'll go over it much deeper at the end when the judge actually gives you the charge, and then we get to argue. What malice murder is, somebody's alive, I don't want them alive, and they're dead. That's malice murder. Felony murder, I commit a felony act, and it causes that person's death. Like trying to rob somebody, accidentally shoot them, felony murder. That's what it is. In this case, the felony is the aggravated assault. The state alleges that Ms. Farris shot her husband, Gary Farris. And that was an aggravated assault. And as a result of that assault, he died. So that's how felony, murder, and aggravated assault are linked together. Concealing the death of another is pretty obvious. There's a little more depth to it when you actually look at the actual elements of the offense, but you can imagine what that is. Somebody has passed away and you have concealed it. Making false statements, that's lying to the police. We always say defense attorneys can lie to you, but you cannot lie to police. It's actually a crime. So, this case, and you've heard a little bit of it from Mr. Focus, but you've probably seen on your crime show, because I know from Bordeaux, a lot of you watch the podcast, the crime shows, the true crime and all that. Yeah, you always see defense attorneys talking a lot of time about there's been a rush to judgment in this case. Rush to prosecute the first person that you can get your hands on. But that wasn't this case. Melody was under investigation in this case for over almost a year between the 911 call that you're going to hear shortly and her arrest on June 18th of 2019. So there wasn't a rush to judgment, but what we had in this case was different. It was called confirmation bias. And we'll talk more about this in close, but what a confirmation bias is you got a belief and you've got facts. And that belief and those facts merge together. And that's what you believe. Even though you have all of these other facts over here, you just ignore those facts because that's not in your belief. And that's not in the facts that you want to look at. Right. And that is a confirmation bias. You're going to see from the evidence in this case, from day one, the investigation by Detective Hayes and all of the other officers in Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, even the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the GBI, everything that was done in this case was tailored specifically.
I didn't hear that the TB Live was involved. I didn't hear that TB Live was involved, y'all. I heard that the GBI was involved. I must have missed that small statement.
specifically to attempt to convict Melody of the death of Gary Farris. One big thing you're going to hear, and you're going to hear it a lot, is Scott Farris. You are going to hear the 911 call here shortly. That's the first thing we're going to do. I'm going to play you the 911 call.
Without a doubt.
13 minutes after law enforcement arrives, Scott Farris is already blaming his mother. He knows nothing. They're not even sure if there is a body on the burn pile. They're not even sure it's Gary. He's already planting the seeds of blaming his mother. 13 minutes. And law enforcement took that into their beliefs. And then they focused their evidence on that. And that is confirmation bias. Now, you heard Mr. Fogus talk about the Ferris wheel, and I'll talk about it too.
Confirmation
bias. This was a turbulent family. The best.
So confirmation bias is in, he literally said my mom did it right away. And then his brother, Chris, thought his mom did it also. So you had multiple people that's like, damn, mom did it. Mom did it. Mom did it. Mom did it. But it did come out pretty fast. And when you hear the evidence, when you start to hear whose gun was used for the murder, what cow bullet it was for the murder, for the only person that owned that type of gun for the murder, it starts to plant seeds of doubt.
And we'll go through, I have a
get your Diddy oil
family tree to go over with you that kind of lays everybody out. But one of them, his name's Chad Bruce. He is now married to Amanda. And Chad Bruce, when he was interviewed, he said, I always called it the Ferris wheel. It's like a soap opera. Something is always going on with Chris, Scott, and Emily. And it's true. All the time. All the time. And I'll talk a little bit more about it. But you're going to see text messages. Gary mad that they're blowing money. Chris can't survive on his own, always needing money. Scott, a grown man, can't survive on his own, always needing money. Coming to get mama's credit card so he can go get some money out. Emily with her turmoil with her new husband and all that. In fact, you're also going to hear that Gary and Melody had to buy Emily and her husband the house up in Tennessee where they live. There was a lot of turmoil in the family. But jumping on the Ferris wheel, first off, who is Melody? Melody was born in 1960. Mm-hmm. And she was born in Smyrna, Tennessee.
Right.
And she had a somewhat unusual upbringing, especially for that point in time. Melody was very little, and they moved from Smyrna and moved to Tullahoma. You already heard a little bit about Tullahoma. It's actually where Melody was arrested. That's where Martha Jean lives. That's where Rusty lives. And I'll talk a little bit more about all those people. They moved to Tullahoma, and Melody and her mother, Kay, lived with Melody's grandparents.
Does that do anything to you when you hear that? When you hear that the Emily and Chris and Scott were using them for money? Oh, excuse me. Does that make, I don't know, that also rung me right away, but it doesn't make you a murderer. It doesn't make you a murderer. I don't care what anybody says. That money does draw motive, but it doesn't make you a murderer. It doesn't mean that somebody did something, right? I would expect you guys to go all based off the evidence, which I'm sure you are. As you just heard that, you're like, damn, that's crazy. The sons, I see you saying that, Gypsy. So I'm like, I get it, but once you keep listening to more and more of the story, and then you start to hear the people on the ground talk, which is going to be right on day 2, you'll see.
And that went on for a few years, and eventually Kay Walker met a man named Carl Walker. And they got married. And then they continued. Once they were married, they bounced around a little bit. They went from Tullahoma to Nashville, Nashville to Florence, Florence back to Nashville, just kind of bouncing around this North Alabama, Central Tennessee and back down area, just moving around. Then when Melody was a teenager, they finally settled in Florence, Alabama.
Appreciate you, Nana.
You've probably heard of Muscle Shoals. Right there. And that's where eventually Melody started going to high school, was in that area. And so now you're like in the mid-70s, and that's actually when Melody meets Gary Farris. They met when they were 16 years old. They didn't go to the same high school. They actually met through mutual friends at the same church, and they began dating. And they dated through high school. And then in 1970, they got married. So at the 1960, or I'm sorry, I think it was 79, they got married because I think Melody was 19 years old. Now, they get married, right out of high school, and they both go to the University of North Alabama. Melody's there for about a year, and then she drops out. Gary stays on. So Melody leaves. They're still together. They're still married, and she's working.
Guilty of crime says, wasn't Melody the only one with motive, means, and opportunity? Guilty of crime. Good point. As far as motive, money, yeah, absolutely. Motive, 100%. Means, she gains $2 million from the beneficiary. Absolutely, 100%. Opportunity. Now, that's where shit gets a little shaky for me because family's in town. People are coming in and out the house. There's, the children. There's a lot of stuff going on there. So until I really gather the whole story, which is why I came live, I watched up the day for, and I said, you know what? I'm willing to watch this back and watch it with whoever wants to watch it. I want to watch this live, get some minds inquiring here and see if I'm just wilding out when I think these things that I'm thinking, or is there people who think the same thing? Because you got a juror, again, who worked for the fire department, who went into working for the fire department when you're supposed to take off during jury duty. You're not supposed to be working. And this person was working with people who have worked the crime scene or allegedly around people who potentially worked the crime scene. And they were talking about the case to jurors. It's just, there's a lot of stuff going on here. And then once you start to hear the evidence and the stuff they didn't test, when those things that you should test should be tested all the way. You know what I mean? There's a lot. I'm telling you. You said, I don't know. I'm going to have to hear more. I'm not taking out my gravy train unless I know for a fact that I'm on. Yeah, I get you.
At General Electric Credit and Ace Hardware. Her Kay Walker, her mother.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Opened up Ace Hardware in Florence, Alabama, and that's where Melody worked. And you'll hear a lot about Ace Hardware. She worked there for many, many, many years, helping them out with their business. So in 1980, while Gary's still in school, Chris Farris is born. Now Melody is working full-time at this point at the hardware store. Gary's full-time college student.
And that's another bad part. It's me, V, right? Like, that's another bad part. Not having a time of death really messed things up. And I kind of got into hearing that, but I have not fully seen all the way through without things being clipped out. So again, I've watched all the way up till day 4. And with that, with them not having a time of death, with it being the caliber of said, someone said gun, which I'll let you guys see that again. Also, I'm not gonna say again because you ain't seen it. Maybe some of you have, but maybe some of you haven't. There's just too much doubt planted for me. Yes, she had all the means, the motives, etc. She did, and that was a good point. Guilty of crime made, but at the same time, how is a 125-pound woman moving around 320 pounds of dead weight, especially from upstairs to downstairs? Shot in the kitchen, he runs down. Like, what are we doing? Like, did you put baby oil all over his body and move him across the damn? I don't know. Like, it's weird. You got that Diddy oil.
1983 rolls around. Scott Farris is born. Melody's still working at the hardware store. Gary's still going to school. Now you fast forward a little bit. Gary's graduated, and in 1988 they have Emily. And at this point, they've moved to Tuscaloosa to the University of Alabama, and that's where Gary goes to law school. So they're living there with the 3 kids while Gary's in law school. And then in 1989, Amanda Farris, who's now Amanda Bruce, she's born.
This is crazy.
Excuse me.
It's sad, really.
In 1989, the following year, Gary graduates law school, and the family moves to Birmingham, where he works for Burr and Foreman, the same firm that he was at when he passed away. Now, in 1995, the law firm sent Gary to Atlanta. They were trying to expand, have a different office in Atlanta, and Gary was going to be a major part of that. And I think when he actually first got there in 95, there was there's only him and another person there. It wasn't, this huge law firm, at least here in Atlanta at that point in time. So 95, you got 4 kids, really ranging from kindergarten to Chris at that point in time being about 15 years old. Melody's a stay-at-home mom. She's going back and forth to Florence.
By the way, is it not lagging like it was before, right? Like we're way better shape right now, correct? Just let me know.
To help her parents with a hardware store and just living. And an interesting point then comes later in 1997 to Melody is Carl Walker, who she thought was her father, passed away. Good. And while she was at the funeral, a relative came up to her and told her that, just so you know, Carl Walker's not your father.
Thank you. All right.
And so then that leads on to her trying to figure out who her actual father is. And she does. But Carl raised her. It's just an odd thing, to kind of come out of the blue in 1997 at his funeral. Now in 2013, it's kind of the next major event. That is when Gary and Melody buy the Purcell Lane house.
Right.
Where you saw the photos and Mr. Fogus's opening of the house. That's when that was purchased, 2013. They move in there, and when they get there, shortly thereafter, Scott moves in to the apartment that is above the barn. Now, all the kids, they also have kids and wives that are relevant to this case. And Scott was married to Jenna, and her name was Jenna Farris. Since Gary's death, my understanding is they have divorced. She has changed her name. I'm not going to try to pronounce it. I haven't talked to her to figure out how she pronounces it. But that is Jenna Farris was her name. Chris also has other children by another woman, and that is Ella Farris and Addison Farris. Ella, at the time in July, the 3rd, 4th, 5th of 2018, she was over at her friend Emma's house. And Addison was over at Melody and Gary's house on the 5th, on the 4th. She came over after the lake. And I'll go through the timeline. Emily, this is Chris Payne.
It's a lot going
with
on.
The prior difficulties of the family.
Good.
Chris Payne was a little bit of that.
Appreciate it.
And Amanda is married to Chad. Chad's the one I was telling you about. He's the one who talked about the Ferris wheel and about how there's always something going on. And basically this family is like a soap opera. That is Chad. And Chad also has a daughter by another woman, and her name is Cameron Bruce. Cameron is who was there with Addison on the 4th. Now, let's talk about.
He said, "Oh Lord."
So you already heard a lot about the burn pile. So Gary did start the burn pile on July 3rd. Okay, we know that. That's a fact. Also, a couple of other interesting things happened. Addison and Cameron don't live in Georgia. All right, those are Chris's children, or Ella and Addison do not live in Georgia. They live in Maine. On July 3rd, they flew in to Hartsfield-Jackson. Chris went and picked them up, and they drove up. They came to Melody and Gary's house. Ella had already been dropped off at Emma's house.
Yeah, be convicted.
And Addison came with Chris to see Melody and Gary. And they see both Melody and Gary. Now it is, and I'll go into it more here in a moment. There is some contention about what Addison says, how the house was on the 4th, but we'll talk about that here in a minute.
Damn, you look at it like that? That's crazy. She said, "My word, I'm going to have to get out the red string and push pins with this case. I feel sorry for the jury. I'm over here like, slow down. You just named off 100 people." Well, I will say this for you, Heather. It gets better when it jumps into the first witness and the second witness and the third witness. You'll start to get a picture painted a little more. Like it's like Picasso painting a picture real slow. You know, it takes time for the whole thing to get out there. But once you get those players in your head, once you get Emily, Amanda, Scott, and Chris, Gary, and Mom in your head, that's where I feel like you need to focus. Look, and definitely to the affairs too. The neighbor, his testimony was absolutely insane to me, because I think he didn't expect the laundry to come out like that. I don't think he expected to read text messages from his phone where she was talking about her being a good shot and, you know, hoping he dies a gruesome death, and things to the magnitude of, you know, talking about the affair that she was having with somebody in a whole different state. So there's just a lot. You'll see. Now, you're not behind on it. You're at the beginning, just like I was at one point. You're dead ass at the beginning. There's nothing to be ashamed of to that. You're at the beginning right now. This is literally the beginning when the defense come out, or they come out and give their speech. The prosecution gives their speech, which they already did, and then they dive straight into the witnesses. So the story will start to fill in quickly as soon as you get to the first brother.
Now, on the 4th, that is when Melody goes to Lake Lanier. We actually, you'll see, and the evidence will show that we've got a parking receipt. I actually got two things. We've got a parking receipt from Lake Lanier that shows the time that she went in. There's also a ATM slip that was in her card that we got photographs of, show that, you know, her withdrawing money, and that was on the 3rd. And we'll talk about those here more in a minute. July 4th, that is when Addison and Cameron spend the night at the house.
Great kids, by the way.
Cameron and Addison, the evidence show they have two different versions of events about how it was. Addison's more, it was kind of weird. Melody didn't want us to go outside. She made us go to bed early. Cameron will testify that they did go outside. They went and saw the horses. Nothing was weird. We actually snuck out of the house at 10 o'clock, went to the hot tub, were in the hot tub for a while, came back in, went to bed. Nothing really out of the normal. The reason, and you'll also see that some evidence from Addison. There's a text message to Melody from Addison that says, hey, can we spend the night tonight on July the 3rd? And Melody responds, says, no, not tonight. And we'll have to uncover the reason for that, do the evidence. I don't want to speculate here as to what that was. But we do know that is true. She said, no, not tonight. And she spent the night the following night after they got back from Lake Lanier. On July 5th, that is where things with this case get interesting. The remains are found on the burn pile. Now, that day started, Melody grocery shopping, the kids are there. But to sum it up, what it's really going to show is the girls wanted to ride the RTV. Melody says, go downstairs and ask your grandpa. They called him Big Daddy. Go downstairs and ask him. He's not there. I don't know where he is. So they start looking for him. Eventually, Amanda comes over because what originally the plan is Melody, Amanda, Addison, and Cameron, they were going to have a day together. They were probably going to go eat lunch. They had talked about potentially going to get their nails done, basically just having a girls' day together. Now, when Amanda got there, they all begin looking around the house. Can't find it. Gary's nowhere to be found. His car's still there. But none of this is super out of normal. Gary was a workaholic. Sometimes he would take Uber so he didn't have to drive. He essentially would be gone, for days. He may come home, he may not. We'll get into their relationship here in a minute. So no alarms were really raised at this point. Now, Scott comes over, and that's where things do get interesting.
That's funny. Yeah.
When Scott gets there, he comes in the house and immediately goes downstairs.
List the highlights, please.
Proclaiming to the family something along the lines of, where's the gun? And he goes downstairs, in return, and says, the gun's gone. Now let's talk about this gun. I call it the magic gun because Scott Farris is the only person to ever see this gun. There's nobody else, only him. You'll hear evidence that he found it in the drawer.
By the way, that's the son. It's his gun. Straight up. Like, what did we talk? Now I just need to focus on what's going on there. Because that I feel like this. I say this to say that, right? If you live in a state where you can carry, you have your concealed, etc., and you're a big person, a believer in firearms, then yes, you would have your gun on you at all times. But if you didn't, it would be put up in a safe area where kids can't get to it. 1, 2, somebody wouldn't be able to really get to it besides you. Nobody needs to be able to get to your gun. If somebody can get to your gun, then you're a bad gun owner. Point blank, period.
While he was looking for a remote to help the DirecTV man. And then he found the gun. He gives a very detailed description of it. And that's it. Nothing else. And this was a few months before July when he had the DirecTV. Actually, I think it was the beginning of June. So about a month before.
You said it, not me.
Scott sees this gun. And he claims he has no idea. He's never seen this gun before. It's very strange. This gun is here. And he didn't know anything about it. But he also didn't do anything about it. Now, 6 years later, this is where Jenna Farris kind of comes in and is interesting. 6 years later, she gives an interview to the district attorney's office claiming she also saw a gun in the basement that you saw in Mr. Focus's opening, where Gary was. However, this gun looked completely different than the one Scott described and is in a completely different location than where Scott said it was. So these are the only two people that have seen this gun, and the guns they described don't even match each other, and one of them talked about it 6 years later. Now, after Gary's remains were found, he was taken down to Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Forensics Department, to the crime lab, and that's where an autopsy was performed. But after July 5th, 2018, 348 days go by. Melody's not arrested at this point. She's interviewed several times. I believe the evidence will show that, or I believe that the state will be playing those interviews for you. So you'll actually see Melody testifying and answering law enforcement questions. But 348 days pass. And in that 348 days, you'll see evidence that they were doing audio testing.
I do say this also. If you, and you may agree with me, you may not, but I personally think if you're fighting for your life and you're telling me, and I'm the defense lawyer, and you're telling me you're innocent, and I'm truly believing that you're innocent, I'm going to tell you to get your ass up on that stand. I don't care what people say it can make and break, but you know what can make and break? You sitting there in silence. You need to get your ass up there on the stand, and you need to speak what happened, period, and let the people read you. That's it. You're gambling with your life if you don't. Why would you just sit back and not? If truly your son was framing you or anything like that, I feel like a mother or a father, a family member, somebody was being framed of murder, that you would get the hell up on that stand and you would look them in the eye in that courtroom and you would say, how dare you? I brought you into this world and you are pinning a murder of your father on me. And you get emotional and break down, and I just feel like that is the right move. If that's what happened, if that's what happened, then that's the right move. And you should get your ass up on that stand and testify for yourself and stand up for yourself. Especially you're facing murder. What counsel would not say, get your ass up there? If you're saying that you were truly framed, like you're telling me as your lawyer, I mean, I got to tell you to get up on that stand and call him out. Or look at him, have a conversation and say, that's not how I raised you, or whatever it may be. But no fight, no getting up there, no nothing. Just, that's the part that got to me. I feel like, damn, like her counsel probably told her not to. It'd be bad. They're going to be in there judging you. So they might have said that too. But in reality, she should have got up on the stand. She should have got up on the stand. You said I completed a course of and have a certificate for prompt engineering. That's funny. Chat GPT. I'm gonna have to prompt it up on this. That's funny. You're funny.
What that was is they put a ballistics dummy in the living room of the house, and they shot it with a revolver. And they had members of the Cherokee Marshal's office, as well as some sheriff's office, out there with decibel readers at different points. They were out at the barn, they were out by the road, and they were also in the house, measuring what the decibel was for firing this revolver into this ballistic dummy. And then they moved the dummy downstairs, and they shot it a bunch of times downstairs. And you're going to see all this. They're going to play all the videos of them doing the shooting and recording the sounds and all that. Diving in the lake, you're going to see they brought out the Cherokee Sheriff's Department to dive into the lake to see about where the gun was.
You're good, bro.
Didn't find anything. Recording Melody's phone calls. And we'll talk more about this momentarily. Rusty, because you already heard about him, agreed with Detective Hayes that he would put some kind of app on his phone and record all their phone calls. And he did for months. You're going to hear a lot of those. Also, during that 348-day time, Scott and Chris are interviewed several times. Sometimes Scott and Chris are interviewed together, at least on one occasion, and several times Scott is interviewed alone. And then, on June 12th, over 11 months later, the crime lab issues the autopsy report, saying that Gary was the manner of death and the cause of death. Well, the cause of death was gunshot. The manner of death was homicide. It took them 11 months to issue that report. You'll see, especially when the forensic pathologist who did the autopsy, when he testifies, they weren't waiting on anything. They knew that it was Gary. The forensic, the dental forensics had already come back. It was already Gary. But for some reason, unknown, and you'll see this happens a lot in this case. There's a lot of unknown, and we'll talk about that. No idea why it took 11 months to issue the autopsy report. No idea. But 6 days later, Melody gets arrested. And Mr. Focus is right. She wasn't in Tullahoma, Tennessee. She was up there with Martha Jane. They called her and said, hey, we got an arrest warrant for you. And she came and turned herself in. Nothing to hide. Now, John Luke and I came up with this. Actually, well, we didn't come up with it. He had gone.
Welcome back.
Been a long day already. So he was done for the day. So he left. And he went up to the drugstore. And there was a girl in there. And the drugstore, I don't know if your office is in downtown Jasper. There's a Jasper drugstore. It's right on the corner and on Main Street in Jasper. It's being sold and they're doing renovations. And he went in there and asked them a question about something, and they didn't know. And they go, sometimes the greatest questions go unanswered. And he was like, oh, perfect. Brought me out of my slump. Now I know what I'm dealing with. So that's kind of what we've been talking about the whole time with this case, because so many things you're going to be asking yourself so many times in this case. How did this happen? How did this happen? How did this happen?
Right. That's a fact. He's not lying either.
So let's talk about.
I already had those questions.
And questions without answers. So evidence, Melody and Gary. It is
a lot of hearsay too.
So Melody and Gary affairs. It is common knowledge that they had affairs. People know.
Yeah.
You can even the grandkids. The evidence will show that even they had their suspicions and pretty well knew that there was affairs happening. Melody did. Yeah, she was having an affair with Rusty. Gary did. He brought, when they moved here in 1995, Angela Phillips was his secretary. He brought her with him from Birmingham to Atlanta. And she was his secretary for 28 years. And she's a bit hesitant to talk about it, but I believe you'll be hearing from her about how they did have a relationship. Gary was also having a relationship at least somewhat by text and email with another woman who worked in his building named Joanne Ward or Joanne Hill. So, and you'll also hear Ted Wiley. Okay, they had affairs. They lived completely separate lives. In the house that Mr. Focus is showing you, in the house, Melody lived upstairs. You saw the house, and it may not be in evidence, but you saw it. That place looks like Southern Living magazine, decorated to the nines. Melody did it all.
True.
She lived upstairs. Gary lived downstairs. It was just how they'd done it. It had always been that way for years, ever since the 90s. They lived two separate lives. They would sometimes go days without even seeing each other, without speaking to each other. They didn't really talk, didn't really communicate. They did. They had kids. So they had to have some interaction together. They went and saw Emily and Chris's daughter. Her name's Olivia, when she was born.
I'm telling you, that's deep.
They still did Christmases together. So they did some of these family things together, but for the most part, they were just married people who did their own thing. Right. And Melody did her thing, and Gary did his thing. And it was just what worked for them. Now, granted, with the affairs, it wasn't something that was flaunted in their faces. You try to keep some level of discretion, but it was known, and it was just how they lived. Now, Melody's interviews, I expect that you'll be seeing those interviews, and really the only thing I want to point out of that is Melody is very blunt, very to the point. She's just who she is. She's a hard woman, and that's how she comes off, and that's how she is with law enforcement. She's very matter of fact. Here's what happened. Here's what I was doing. That's just how she is. But one of the most important things that she says in her interviews, in the very last interview that she ever gave to law enforcement, last thing she ever said to law enforcement was, "I just want my family."
It's all right. It happens.
Forensics. There's a good bit of forensics in this case. Some is pretty interesting. I want to talk to you. I didn't want to do any of the photographs, but those blood drops that were talked about by Mr. Vogus, you're going to see that there is blood. Well, let me back that up. You will see there is a substance leading down to the basement. You're going to hear from the GBI Lana Coffee. She sprays Blue Star, which is a substance that is supposed to reflect when it's blood. Now, that's a whole nother thing. You're not going to hear anything about that being tested, of whose blood it is, even if it is blood. And you go down the stairs, they did take a swab, but they find some little drops of blood. Some of them are about as small or even smaller than 1 centimeter.
Right.
On the floor. Take a swab of those, send it off. That was Gary's blood. Those blood trails never lead out of the house.
She's all right.
Upstairs.
Fell off the wagon. It's crazy.
You also, the bullet. We're going to be talking a lot about the bullet. How there's no textiles found on the bullet that is found in the basement. We also have our own forensic pathologist who will be testifying about what his opinion is regarding the manner and cause of death of Gary. And we may also end up calling an additional ballistics expert, depending on how things play out with the ballistics expert is going to testify for the GBI. But that is just the way to see.
GBI.
Text messages, the text messages to Terry Braswell, Mr. Fogus said that in his opening, the "Hope you die a gruesome death." It is a text message. We expect Terry Braswell to come in here and testify. We'll be able to cross-examine him about that text message. However, we do know one fact, is that text message was sent 2 years before. So it wasn't something that was done in July of 2018 or even June of 2018, years before. Especially see text message between Gary and Scott about their tumultuous relationship, especially involving money.
Exactly.
Gary said to Scott, I better have my debit card back.
And I'm just taking in everything he's saying. Hearing a little bit more than I heard the first 3 times. Now it's just pounding in my head what he's saying. So it's, I'm glad I'm listening more. He said, I fell off the wagon. You guys left me, kept on rolling away. I had a dang phone call. I hear you. Hey, it happens. It happens. He said that woman wouldn't have left a hair, much less blood. That house is spotless. It is pretty spotless. I thought the same thing when I seen the pictures, and you guys will see that too. The pictures, they show the pictures on the screen. They show it on the screen like if we were the ones controlling it. So that's the good part about when the evidence is shown. When that evidence is being shown, you're going to see everything in front. So if you, again, I like trials where everything is displayed right there in front of you. It's got to be. It's got to be displayed correctly. He said, didn't mean to put the dangers. It looks like a damn cucumber to me.
Also see Melody and Scott. They used to text back and forth a lot. And recorded phone calls. Going to hear all those calls with Rusty. Now, also with finances. Now, while that house was very nice, and it was like $1 million house, and it's decorated to the nines. And yeah, we've actually got some of Gary's pay stubs, and after taxes, he was bringing home $20,000. Can't remember if it was every 2 weeks or every month. But that home, mortgage to the hill. Debt high, cash low. Gary stopped working, his family's over. And that's exactly what happened. Gary passes away, you're going to hear first thing that happens to the house, foreclosed. Didn't have enough money to pay for it. Cars gone, everything put in storage. So while they made a lot of money, they blew a lot of money. Now, Gary did have some good investments. He had a 401k with his law firm, 401k, profit sharing with the law firm, insurance, life insurance, things like that. But, all those aren't accessible cash that you can use. So Gary had to keep working to fund this lifestyle. Now, questions without answers. Where was Gary shot?
Big ball.
When Dr. Gooding testifies, she's going to have a drawing of a skeleton. And it's going to show the ribs, and it's going to show he was shot somewhere here. Is it the front or in the back? Not going to be able to tell you that. Angles, don't know. No idea. Also, that's just where was he shot on the body. Where was he shot in the house? The evidence is going to show while there may be some blood, and that was not tested, so we'll call it maybe blood. Upstairs in the living, in Melody's portion of the house, we'll call it, and a trail leading downstairs to Gary's portion, we'll call it. You're also going to get evidence from, most likely from Amanda, how a few days before July the 3rd, 4th, 5th, that Gary, that Gary had been bitten by one of Melody's dogs on the ankle and was bleeding as he walked down the stairs in his room so that he could stop the bleeding in his ankle. And that's where the blood came from. But where was he shot? No idea. How was he put on the burn pile? You're not going to hear about that either. You're going to see photographs of tractors. You're going to see photographs of RTVs. Probably of horses too. But you're not going to hear anything about Gary being moved on one of those vehicles. You will hear, though, that there was one drop of blood.
I'll catch you up.
That was Gary's on the step getting up into the tractor. There's nothing in like the bucket. One drop of blood. on the tractor. Where is the gun? Don't know that either. Now, you're going to see photographs of guns. There were guns on the property.
Everything's great, Martha. Thank you.
There was no 38 Fountain on the property. I think there was an old 32 caliber that was found on the property. But we know that wasn't the gun in question. But what you will find is that Scott has quite a bit of 38 caliber ammunition in the barn. And in fact, he's got it in his bedside table. But yet he claims, and when he testifies, I assume he will be claiming the same thing, that he does not own a 38 caliber pistol. He will claim that he owned a .357 Magnum at one point, but that gun had been stolen years ago. And he didn't have anything that would shoot a 38. Yet he has at least one full box of 38 special ammunition and a loose several other various brands of 38 special in his nightstand. And you'll see all those. You'll see the photographs of those. But where is the gun? No idea. Where are the bullets? They're in Scott's house. Scott's behavior.
You got to do your homework, CKI.
From the very beginning, Scott is saying, Melody, Melody, Melody. I thought she would do something leading law enforcement down this trail. And you're going to see all that. It's going to be very evident
I'm going to have to check it out.
What his intentions are regarding his mother. He does it in his interviews, and he's going to do it on the stand here too. I would suspect that's exactly what he's going to do. But the most important thing is just in that few minutes of getting there, he's already talking about guns being missing that he's the only person that has seen.
Bing bong.
Then he goes out looking. You're also most likely going to be seeing there's a trail camera that was
talk to us,
the
Steffi.
mile was where
Bing
I'm
bong.
standing. It was kind of don't exactly know how far, but down closer to the lake. Kind of pointing out that they had a deer feeder down there. Take pictures of the animals. And you're going to see that coming up to that camera, for some reason, and I
don't feel bad, CK. I had to do my homework because Angelica said, I thought you'd be covering this case. And I was like, huh? I never heard of this case. I legitimately never heard of it. And then she dropped it, and all of a sudden I went and peeked at it, and next thing you know, it pulled me in. There was no getting back after that. Ooh, Steffi, you and I kind of have shared the same thoughts on that. Because I was thinking, damn, did she take it on the chin and just tried to gamble in court? Like you're gonna be, you're gonna be called in to test. But I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy to think.
don't think we'll ever get a straight answer. We don't know why those photographs got deleted, or actually who actually deleted them. Now we know because they were recovered. So we know what photographs were on them, but we don't know of who deleted them.
Yeah, look at that's tough.
Now, you heard the judge talking about, before you took your oath, about what reasonable doubt was. And he said that reasonable doubt was a doubt of a fair-minded and impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. Then he also went on for a little bit and talked about your minds are unwavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied. That is a doubt to the law. And with that, you should quit defendant. So essentially, when you're looking at this case, whenever we had done, when you're evaluating this case and you're evaluating all the evidence, you're going to say, has the state proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt? Now, what a reasonable doubt is that you have a doubt that you can put a reason to. And it's reasonable. It is a reasonable doubt.
I'm with you on that, honeybee.
Now, that is a high burden for the state. Now, I'll go over this and close. I know it's like how it shows.
Sometimes it's
even if the state
liar
can
on
get to
liar.
reasonable doubt.
Excuse my language.
No, that's still an acquittal. That's still not guilty because they have to go beyond reasonable doubt. And remember, that is just a doubt for which you can put a reason. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you have, like in this case, when you have questions that go unanswered, when we're talking about unanswered questions of how did we get to the burn pile? Where's the gun? Where's the bullets? Where are these simple things that we should be able to find? And why, when we find them, they're in a place that, well, we don't like where that's going. Law enforcement saw the bullets over in the barn. Yet here we are with Melody charged, malice murder, felony murder, hag assault. Nobody heard anything. You're not going to hear anything about this case that Melody heard, or that anybody heard Melody shoot him, or that she admitted to somebody that she shot him. You did hear.
Looks like she's crying to me. I could have sworn I seen a tear rolling down her face. I'm just saying. I heard people say she's evil, she's this, but I've just seen a tear roll right down her face. That doesn't mean she's not a killer just because she's crying either. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is people said she's so evil, she's blank. She didn't have no emotion. Right here on the first day, she cried.
And you'll hear from him again from Mr. Bart, from Rusty, that he said, Melody said he's on the burn pile. And what Mr. Barton changed, and he'll be under direct and cross-examination in this case, is what he changed. He didn't change what she said. He changed when she said it. So he said, yes, Melody said they found him on the burn pile, not on the 4th. It was on either the 5th or the 6th when she was talking to him saying, hey, they found Gary dead on the burn pile. Rusty didn't change what he said. He told him when he said it. He got it wrong, and he corrected himself. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you have unanswered questions in a case like this, really the only answer is not guilty. Thank you.
It's a good question, Gypsy.
All right.
Definitely a good question for real.
This is ready.
Herself or her hubs?
All right, go ahead.
I do have things though that why does Scott only cry when he's accused? There's nothing broke down except when he's accused. That is weird to me too. You know, when you're accused, all of a sudden you break down and start crying. But it's not any of the memories, anything that you remember of Pops, of what Pops did for you. Horse shit.
Y'all can decide whether y'all want the mobile lectern to stay there or whether y'all want to get rid of it. The last trial, everybody used both of them. So.
It's good, Joseph. We keep it. You know, the first exhibit is going to be, it's labeled 911-1 or 911 call. And it is July 5th, 2018 at 12:47 p.m. July 5th, 2018 at 12:47 p.m. It's about 2 minutes and 21 seconds. And it's Scott Farris. And Judge, I've seen the next evidence this time by stipulation. All right. May I publish? It's 911 and then 1 parenthetical.
Okay. Sure would be offered by you.
We'll see.
Go ahead.
He cries when he's accused. Understand? Watch. When you see him on the stand, you'll see he cries a river when he's accused. But as soon as it's about the story, oh, they called me and they this and they that and they did, you know, regular crime scene technician shit. You know what I mean? Like it's too it sounds scripted to me. I'm gonna be honest with you. That part sounded scripted. It sounded on the fly, like straight up. I don't know. That's how I feel about it. This shit sounds scripted, like someone's went over this book 50 times and now they're reading it to you. You know what I mean? And your gun. It's your gun's the murder weapon. You got to remember, it's his gun that's the murder weapon. What are we talking about? His gun's the murder weapon. So what you got to, I don't know. That's just super weird to me. And all of a sudden, right from the get-go, where's the gun? Where's the gun? Where's the gun? Talk about an Afghan vet that went overseas. You know, veterans that I respect in the country. He said, hey there, y'all. Been a while. Grabbing lunch with hubby. Come back when I get home. Appreciate you. Miss you too, Tammy. Miss you too. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming by. But yeah, it's just like, damn. Those things are weird, you know? Scripted as hell. It's all scripted, but like soon as the accusation flies out, did you do anything? Did you kill your father? I don't see one tear. I'm sorry. I gotta call it as it is. All this shit, I don't see no tear in the eye. Not one tear flying out that face. Not one. So that part is what got me. But he's an Afghan vet. I salute our veterans, the people who were man enough to go over to another country and fight in our war. But even like with his dad body, I've seen burnt bodies in Afghanistan, and I know when it's a body. You know what I mean? There's just a lot of things that just plant doubt in my head with her doing it by herself. Her doing it by herself and stealing her son's gun to do it. So she took her son's gun popped him. In the heat of the moment, she grabs her son's gun and just pow, right in the rib cage, and then chases him down, walks him down on the stairwell. Pow! Like what? Like what are we talking about? That's the part that I don't understand. I just don't. I can't comprehend it. I can't comprehend mom grabbing his gun and just planning to murder dad with the gun and blow him right in the rib cage twice, and then put him in a machine and move him all the way down to the fire pit, or drag the body there. We don't know. You can't lift the body. She ain't you ain't gonna tell me that this woman's lifting this body up and putting it in the back of a friggin' side by side. Not happening. Not happening. This 125-pound, 5'3" soaking wet, or I'm sorry, 5'3", 125 soaking wet. It's not lifting up a 320 to 350-pound man. Not happening. Not no dead weight. So they talk about in the trial that, oh, he was gonna burn some stuff in the fire pit on the 4th of July. You know, it kind of sounds like, oh, he was burning the 4th of July, or he was burning down in the fire pit. He was just burning stuff on the 4th of July, and somehow he ends up in the fire and dead and found by the 5th or 6th. I don't know, man. That shit's weird. That shit's weird. Are we seeing something that's like, you know what? I'll take it on the chin. If I'm found guilty, I'm found guilty. Live your life, son. Is it something like that? Or did she really commit this on her own? Did she really not do anything? Or did she just do this on her own and completely disregard of everything? Was she selfish to say, fuck it, I'm going to take my son's gun and blow my wife or my husband? My husband? No, I can't. There's no way to do that. But I'm just saying, my husband. Did she do that to her husband? That's my husband, Rand. I'm just saying, did she do that to her? It's weird. You went all these years sleeping upstairs. He's downstairs. Y'all have separate lives. You're seeing girlfriends. You're seeing boyfriends. You guys are doing all this side shit. And then out of nowhere, you just about to mow your husband over. I know people do it, and I've seen it before. I'm not saying it's impossible. What I am saying is, if you listen to the evidence in this case, there's enough here to plant reasonable doubt in anybody's mind who watches this truly and doesn't just skip through shit. If you listen to what's being told to you, this is definitely, you would never get me as a juror to convict you. It don't matter what evidence is against y'all, right? This could be the evidence against you guys right there. I'm in the courtroom as a juror. I wouldn't convict you with what I'm hearing. 4 days, and I listened to 4 days of this. So this one's 4 hours. The next one, day 2's 8 hours. Day 3's 8 hours. Day 4's 8 hours. I've watched all of that. That's 16. We're talking 24 plus this 4. So 28 hours of the trial that I've actually watched and honed in on what they're saying 3 different times. So it's just, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not seeing what I've heard over and over and over and over and over again is complete doubt planted in my mind. I appreciate you, Shannon. Thank you. Shannon Adams, good to see you. I've missed you. Thank you. Missed you guys too. Nice to see you. Definitely recognize you. But yeah, it's just, I don't, something there is wrong. I'm not saying that this woman is not guilty by any chance. I'm not saying that she is, right? But at the same time, I'm saying that it's possible. And it's very possible. Son's staying there. Son allegedly using, dad for money too. Yeah, everybody in the family had their hand in the pot. Let's just call it how it is. When you hear this, that's what you're hearing. They're going to break down to you how everybody had their hand in the pot, and it's who had their hand in the pot the most, basically being blamed, right? Whose mom's obviously going to be the beneficiary of $2 million if you die, right? But at the same time, is mom that smart to go and get son's gun or take her son's 38 revolver, whatever, and blast her husband right in the ribcage twice and just say, okay, come lock me up? Why did he talk about the gun so early? The gun's missing fast. Why? Why did he fail a polygraph test? It's admissible in court, 100%. Are they 100% accurate? No. But are they somewhat accurate sometimes, in my opinion? Yeah. But they're admissible in court. He failed a lie detector test. It's his gun. This gun is in what? A little lake or something where they found it at? It's just a lot of weird shit. Way too weird. Anybody who says that's not weird and enough to cause doubt, I don't know what is. What causes the doubt for me? The son on the stand saying, what does he go? Hold on, I gotta try to mock what he said. He was like, yeah, they called me and they told me. They called me and they told me. So the police called you from a dead body you found of your own father in a off the road land? Doesn't even sound right. The police would never call you about a body you found. You would call them. It's just, I'm telling you, it's weird as hell. You said I could hear all of it. Yeah, facts, Mindy. That's what it's about. It's about hearing everything and really going with your gut, right? But there's just doubt there. There's doubt there. And I can lean towards finding her guilty or not finding her guilty. But at the end of the day, it's those reasonable doubt. The reasonable doubt points that are being brought up, there's a lot of them. There's not just one. There's not just two. There's a few. More than a few. Like 4 or 5 that I've heard already. We're talking about a 125-pound woman that's 5'4". I'll just go with 5'4". They said 5'3", but I'm going to say 5'4". 125 pounds. How can I be convinced that she got the body all the way up the stairs or down the stairs, wherever it had? It started in the kitchen, they're saying. They don't even know the damn cause of, or they don't know the time of death. That's the nasty part about all of it. And Scott rushes out and says, yeah, I seen the reason why I knew it was a burned body is because I was in Afghanistan and I seen burned bodies. Okay, so you're a trained killer. Noted. Right. Okay, so you're a trained killer and you know how to get rid of evidence? Is that what you're telling? Okay, noted. Bet. Now, that doesn't make you a murderer because you fought in Afghanistan for our country, but that also doesn't make you 100% innocent either. You know what I mean? Straight up. Hey, Mindy, I watched up to day 4. I got to watch it all. I definitely got to watch it all. But I hear, I'm listening, and those are the things that I'm finding wrong. And I don't, again, I didn't know this case from Adam and Eve from those 4 days that I've been spending watching it. Or not 4 days, a little bit, probably about 3 days now. Today being the 3rd. I've just dove into it and just been I watched the clip that was like 55 minutes and it had all the highlights. And then I was like, you know what? I can't do this. I need to know what was said before this was said. You know what I mean? So it can make sense. Because a lot of people will just watch a highlight clip, make their opinion, and that's it. Then they'll get in the comments and be like, yeah, she's an evil looking bitch. You know what I mean? It's like, damn, what does evil look like? Sometimes evil don't have a look, believe it or not. Sometimes evil can look innocent. I know that's weird, but it sounds crazy, but it's the truth. And some people just roll with that shit. They're like, yo, that person looks crazy. They look at their eyes. Their eyes, man. Do your eyes make you a murderer? No. But if there's evidence there supporting the crime that you committed, then I'm obviously going to be like, damn, that's open. I've seen open and shut shit, and I've never had a case hit me like this since rewatching the OJ trial. So watching this trial and actually hearing it, this is fresh. She was just found guilty. But I do feel like there's other players. Again, I'm not saying she's off the hook, but I feel like there is a man factor to it where this body is being moved. You know what I mean? Do you guys get what I'm saying? Seriously, it's like, damn, I just see more than one person. I'm sorry. I see a man being involved in this, and I can't help but think that because of his weight and her height and her stature. I'm just saying. I mean, she's got it. We could say she used the tractor all day. Okay, but they're saying that she shot him in the kitchen. There's blood on the bottom stairs of the basement where his room was. His room was on the bottom of the house in the basement. Hers was upstairs. So this started in the kitchen. They say it's her safe haven. She shoots him in the kitchen and then what? Chases him downstairs or pulls him downstairs? There wasn't that much blood. There wasn't even enough blood for me to be like, damn, like this is barely any blood whatsoever. And you're going to see that. Crazy. You said law enforcement was or is very corrupt in Delphi. Mindy, it's really hard for me to go off that. Maybe you've seen some things that I need to see. Show me. Show me. Send me everything that's weird to you in Delphi so I can look at it. Curious, with an open mind. You know, because I feel like they got justice. But at the same time, at the end of the day, if you see something fucked up, send it to me. I want to look at it. Because I believe in looking at shit fairly. And sometimes it may not seem that way. Like with Idaho 4, I feel like that dude is going to get nailed to a cross allegedly. I feel like he's done. He's cooked. They got you. There's no getting on over it. I just feel like that's the guy. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it was. I haven't even seen the trial, but I've been following that case since day one. And I feel like Brian Kohlberger is definitely going to be found guilty allegedly. That is my opinion. That's what I think. I feel like they have some shit behind the scenes that nobody knows about. And I feel like they're going to catch him. See, that's what I'm saying. I have these feelings about these cases, and all of them are different. Like this one, I didn't know from Adam and Eve through this trial on because Angelica told me about it, and immediately was like, "Damn, this is crazy." And I immediately actually got the feeling that Angelica was saying and interpreting in Discord. She was like, "Rev, I feel like she's innocent, or I feel like if she's not innocent, at least somebody helped her." As soon as I started watching and taking in got on that 4th day, I'm like, yeah, dude, I feel like Angelica feels on this case for real, all the way through. I feel like mom could not move that body by herself. If she did, she put him in the tractor. They didn't test the tractor. They didn't complete tests that they needed to complete and send things off to the lab. He just made this crime scene investigator just made these decisions on the limb to just decide that it's too small to not send a sample. Then here's an even bigger problem. Somebody that was supposed to be under his supervision, working under his supervision, was working by herself. Now, we can argue about that all day. He says on the stand he didn't want to micromanage his employees. But at the same time, if somebody has to be supervised by you this is a serious field. We're talking murder. We're not talking petty little ass, robbery crime where nobody got hurt or killed. We're talking about a murder where somebody's going to be fighting for their life, and you're sending a technician off that's supposed to be under your supervision to collect evidence. Now you're doing the American people wrong. You'd be doing V wrong if she was against the case. You'd be doing Angelica wrong if she was facing murder. You'd be doing Lotus wrong. You'd be doing Delana wrong, Green Eyes wrong. Everybody would be getting done wrong. You're going to tell me that that's okay to put somebody there that's supposed to be supervised by you at all times on the job who was not supervised? That's another issue that I have. That's 2, 3. I can keep going. You got what's Scott's opinion about, or not Scott's opinion, Scott's recollection. They called him 1. Then you got what I just mentioned 2. Then you got situations with the kids coming in the house and being put upstairs and other things going on during this time of the murder, which just doesn't, to me, it's throwing me off. It's giving me doubt. That's 3 things about them being in the house and being upstairs. And all of a sudden, I knew the look on my brother's face. So you knew the look on your brother's face was a dead body in the fire pit? I'm confused. Then you went down and checked and looked at the body. I don't know. It's super weird. All of it's super weird. I'm telling you right now, super weird. Exactly.
My mother has come up missing.
Exactly.
We just searched the property. It's a small farm, and I just found something near the farm that doesn't. She was burning brush, and I was just nothing to find that.
Okay, so if you're coming in right now, let me cue you into what's going on. This is the 911 phone call, the original 911 phone call. I want to take it back a little bit so we can listen to it again from the start. 911 phone call. I believe that this is Scott talking. That's who it sounds like to me. I'm used to his voice. I've listened to him on the stand for about an hour or 2. So that's definitely Scott calling.
Might use both of them. So.
It's good, Joseph. We keep it. The first exhibit is going to be, it's labeled 911-1 for 911 call, and it is July 5th, 2018 at 12:47 p.m. July 5th, 2018 at 12:47 p.m. It's about 2 minutes and 21 seconds, and it's Scott Farris. And Judge, I see the 9 evidence this time. I see blushing. All right. May I
You're
post
right,
it?
V. I got the same
It's
thought there.
911 and then 1, parenthetical.
Sure would be offered by you. I'm not just kidding. Go ahead. Go ahead.
911 call.
Y'all agree to the foundation?
I need your ears.
2155 or so. Wayne. My father has come up missing, and we just searched the property. It's a small farm, and I just found
Shout
something
out
near
to
the farm
Alex.
that
I
doesn't.
appreciate you.
There was a huge burning brush. Now there's nothing to find that. It could be him. I don't know.
All right, sir. What's Purcell Lane run off of?
It's right off of Birmingham Road.
You said 2155 Purcell Lane, that's correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is your name?
Scott Farris, Farris.
What's the callback number for you, Scott?
404-861-2667.
How old is you said your father?
Yes, sir.
How old is
he just turned 16 on the 68, yeah.
68, okay.
I agree.
That's what I'm calling you to say that we've been walking around looking for him, and I went where the fire's still small. And I'm ex-military. I was deployed to Iraq. I assume what burned the bodies.
I'm sorry. If I was a defense attorney and when he got up on the stand and said they called me, the whole rest of the trial, I'd be like, well, if they call you, if the police call you when you find the dead body, did you put that there? Because remember, the police called you. You knew about the body. It's just weird. It's weird. Oh man, I'd be on his ass.
Like the body.
Okay.
I'd turn that into the rest of the trial. They called you, remember? They'd hate me. I'd piss them off. I'd piss him off the whole rest of the time. If it was a defense attorney, I'd be attacking that and other little things. So they called you. It was your gun, and your father's dead. I'm sorry. The police called you when you found the body at the fire pit. Man, this is about a bitch, ain't it?
All right, sir. I've got him on the way out there for you. I'm going to send the police on the fire department out there. Just try and leave everything that you can, the way you found it down there, and we've got him on the way out there for you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else I can do for you, sir?
No, that'll be it.
All right, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Who's that woman in the background?
Sarah Love. Sarah Love. It's 911 warning. It will go into
Appreciate y'all. Yeah, definitely, Angelica. Thank you too. I appreciate you modding and showing love. Thank you. Same with you, Lise. Honey B.
Stand up and stretch.
For some reason it doesn't let you add moderators.
Let's see what they're catching.
On this screen anyway.
You saw me swear from the evidence about the this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I did. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable.
Here we go. Batter up.
Say your full name for the record.
Sarah Jane Love.
And where do you work and what do you do?
I'm a firefighter paramedic with Cherokee County Fire and Emergency Services.
What?
Oh my goodness. I forgot that she was a firefighter. So listen to me right now. You have a witness on the case. Listen to me. You have a witness on the case who works with this they work with this firefighter that's sitting in the room right now as a juror, Cherokee County. One of the jurors is one of these people's literally employee or something. They work together. Somebody does something, right? They're working in the same spot. Do they work the same shift? No, that doesn't mean they work the same shift, but damn. I would like to know if they work the same shift. Is this somebody you see there? Now you work with this person. You're a juror, but you're working with somebody who's a witness on the case. Make it make sense. Was there bias on this? Confirmation bias, like he said? Or did they just handpick the cards to be stacked? What's going on here? Nice to see you, Tree Baby. Tree Baby in the building. Tree Baby, Tennessee. Nice to see you, my friend. This morning, this afternoon, really. And that's why police department ended up with an internal affairs investigation. The one against your brothers? Good. I hope they got their ass burned up and down. Green eyes. That's what I'm saying. Is that legal? Lotus says that's a big no-no. You've been missed, T-REV. I was so bummed I missed Delphi. It's all right. It happens. Don't worry. There's plenty of lives. This is, I mean, come on. This is the second one. We've been on for what, 4 hours? Feels like I've been on for 5 minutes. Give me a break, you know? I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Pop. I got that old spark. They missed that old spark. I don't care who's in here. As long as we got y'all in here, we're good. We're rolling. We're wide. I'm digging into this trial. I'm getting ready for the Idaho 4. And I'm ready to dig back into some other cases. You never know. We might do double headers like we always used to. It might be on the paranormal channel later. You never know. That's how I'm feeling. When I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it. When I'm not feeling it, I'm out the way. You know what I mean? Some people understand that. Some people don't. I get it. But is that legal, Green Eye says? It sounds wrong to me. I don't know if it's legal or not, but you're going to see in the trial, when you're watching back on a replay or you're here with us live, right, Green Eyes, you're going to see that this guy, he's talked to, I think the prosecutor asked a question or a few questions. Then the defense comes up and asks a couple questions. The judge was drilling his ass about, one, why is your boss having you work? Does your boss read the code? He asked. He's like, did your boss read the code? He really kind of digs in him a little bit. But the fact that he didn't replace him immediately or they didn't call for a mistrial was weird to me. Because again, in this case, you're going to keep hearing a lot of hearsay. You're going to hear tons of different things where nobody's objecting to shit. It's just a free-for-all shit show. And the defense is not objecting. Prosecution's not objecting. It's just a clean trial. The whole way that I've seen so far. In the 4 days I've seen, I think there's been one objection out of those 4 days of 28 hours. So, you know, do the math on that. A lot of hearsay so far, too.
What's your rank there?
Captain.
Tell the jury how long you've been doing what you do.
Well, I've been a paramedic for 28 years, and I've been with the fire department for almost 22.
And what is I know there's paramedics, EMTs, and firefighters. What are they all, and how are they different?
So there's an EMTI, which is like a basic, the lowest level you can work on an ambulance, and then an advanced, and then a paramedic.
For real.
And do you have a certain area that you work in the county, or is it just, how does that work?
You're typically assigned to a station.
You ever had to testify before at a trial?
I'm sorry?
You ever had to testify before at a trial?
Yes.
And you know why you're here today?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention now back to July 5th of 2018. It was a Thursday. I think y'all responded around right around 12:59 p.m. to the residents in this case. Is that right?
I don't have the date and times in front of me, but yes, we did respond.
Do you remember? Was it? Okay. If I told you it was around 1 o'clock, any reason to disagree with me on that?
No.
Right. And do you remember where you went to? Where the property was?
Yeah, it was in the area of Freehome or Alpharetta.
2155 Purcell Lane in Alpharetta, Georgia.
Yes.
Is that the residence?
Yes. Okay.
And this was the Farris house, is that right?
You know what I'm saying?
And was
Come
the
on.
house where you went and when all this occurred, what county was that in?
Cherokee County.
Do you remember what you got called out for?
This is the type of shit that's happening. And Honeybee, I believe you 100% about everything you say about your brother's case. And just, you know, those things, hearing those things and seeing more trials where people are mistreated unfairly. You know, so all we're asking is to give those people their fair trial, right? Don't put somebody, if you're going to take somebody down for murder that is 50-50, you got to give them the fairest trial that they possibly can have, because there was already so many things wrong on this day 4. I mean, as soon as they seen that juror, right, from day 3 going into day 4, something should have happened there. I don't know what it is, but my energy says that if I was the defense attorney, I'd be calling for a mistrial or something. I'd be throwing a fucking fit, right? I guess if your client's not mad, then don't worry about it. She probably didn't even know it was unfair. She might not know the law like that. She might not study the law like that, which means she wouldn't know that. But at the same time, her husband was in law. Does that mean she knew law? Absolutely not. But he was still in law, so you would think that she would have some smarts in the law, right? Or just in law in general from the husband, because he was a law attorney, right? Or he was some type of lawyer. But he was still, he worked and was an attorney for the law, or maybe even accidents. I don't know if it was the law, but regardless, it's all the law because it's all connected. But in general, I don't know if it was accidents, crimes, criminal. I didn't look into it that deep because I don't want to connect too deep before deciding everything in my mind of what I'm going to believe with what we're being told, you know? So that's just my part on there. Cassie says we punched out of work and now you're running errands with me. I appreciate you, my friend. Shout out to you. You said exactly, if she doesn't know any better, she then wouldn't know to get mad. Right, Lotus. And Green Eye says, if I was on the jury, I couldn't say guilty in good conscience. Thank you. Right? Don't crucify me because I'm not saying that she's not guilty fully. What I'm saying is that doubt's there. And when that doubt's there, everything is messed up. The proper protocol that they didn't use, the unsupervised officer or forensic person who was working out of his supervision, he said, I don't micromanage my employees, etc. But at the same time, that's protocol. The defense attorney breaks it down. He says, isn't this woman supposed to be under your supervision? Then he gets angry at her or at him, the defense attorney, not her. He gets angry at him and basically tells him, I don't micromanage my employees. That's not what he asked. What he asked and what he was telling you is that this person was new and they're not supposed to be out of your sight when working a case like a murder. And I did have to agree with that because things weren't tested properly. Things weren't sent off to the lab properly. What does that create for you? Now, if there's other doubt or if there's other evidence that solidifies more that you committed the murder, cool. There's blood on her shoe, right? Does blood on your shoe make you a murderer? Absolutely not. Somebody could have murdered him and you could have stepped in that blood and not known you were stepping in it. So what are we really talking about? Did they collect Scott's shoes and clothes? Did they collect everybody else at the house's clothes? Or did they just hone down on confirmation bias like the defense lawyer said and just say, damn, we got our suspect. Son says that it's mom. Other son says that it's mom. Now maybe one of the daughters is believing it's mom. Now it's, damn, she killed him. She's the beneficiary to this $2 million. But in reality, if you get mom out the way, who's really the beneficiary? I'm just saying, we gotta go different angles there. If you get mom out the way, you're gonna inherit the estate, the money, the properties. You are the family. You're gonna inherit that $2 million if you get mom up out the way. And you know why she's under investigation. That money ain't going to her. So guess what? They wait. Once mom's charged, and then the money gets signed over to her. Mom's not getting that money. Like, what are we talking about? You don't just kill someone and get the money. It don't work that way, especially if you're under investigation. You ain't getting that money. So if you think you're about to murder someone for beneficiary money, you're out of your damn mind. Cuckoo, you're wilding out thinking that. You need to go to the damn joint, get your head straight. And I don't mean the joint like locked up. You need to take your ass to cuckoo land and walk up in that box and straighten your head the fuck out and come back out with a better game plan on what not to do, because that's something that's going to put you away. So why put yourself away instead of killing someone for money? Like, what are we talking about? Is this really what people think they're going to get away with? They think they're going to kill their husband or kill somebody in their family and get a beneficiary of $2 million from their life insurance policy? We really live in a world like that still? Like, come on now. Husbands getting poisoned and, wives getting killed by their husbands. That shit's getting uncovered. Like, you ain't getting away with that shit. Stop it. Think correctly for your kids. Do the right shit, because you are not getting away with something like that. Point blank, period. There is no such thing as the perfect murder. because you ain't gonna commit no perfect murder. You could not convince. It's just not gonna happen. Tell me the perfect murder that you can that you're gonna do, that you're gonna carry out, because there's no such thing. You can't get somebody where you want them at, barely. So if you think you're gonna commit the perfect murder, think again before you do some dumb shit. Crazy.
We got called out for a person fell into a fire.
Crazy as
Just a person falling into a fire?
Initially, yes, sir.
Now, as you were heading out there, tell the jury just kind of what did you pack up, what did you take, and what did you expect to see?
Well, we responded with the fire truck and the ambulance. I was on the ambulance that day. We were originally dispatched to a person falling in the fire, and then it became a person down call, which means that they need resuscitation.
It means what? I'm sorry.
They need to be resuscitated. They don't have a pulse or not breathing.
As you were going there and going to the scene, what did you think you were going to find?
We were going to find a patient that needed to be resuscitated.
Like a person?
Yes.
What? Maybe just falling out or something?
Yeah, we just from the information, he fell in the fire.
When you got there, do you remember seeing anybody from?
What? Hold up. Did Scott say on that 911 phone call he fell in the fire? What is going on? I didn't hear Scott say he fell in the fire on that phone call. What's going on, yo? Come on, man. Oh my God. How did this woman get convicted? How the hell did this woman get convicted? Brenda said, okay, Trev, I would start out with having a good plan, then I would. Hey, you wouldn't beat the odds. You know what? Because it's my personal opinion. God's going to uncover all evil, period. And it's just going to happen that way. People think they did that shit and they got the perfect murder. But look at all these people. Look at all these people who've never beat it once. And you could use every single one of them for examples, right? But damn, she said that I got a call. She fell in he fell in a fire. Like, what are we talking about? The boyfriend, listen to me. The son gets up there on the stand here in a little bit, and he says, you know, what he said? He said, you know, there's some remains. Look like they're burnt. You know, I know from Afghanistan, I've seen dead bodies, right? I've seen burning bodies. In Afghanistan, this is his words. What? You seen burnt bodies in Afghanistan? I get that. You were in Afghanistan, but how could you? I don't even know if I could identify that with my dad, who I think is burned right there. And you pretty much right away said you thought that was your dad right away. So I don't know. And then when he cries, there's no tears whatsoever. Not one tear that pops up out of that bad boy, in my opinion, allegedly.
The family, a son or not?
Yes, somebody met us at the end of the driveway. The driveway was pretty long, so the guys on the fire truck were getting onto the ambulance with us to ride in, and there was a gentleman there at the end of the driveway, so that he would show us where the body was at.
Were y'all there first before law enforcement, the sheriff's department?
I believe so, but they wasn't far behind us.
How long did it take you to get there from the call? Call came out at 12:47. Did it take very long?
I don't believe so. I don't have my reports. I don't know exactly how long.
Was it a short drive?
Fairly short, yeah.
And when you arrived, just kind of tell the jury what you remember seeing and what was going on.
So initially we stopped at the driveway, picked up the, what we found out later was the gentleman's son. He was telling us that he had been in Afghanistan and he had seen burned bodies before and he knew what they looked like. And I was trying to get information about if he was, you know, breathing, if he was alert at the time, or, you know, more information about the patient. And he just kept saying it over and over. And then when we got to the house, he rode in the back of the ambulance. When we got to the house, he walked us around to the back side of the house, to a large burn area.
When you first met with, who's going to be Scott, we believe, the son, when you first met with him, when you were talking to him, were you trying to ask him questions to see if he would answer him?
I was just trying to find out.
Objection. We don't believe you. I'm just playing. I'm serious. You know, when you feel like you're in that bitch, this is a real one too. Objection. We don't believe shit you're saying. You know, we just don't. This is my name on my desk right here. Oh, this is the name on my desk. You hear me? That's crazy. I'm a judge. That's the name on my desk. All right. Order in the court. Objection. We call bullshit. I don't know. That kind of stinks. For real. That's I don't know. There's something about this shit is stinky. It reeks of injustice. Damn, like how could our peers find her guilty? Again, I'm not saying she didn't do this fully. I'm saying that there is enough to I cannot convict her. I can't throw this woman in prison. I can't. Not when it's the son's gun, not when there's too many questions not answered, not when there's shit not done with the lab, not when you have forensic investigators coming around with newbies that they're supposed to be supervising and leaving them unsupervised anyways, when they're still learning the job, they're still seeing shit. I can't convict that woman just based off those three things. I can't convict her off of what the son said and the way that he said they called him, not him calling them, because he's the one who called 911. They didn't call him. So that's for. There's just so much, man. There's so much. It's so wrong. I feel like this is a wrongful conviction. That's my personal opinion. What do you think? So far, I'm just going based off what I know so far about it. But there's just a wrongful conviction. Things were done wrong. I'm looking forward to seeing your thoughts.
What kind of condition at the time we assumed the patient was going to be in? If it was we were going to be working a cardiac arrest or just treating a burn patient or what we were going to find when we got around to the back.
Was that because you thought there was going to be a human being there?
Mm-hmm.
And did you, when you were asking him questions, was it his state of mind? Was he telling you stuff? Was he able to tell you things?
He just kept saying over and over that he knew what a burned body looked like. And I was asking more like, was he breathing and was he conscious? And he just kept saying he knew what a burned body looked like.
I know what a burned body looked like. I know what a burned body looked like. This is a human. I need you guys to come and get this body the fuck out of here so I can continue to cover this up. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. I'm just saying in general, it can make you go that way because of everything and the way it's spread out.
I don't have to ask. Yes, Your Honor. Now, we've marked exhibits a little differently in this case. Instead of 1 through whatever it is, we've met and marked them by numbers. Go ahead and take those if you have them. Look at those. You had an opportunity to look at photographs before trial, I believe, haven't you?
Yes.
Go ahead and look at those and see if those. Now, it's going to be labeled aerial as in aerial photographs. Go ahead and look at 1 through 14.
Crazy, man. Green Eye said, he does that? Cool. I'd like to say, Gypsy, that they are paid attorneys. You know what I mean? I'd like to say they are. I 100% think they are, but if not, you never know. They could be public defenders, public pretenders. You never know.
Okay.
For those photographs, aerial 1 through 14, do they fairly accurately represent the area that we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Just this time I turned to evidence aerial 1.
Thank you for
aerial
finding
14.
that. Before she continues talking, thank you for finding that. You know, at least he knew some stuff about the law, period, right? Bankruptcy, real estate, he knew those areas. He probably knew a little bit about criminal. Obviously, if you go to college for it, you're going to learn a lot of different things, right? Depending on what you take. But in general, guarantee he was a smart guy. I mean, to have $2 million from what you accumulated in your life from working, I mean, you had to be a hard worker. Salute to that guy. And it's a shame what happened to him. No matter what, I don't care, cheating, etc. None of that equals up to a murder, right? None of that equals up to a murder. Nobody should murder anyone for that. It's absolutely wrong. Hey, R.I.P. Gary. He needs justice, right? We all think he needs justice. Would it be injustice if one person was captured and one was free? There's a person free that helped cover up the murder or partook in the murder, or if mom took the murder on the chin for a son, isn't that injustice? Isn't that wrong? nobody in here would be okay with that, would you? Right, exactly, CKI. Best answer I've seen. Murder shouldn't exist. Correct. But unfortunately, we got crybaby ass people who think they're entitled to everything in their life and that they could be the judge, jury, and executioner. So they think that they can be the one to call and pull the plug on your life because they're entitled. They want money. Or, they need something in their life, so they're going to benefit from what they do to you. It's bullshit. Oh, I don't care what anyone says. It's straight up bullshit. And we got to work on giving people better trials. I'm not saying every trial is dog shit. I'm not saying because we have one of the best justice systems out there. Is it perfect? Absolutely not by a long shot. Is there corruption? Absolutely. Can we work on it? Absolutely. That's why I'm watching this with you guys, because I felt in my heart something's wrong here. I said, I don't give a shit. We're watching this trial. I'm watching it. I don't know who wants to join me, but I'm going to tell you what I feel the whole way. It's wrong. Something is wrong.
Judge, after we didn't just publish what I asked permission.
Anything we can do.
Hold on, let me read a few comments before she speaks. You said, in my opinion, he said everything for them who throws their own mama under the bus. He could have had a stroke or MI and fell out or fell in at this point. Okay, that's good. But he had those shots in the rib cage. But definitely get what you're saying, though, Angelica, 100%. You said, anytime I hear no evidence collected and drawing conclusions as to how someone died from the jump before any type of examination has occurred, it makes me sick what my family's been through already. See, and you can relate. I'm glad you're here, Heather, because you can relate with this pain. You can relate with losing a loved one in a fucked up way. Excuse my language to everybody out there that's listening. If there's kids around, let me watch my mouth and go ahead and wash it out with soap. Fudge cracker is the word I'm going to use now. But in general, I know you've lived through that. Just from what you've said about your brother's case, etc., the things that those loops that you went through. So I know that you've seen injustice in your life, right? Like, you still want justice for your brother. So at the same time, you definitely understand and relate with that pain. And it's not right whatsoever. And we got to come together to make it better. Simple as that. We have to push forward, push for changes. They don't just happen. They don't just happen at all. You got to do things to touch other lives and make those things happen. You got to shake shit to make a difference in this world. You got to get out there, stomp that pavement, and make the damn earth shake. Straight up. It doesn't just happen sitting around. These changes happen when we take action. And I mean action by going to certain people, reaching out to the president, writing a letter to the president, starting somewhere around there. There's plenty of ways to make noise. And that's what I'm hungry for. I want to make some noise. I want to make some changes. I want to set some examples. This isn't right. Now, again, I'm not saying she is fully not guilty. I'm saying that this trial, I could never convict this woman. I couldn't convict you, your mom, your brother, your aunt, your sister, your auntie, nobody. I couldn't convict anybody but what I've heard so far in this trial.
You see on your screen there, this is aerial 1. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
By looking at the screen, this is just showing from the courthouse to the scene. Can you tell the jury about how many miles it is, approximately normal drive, how much time?
Exactly.
From the courthouse, 34 minutes and 16 miles.
About 34 minutes or 16.5 miles, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Purcell Lane, what area of the county is that in Cherokee County?
That'd be the northeastern corner.
And what is that? What type of homes and things are out there?
Yes, fairly large homes.
Expensive area?
Yes,
Affluent
sir.
area, I guess is what I'm trying to say?
Yes, sir.
And where were you coming from when you went there?
So where it says free home on the map and Highway 20, our station is about very close to Highway 20 at that where you would have turned off of Highway 20. Our station's right there.
This is aerial 2. This is showing coming down the road Purcell Lane as you come down Purcell. And was the driveway where you picked up Scott? Was that at the kind of right there where Purcell Lane is and the driveway meets?
Right,
yes, sir.
CKI. In health.
Do you remember the long driveway going up?
Yes.
It makes
So
sense.
did you meet Scott down here or up in the driveway? Where was it?
At Purcell Lane, the fire engine's too big to get down the driveway. So the ambulance stopped there and the crew from the fire truck jumped on the back of the ambulance.
So everybody hopped in the ambulance and went up the driveway?
Yeah.
FTA, baby.
Aerial 3, this is just an overhead Google map showing the property is. How would you describe this property if you could say?
I do want to say shout out to the chat for joining me on this day one of watching this trial. Everybody who's been here, everybody who's been watching, for taking in chat. Thank you. Because I truly am enjoying myself. This is the most enjoyment I've gotten and passion I've had running through me, and being able to not focus on the negative and really be able to focus on the positive. And there's the only way to make changes is to be positive and stay in the positive, but also be able to acknowledge the negative, stay away from the negative, but also want to better and, you know, touch other lives around you. That's what it's about. If that's not what it's about, then I don't know what you're living for. I'm living to put smiles on everybody's face around me, right? I don't live to wake up every day to make everyone miserable around me. That's for damn sure. You know, we think of ways to better ourselves every single day, and focusing on the noise to your left. And this is for anybody in here that's listening, that understands, or maybe might be going through something right now. You might have people that nag on your ass every single day and you're angry about it. The best way for you to move on with that is to just, you got to let that go and let those people go and just move forward with your head held high, paying attention to the people that love you, the ones that are motivating you, the ones that are winners around you. You hang out with losers, you'll become a loser. You hang out with winners and hungry people who want better, you'll become that. Right? It's the product. You become a product of your environment. And if you don't get away from it and make that change, you'll continue to be that. You know, and that's kind of what my mom fell into. My mom fell into being around drugs and constantly being around drugs. And I just heard a story from my brother the other day. He said, man, mom wouldn't even come out and talk to me. She was looking at me right out the window, but wouldn't even come out and talk to me. And I said to my brother, I said, man, she's on drugs. There's no other way to put it. My mom is on drugs. If she won't come out and talk to her kids, she's on drugs, and drugs are consuming her. And she let drugs defeat her. She let it defeat, you know, relationships with her kids, grandkids, all different types of stuff. It just is what it is. That's the real. That's the real. And I won't be in denial about any of it, because it's the facts. You got to be able to face the facts, and you got to be able to overcome whatever adversities in your life, whatever's tearing you down. It just is what it is. You're welcome, Gypsy. Thank you. I love you guys back too, Brenda. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. You say, if you know my style, I will do anything to make you smile. Yeah. What was that, 50? Jolie says, we are enjoying it as well. Stay positive. That's my prayer warrior. I ain't seen you in a while, though, Jolie. I miss you. I haven't been on either, so that's probably why. But definitely got to get you to call up and set that spirit in the air. There's nothing like a Jolie prayer. I'm telling you, there's nothing like a Jolie prayer. I prayed with many people in my life, and you don't feel a prayer like I felt a Jolie prayer, and many other prayers. But very select few people that have that impact. And that's just the truth. You know, Gypsy, it's just part of it. It's part of it. It's going to always be part of it, right? But at the same time, I know that I can't keep the curse going, right? I can't follow in my mom's footsteps, which I got out of that type of life that I was living 7 years ago. And I refuse to turn back to that. And every day since 7 + 8 years ago, around 7 or 8 years, give or take, I've chose not to look in that direction. I've chose to keep going forward. The path to recovery has been long, right? And it's going to be forever. But one thing, you look back at that and you go, do I want to live like that? Do I want to cut everybody off that, you know, personally, my personal people that I love, do you want to cut them all off and disappear off the face of the earth, weep in depression, weep because you want to turn to a whatever drug of choice you're turning to try to numb your pain? See, that's what I used to do. I let depression knock me off for the last 6 months and make me feel some type of way, right? But at the same time, I woke up and said, damn, you know what? It's time for me to have a backbone And it's time for me not to feel that way. And you know what? My way of coping with that is barking back at them haters. It is what it is. Barking right back at their goofy ass because they're just jealous. They're jealous that they can't turn a camera on and be themselves. So they want to try to stab into the heart of those who do that. And that's okay. That's part of the game. That's part of life. It is what it is. You got to learn to tune those people out, close your eye to them, and let them do whatever they want while you continue to grow as a person and rise above all of it. Period. And if you can't do that and you become weak and you break down and you're not able to get out of it quick, then you are kind of weak in some sense. And I was that. And I can admit that. I got weak, felt some type of way about certain things that I'd never let get me like that. And that's just a fact.
Sorry, I don't understand.
You better not understand, Siri. You shouldn't understand. That's a fact, though. Hermit mode. That is a real thing, Green Eyes. Hermit mode is a real thing with depression. You said, right, T-REV, but prayers don't hurt. Just call her once in a while if you can. She has a disease like cancer. Not great comparison, but you get my point. Yeah, I do get that point. I get it. I do. But at the same time, are you ever going to get over it type of thing? Like, is my question to my mom. Are you ever going to be able to put drugs down? I mean, if I can do it, you can. Right? Like, if I can do it and if I put it down for 7 years, then you can put it down. You should never be stuck on that. And she's been stuck on that for a while, and it is what it is. But accept her with open arms as soon as she decides to get clean. He said, I got so many quotes for you, T-REV. But you know, yeah, no, you always got good things in there, CKR, that's for sure. So I'm so sorry, T-REV, even her weakness, she still, yeah, she definitely loves me. I know that. That's why I said if she was sober, she'd be looking for me. Because I know who she is. Choose this day whom you will serve, but as me, I will serve the living God. Great quote. I appreciate that quote too. That one hits. You said, right? Oh, okay, I seen that. You said, serious question, T-REV. Have you ever thought about being a motivational speaker? You're very good at motivation and holding your head high, and you have experienced things and came out on top. Thank you. Yes. And in fact, I'm going to be dropping my book soon. I've been writing, you know, I want you guys to know I didn't just self-destruct. I worked on other things, right? I started writing a book that I'm almost done with, and I was going to release it as an ebook so some of you can read that book and get to know me a little bit more. If you want that, I'll drop it as soon as I'm done. I plan on dropping it, but I've been working on it. I want to put like 2 more chapters in it, I think. 2 more chapters and I'll finish my book. I did work on my book. I worked on those things. I worked on things that I wanted to accomplish in other areas, but I shut down in some areas that I really love for certain reasons that I never should have shut down for, that I've always had this. I look at the situation, I'm like, man, I've had this same issue with people. People have had this same issue with me for the longest time. Why do I seem to want to, you know, get worried over these weirdos, right? Why do I want to worry? Because these weirdos are making empty threats. They're threatening to come by and do weird shit. So I'm like, damn, I'm ready to go to war then. If you're threatening to do physical harm and do bodily harm and all this weird shit, then I'm going to be ready for you. So when you come, make sure you better make sure you know what you're up against, because making threats to people on the internet is weird. You got to take them serious to a certain extent. But at the same time, I don't know. You have people pulling up, coming over, pulling in like they're doing something. I'm walking out loaded with the gun, like, what's up? People are pulling in. I got video of this shit. I've dropped some of them in Discord. I've taken some of the license plates off of there, but people were harassing me to a point where it was like, okay, this is enough. Like, somebody's about to get hurt for real. And once things get like that, it's time for me to back up for a minute. And I got to deal with it, and I got to fix myself and clear my mind and get my head out my ass before, you know, I don't, you know how that shit gets. I'm telling you. It's crazy. Say, yep, drop the book when finished. Most definitely, Jolie. I'm almost done with it. 2 more chapters, I think. I seen you, Brenda. You said this trial reminds me almost of the Murdoch trial. The Murdoch trial. See, can I miss you guys? Did I miss this comment? Serious question. Have you ever thought about being? Yeah, no doubt. Most definitely. What, like motivational speeches on Spotify upload? Is that what you're talking about? Absolutely. If that's what you're talking about, I thought about it. Or you mean motivational speakers and go anywhere, hand me the mic and I'm talking. Can do that too. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. When it comes naturally, you do it naturally, right? So yes, absolutely. You could hand me a mic in front of 500 people in front of me and I could go on that stage and motivationally speak to them. 100%. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. You said, don't go there with the combo T, just have it. Yeah, right. Right. Yeah. Now you're right. A normal conversation, don't talk about the drugs. You talk about with mom, right? Because that's where they get offensive and break down. I get what you're saying, though. It's hard to get that conversation. When she's clean, she don't think about that. Drop the book and finish. Seen that. Finish the book, please. Thank you, brother. I see that. Smash the like button. Thank you, Sailor. I appreciate you for showing love and just posting things in chat. You don't have to. That's optional. And the fact that you guys do the things that you do for me is wonderful. There's people out here that don't have that. And I cherish that. So thank you. You say, yay, T-REV, good for you. Hell yes. Please do. Hey, don't look back. That's not where you're going. Proud of you. Yeah, you can't look back. If you look, the moment you look back, you start tripping over yourself. Right? And I made that mistake by looking to the left and giving these weirdos energy. Right? When you give somebody power over you, because you're taking everything to heart, you got to sit back, reassess the situation, and come back to it when you're fully done. You can't just be, you can't keep trying to convince yourself that you're good. There's no doing that. You got to stop that. Stop convincing yourself everything's okay. Let it process, let it go through, and get over it quick. Keep that spine intact. That's all I'm saying. The bullying on you was awful. Well, the reason why Mama D would know that a lot, because I gave her, if you can ask her right now, witness to God, I gave her full control of my YouTube. I was like, I cannot read these vile things that people are saying. I can't read these vile things that people are believing off the fly of a lie of AI created, what I thought was AI created screenshots. I can't say what they are, but in general, I could say that wasn't me. That was somebody trying to pretend to be me. And it just is what it is. I let it get to where it was at. It just is what it is. I don't care, because at the end of the day, I got my Jolie in here. I got Delana in here. I'm going to say it every time. We got the people who love me. I see you guys a lot. The people who are in here, you're noticed more than you think. I know who's here. I know who's what. And those people have let me go through what I needed to go through. And thankfully, to this day, are still here. You know how lucky I am to have that? Right? You know how lucky it is to be me, to come back feeling like myself and seeing the people that love me and unconditionally supported me this whole entire time and never tried to once steer me to the left or right, never once turned their back on me or stabbed me in the back, never once. If anything, they always came to me and talked to me like a human being and asked me questions, and we talk like humans, because that's what it is. You talk like humans. At the same, for people, especially when it comes to people who have been here and the people that I do love here. There's a lot of people on YouTube that I've met that I feel like are my mother, grandmother, uncle, brother. There's people that came from all walks of life that I've met on here that have just pulled my heartstrings to point you can't turn back with that, right? So at the same time, like I can never look back and tell those people you. And because I love what I do too much. And you guys have supported me way too much. If I was going to go somewhere or I was going to end YouTube, I feel like I would say, look, I would tell you guys before anything and just do it. But that's never going to happen. Nobody will ever be able to silence me, put me to the side, sit me in the corner, and make me feel like a little bitch. Excuse my language, Miss Jolie. Don't put soap in my mouth when you see me. But I'm just saying in general, that's how I feel. And the fact that I let people back me into that corner and I was like this instead of like like that, then, you know, that's where I realized I need to get my spine. You don't gotta fight back every day with you know, snarky remarks towards these goofies, because they know who they are, right? They know who they are at the end of the day, but they're not gonna take my peace and joy. They're not gonna take my peace and joy. They're not gonna take the energy that I bring when I come to these lives. They're not gonna silence a damn thing. They can say whatever they want on their channel. That's their freedom of speech. But guess what? This is my shit and I run it. And you can't do nothing about it. You can't remove me off a platform. You can't do shit to me. And I realized what it is. There's a lot of fake friends. There's a lot of fake people out there. And I assessed that situation. And now I'm back standing right here, not worried about any of them. And I'm focused on what's here. I'm focused on you positive people who always have positive things to say. I'm not just saying towards me. I'm talking about in general, towards the case, towards whatever. I see that. Hey, I appreciate that, Leisure. He said, we'll always be here. Rap Gang family, always. Love you, T-REV. Proud of you. Thank you. Hey, Leisure, hey. You've been here for a while. You know what time it is. You know exactly what time it is. We do love you to pieces. We got your back. And I appreciate that, Brenda. But I do want to say to those people who do see people saying ignorant things, the haters, man. Let's just focus on that positive, because those moments that we waste talking to these weirdos is just nothing but a waste of time, a waste of breath. We're talking to people who look in the mirror and can't stand to look at their own reflection. And one day they'll join us. It is what it is. One day they'll join that light. And I don't mean us as in my channel. I mean the good, the positive, the people who want to do better, the people who want to make change. They'll join that. Right now, they don't want to make a change. They're angry. It's a waste of energy. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of putting your mind into a negative overdrive of anxiety, right? It's a waste of that. So don't let people do that to you. The fact that I did it, like I said, I'm willing to stand on that and admit to it and just say in general, like, damn, like I was a fool. I was a fool for letting my peace be disturbed. Not a fool as in I'm an idiot, I'm dumb. Just letting my peace be disturbed and being depressed over it, feeling like, damn, these were friends of mine and they just stabbed me in the back. Boo-hoo. Nah, F them. It's time to stomp the yard with a smarter mind to the BS. Not to bring anyone around, right? Don't have friends, because as soon as you start to be nice and bring in people and forget people in your past that done fucked you over or did things, they start to try to stab you in your back. And I just realized that the only people that support me is my family. And when I say that, I mean that wholeheartedly towards everyone here that I look at like family, that comes by and treats me like family, and my family that's in this household, my son that's in there working on school right now. You know what I mean? My fiance who's in there right now, sleeping, probably resting because she's been up working. So when it comes to those things, it's like, that's what it is. And that's what I'm waking up every day and deciding what I want to do with my life and what I want to do with my life and who I want to impress in my life. Because you should always want to impress your family, your children. And if you're not trying to do that, then something's wrong. Period. Back to it though. Let's finish.
This is the type of property. This is what it's like.
It's a very large, nice property. Couldn't really see the house at all from the road, from the trees.
Right.
It's a very large property.
We've taken some aerials.
Just grabbing a drone.
5 years later, some drone photographs that you've been able to review. And this is aerial 4. So this is a snippet, if you would, from an aerial. Does this kind of look like the area that you went to on July 5th of 2018?
Yes, sir. I was more or less looking in the back, talking to the son. So I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention to the driveway, but yes, sir, that is the.
As we look at aerial 4, this photograph on the left of the screen is this big long driveway. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
As aerial 5, as you move up the driveway, is it correct to say that there's a road or driveway that goes to the right to the barn, that y'all went straight up to the house?
Correct, sir.
And then aerial 6, is this an aerial showing the pond?
Yes, sir.
Is this the house behind the trees here?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
How about that? Aerial
Yes, sir.
7?
Yes, sir, that is the house.
Aerial 8, just another overview. Now, when you're parked, and again, this is about a year later, but as you walk, did y'all walk around as where my mouse is on this item that's here, this white item? Did y'all go around this side, this left side, if you were facing the house?
You never heard of it, Constance? I didn't know that.
And then as you came around, did you come over to the back side
did,
where the
you brought-
burn pile was?
Yes, sir, we did.
Tell the jury, when you arrived expecting to see a person, when did things change for you? What did you see and what changed?
That's
as
a
we're
fact.
walking up to the burn pit,
Heather,
you could see
that's a fact.
you could see some long bones. I saw a foot and the skull.
And when you saw that, what in your mind was going on? What were you saying to yourself?
Just trying to make sense of it. I mean, it's not something you would typically see. So I was like trying to, like the skull, I thought maybe it was a rock. So I kind of.
Oh, Constance, you don't, okay, so you do now. All right. What do you know about it? Like, as far as what, because I could fill you in. I could give you a breakdown. I've watched 24, literally like 24 hours straight, I feel like, of this case. And then I came on. After I took a little nap, I got up and came right back to it. Was like, oh my gosh, this is just rubbing me the wrong way. Okay, so you got Melody, right? You got Melody, which is the person that is accused of murdering her husband. Her husband is Gary Farris, or Farris. He was a lawyer, I believe real estate lawyer, bankruptcy lawyer. Shout out to B for bringing that information to the floor and going to find that for us while we were sitting here talking. Because out of all the hours that I watched, I didn't look at what kind of attorney he was. So you have Gary Farris, who was allegedly murdered by his wife. Now, there's some things that come into play after this, though, that make me feel like I could not convict this woman whatsoever. And I'm going to tell you what those things are. So you have, let me tell you the key players first. Gary, which is the victim. You have Melody, which is the defendant. You have Scott, which is her son. You have Emily, which is her daughter. You have, what's his name? Chris. You got Chris, who is another son. Then you have Amanda. So there's 6 people here. Then you have the 2 grandkids. You have the neighbor getting, you know what I mean? You got all these affairs going on. Then the rest of the people come in. But in this case, they're claiming that she murdered him. She's 125 pounds, soaking wet, 5'4", 5'3". They're saying she's 5'3" to 5'4", 125 pounds. Her man, her husband, that they're saying she allegedly killed is 6'4", 6'6", 320 pounds, 350, between that range. And they're saying that she murdered him and took him a half a mile or a quarter of a mile away to this burn pit that's way far away. So do we see a 125-pound woman pulling this body of dead weight all the way to this burn pile from in the house where they're saying the gun was shot? They're saying the gun was shot, started in the kitchen. Somehow he ended up downstairs. Then I don't know if he came back upstairs or which way or what way it happened, but that's what they're saying. They call this the burn pile murder, I believe. What is it? The burn pile? Yeah, the burn pile murder, right? I'm just thinking of everything off the top. This is just the hypothesis, a breakdown of everything that I'm remembering. And that's how it usually is when you are just passionate or you're stuck into those cases and you're just into them. There's a lot of stuff that made me think that she's either possibly not guilty or someone helped her. Those are my 2 scenarios. But the problem I'm having with the 2 scenarios is that there's so much inconsistent information spread out. There's mistakes made on law enforcement. There's the gun. The gun is the son's, what's his name is Scott. So the gun belongs to Scott. Okay. When you're thinking about this gun that belongs to Scott, you're thinking, does this gun that belongs to Scott, did he blast his dad with this gun? Or did the mom go grab the gun and try to frame her son? What's going on here? You got people doing this. So when you have people doing this, either they're conspired together or one's trying to frame someone else. Point blank, period. Right? That's how I'm looking at it. When you got 2 people, see, the son said some things though, Constance, you got to hear me out on this one. The son said they called me, meaning the police, as they. So why would and he was being questioned about him calling the police. And he goes, yeah, they called me and they told me, then they used proper protocol. So it was like, damn, they called you? There was just a lot of weird shit going on. And that's why I'm watching this, because I couldn't convict this woman. As much as I'm not saying she's not guilty. Again, I'm going to always keep saying I don't think 100% that she's not guilty, but I also couldn't convict her. They are saying she did. Yeah, they're saying she did this by herself, Green Ox. They're saying this woman did this by herself. Long story short, absolutely. And that bothers me. They tested the mom's hands for accelerant, fire, I'm pretty sure gunshot residue from what I thought I heard. And if I'm wrong, we'll be corrected by watching a trial, but nothing on her hands, no accelerant on her hands from starting this fire or anything, So love to watch trials. Nice to see you both, man, my friend. Nice to see you. Hope you had a good day at work and glad to have you in here. You said 100% until some people, okay, I seen that. Did they test mom for gunshot residue? Gypsy, I was kind of touching up on that. I don't think they did, but I don't know. I thought they did, but I'm not 100% sure, so I'm not going to say yes. I'm going to say we'll listen. I did hear that they 100% tested her hands for accelerant, but I didn't hear anything about the gunshot residue besides one thing that I read that said she was negative for that. But I kind of want to hear it in the trial myself. You know what I mean? Make me a believer through the trial myself by listening, because I didn't get that far. I was on day 4. Again, that's 28 hours of the trial I did watch. So I have 28 hours of information in my head, which is why I'm able to spit it out the way I am. When you soak in that shit, you start to know that, you know what I mean? You start packing that information in there. Who the fuck is the Texas Ranger? I know. Tell me about it. You about to make me fall out my chair laughing. He said, who's the Texas Ranger? Who the Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started. I'll tell you what. You're going to get me started, Helen. You're going to get me started. Oh, no. Helen's funny. That's my Helen right there. Nice to see you, my friend. Nice to see you. You put a smile on my face. You always do, Helen call in and be like, the fuck is the Texas Rangers? She never meant to say it like that, but it just became a thing throughout the whole force. Salute to Helen. Miss you. Miss you. Definitely miss you around. Definitely. 100%. Helen's got a hell of a story. And when you listen to that story about her in the way that she talks, I'm pretty sure it's her grandkid. Correct me if I'm wrong right now, Helen, but you're just a very loving person. And I remember you sharing some things with us on the air that were right in the heart. I forgot. I know it was about your son? You lost your son and you had to go to therapy, etc. That shit's deep. And I hope you're still pulling out and doing good, because I remember you very well. Yep, your son. I remembered it just now. I remember your son, you talking about your son. You happen to go to therapy for your son still to this day, and it helps you. I remember you sharing that story, and that's very deep. And the fact that you called up on the air and shared that stuff with us, that's what makes a difference, That's what makes a difference. I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see you're doing good. I'm glad to see you're alive and well. We miss you around here. Shout out to Helen. Helen's funny. She's funny, but she's a very good-hearted person. She's got a good soul. And you could just feel that when you talk to her. You would have to be on her phone. Oh, my gosh. Dorothea Puente, the sadistic serial killer, Constance. She was carrying bodies with the dude, the people whose checks she was stealing. She was carrying the bodies with I think it was this big guy. It was like 6'5". Crazy. Absolutely, Helen. Absolutely. That's what it's about. It's about not just you can't just be the only voice all the time. You know what I mean? And I'm talking about myself when I say that. And that's why I love hearing from you guys and hearing your thoughts, especially after we're digging into a case or we're into a case and it's live and it's going and it's breaking down in front of us. Nothing's better than hearing from the people, because the people are who gets the information out. It may not be you directly, but the people are who push the good word. And without the people, the good word doesn't go nowhere. Your visions and dreams are shit without the people. Remember that. So when people are acting selfish and they're doing these weird things, remember that. Always remember that. Without you, they're nothing. Point blank, period. We're all fighting for the same thing. And that's just some damn change. Some people don't like change, though. They get weird when change happens.
Kind of moved a little bit and put it back the way I found it. And the foot, probably what stands out the most is the foot.
What things, equipment did you have with you to expect to find a person?
So the guys from the engine grabbed the bed and the equipment, the cardiac monitor, the jump bag, and they were coming behind me, and me and the son were walking, a little bit ahead of them.
When you got there, what was found? What happened?
Well, when I saw the bones, I advised dispatch that it wasn't a person down. It was a signal 48, which means a deceased person, and then to have the coroner out.
Did anybody touch the bones or do anything with it?
Only like I said, sir, the top of the skull looked like it may have been a rock, so I kind of lifted it a little bit and then put it back where it was when I realized it was definitely the skull.
So things changed from the person being held to
objection,
basically?
Correct.
Remains?
Yes, sir.
Fair? Did law enforcement, were they quickly on the scene at that point? Did they come up?
Yeah, I remember them being right behind us.
Now, I know you've probably seen a lot of things in your career, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But did this shock you?
Yes, sir.
That states aerial
anytime, Helen.
11 just showing
always.
There's a photograph showing the house in relation to the pond.
Yes, sir.
Aerial 12 going back over the pond to the arena, the sand pit. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
13 just marching back down the driveway, leaving.
Yes, sir.
And then 14 just going back to the road.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've had an opportunity to look at some, law enforcement was able to do some drone videos about a year later in June of 2019. Did you have an opportunity to look at those drone videos?
I did.
Just at this time, and were those videos fair and accurate as you know the property to be when you saw it?
Yes, sir.
I tend to have now Aerial 15, Aerial 16, and Aerial 17, which are 3 drone videos done by the sheriff's office about a year later.
All right, any objections?
No, Dave.
All right, they're admitted.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to let this one play. It's about 2 minutes and 10 seconds long.
Oh, no. That's good footage, though. That's some damn good footage of the property. So, that's Helen. Everything you just said right there is everything that I woke up and decided to do. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. I woke up and decided to have a fucking spine. I woke up and decided to look at the people that love me. I woke up and decided to block out that dark noise. You know what I'm saying? Let that noise do what it wants. That shit fiddles out at some point. If it doesn't, then you're just doing something properly. So let that noise be what it is. The noise is going to be there. But the people that love you, those are the people you really need to pay attention to. Remember, the people who love you are the real ones that you need to pay attention to. If you're looking at this, this may go away. And this is way more important than this, if that makes sense. Which it does. What do you call it?
Split the switch, right? Split the switch down.
The property is beautiful. You're absolutely right. Damn, I didn't know you lost your children. Green eyes. That's tough. Wow. I didn't know that. I don't think you told me that. Saw him to wake up every day. Huh. That's tough. Is that people walking on the property? That must be investigators. There's a lot of investigators there. Angelica, that's a lot of people there, ain't it? 1, 2, 3.
Played now. Aerial 16, which is about 7 minutes and 13 seconds long.
That's like 13 people standing there alone, maybe even 15.
And Captain Love, while that's going on, you went around this as the drone is going. This left side is kind of how y'all approach the burn pile.
Yes, sir.
That's a beautiful property. That's a fact, though, Helen. That's good to say, too. That's the type of energy that needs to be floating around. Anything else is just nonsense. It is a different world for moms that lost their children. I've seen the pain on people. Mama Duck's one of them. She's somebody I've seen online that I've followed for a while that's lost a child, and that pain shows, never goes away. It's just part of something that you're always going to deal with. It's about finding the right way to cope with it. Finding, something that doesn't make you want to take yourself out this world, but something that makes you want to do something in their memory. Keep their memory alive. Turn it into a foundation. Turn it into a foundation where you help other people, other children, other things. There's things to heal. There is. It's not the end. If you lost a child, yes, it's horrible. And I can guarantee you, I don't know what that feels like. But what I can say is I do know what it feels like to lose someone you love. And I mean dead. So when it comes to that, find what you love. Something that soothes your soul. And if that's helping other children, then do it. Because you can. In your child's memory, you can make a foundation or in her memory or his memory and turn it into something so beautiful. Like Ethan Chapin, what they're doing, what his parents are doing, is awesome. A lot of people actually really do it. But that's the first one I think of when I think about that. Yep, I just mentioned that, Camilla. Today's 2 years. That's good. You always do. You always do. You catch me off guard every time. It's true. Catching me off guard every single time. Like God sent you in the tap on my shoulder. Hey, keep it up. What it felt like. That is beautiful. That reminds me of what I try. Yeah, this is property's big. Property's big. That's for damn sure. Come back. Just listen to that. You're good, Bo, man. Take your time. Relax. Hang out. You're good. I appreciate you hanging. Nice to see you. No, it's probably because of the mic. I don't have my mic plugged in. It's got a hell of an echo. Oh well, show goes on. I get it though. Gotta plug in this mic is what it really is.
You talked about another spot here later. Was that area of the burn pile?
Yes, sir.
Tell me if you can hear me right. Good, we good? Can you hear me? What about there? Is that good? All right, I plugged in my podcast microphone. That's why. How about that? How we sounding? Is this the microphone right here? Mic check 1 2 1 2. Never know. Dang. I plugged my podcast microphone in. Thank you for saying that, Lollipop. Thank you for saying that. I needed to. If it's like that, I like for people to tell me that so I can fix it. But I also don't want to work myself up. You know what I mean? So, but thank you for telling me that. Nothing but pain. I said losing the level to all of this violence. A government doesn't want to make change. It was a game. This shit ain't the same.
Captain Love on State's Exhibit Aerial 16, roughly right at 7 minutes. Is this a view showing from the burn pile to the house?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Camilla.
Next is State's Exhibit Aerial 17, which is 4 minutes and 27 seconds. Another drone video.
Should sound a lot better, honestly. A lot better. Coming through this mic is way better than coming through. But this properties now. You could track them in between trees or on a side by side. But I feel like a lot of blood would get put all over the place if you drag the body all the way through there. You know what I mean? If you drag the body all the way. Blood would rip. I feel like, you know what I mean? Back would be hitting on roots, ripping his skin open. You take them down there to go to the fire, I feel like there would be a blood trail. So they probably threw the body into the truck. Maybe his, allegedly, only thinking. A tractor, something. There was blood allegedly on the side by side in the tractor, which you'll see later on in the trial. That's a fact. Always. I'm here. I'm here, Lobby. Well, today's been one of them regular days. 5 hours, this ain't shit to me. Time on here is nothing. I love it on here. Anyone who knows me knows I'm on here for like 8 hours. Woo! Normally, 5 to 8 hours. If it ain't that, then something's wrong. You know? This property is nice, though. I was looking at those roots back there. Like if they're thinking that they pulled the bodies through there.
Captain on State's Exhibit Aerial 17, roughly at 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Is it showing 2 doors on that side of the house, on the basement level?
Yes, sir.
Is that the guy I think it is?
After you realized what you were dealing with, did you turn the scene over to law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, John?
Anything?
Yes, sir.
Like, we need to replay the video.
There you go.
All right. Flip them back up, please.
Good afternoon, Captain Love. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody Farris in this matter. And it is Captain, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So on that day, you responded with who?
Me and my partner, Kenny Holland, were on the ambulance. On the fire truck was Jacob Kenny and Megan Hamilton.
Okay. So you got off of the ambulance.
Yes.
And you get, again, the fire truck could not make it up the driveway.
Correct.
Why was that?
Because the weight of the fire truck, we don't typically drive the fire truck on driveways. If it's a long driveway, they'll either have to walk or they'll jump in the back of the ambulance with us. And on that call, they jumped in the back of the ambulance.
So you get out, you got your pack, you don't really know what you have at the time, as you testified to earlier, but you walked up the driveway and you encountered, who did you encounter?
So at the end of the driveway, when we stopped and the crew from the fire truck was getting on, there was a gentleman at the end of the driveway telling us that he could show us where at the time we thought a patient was.
Okay. Now, you stated earlier that he kept saying to you he knew what a burned body looked like.
Correct.
And that's something that's resonated in your memory 6.5 years later.
Yes, sir.
All right. That was Scott Farris, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. What was the demeanor?
He was, I guess the best word is just panicked.
Okay. Do you remember anything else? Did he say anything else to you about where the location of this was?
That he would show us. He said it was a pretty good walk. He would show us where it was.
Now, were there any other family members close by as this was happening?
I did not see anyone else.
Did you speak to any of the other family members on the property?
No, sir.
Did he mention to you or to anybody that worked with you that day, did he ever bring up anything about a missing gun?
No, sir.
Right. But how many times do you think he said he knew what a burned body looked like?
Probably 2-3 times when I was asking questions when we were still in the back of the ambulance.
Right. Do you remember anything else he said?
I don't remember when he said it, but he said his dad had been missing for a couple of days and they've been looking for him, but that wasn't unusual for him to be missing, I guess.
He said that to you?
Yes.
And that's when he walked you back there himself?
Yes.
And that was just as we saw in the video, back down the house, from behind the house. What would you say the grade on that piece of property was?
Thank you, Helen. I appreciate you.
It was a little bit of an incline, but not too steep.
We'll talk to
and
you
how
soon.
far behind? I mean, because videos and pictures certainly don't do justice necessarily to being there in person. How far behind the house would you say that burn pile was?
I couldn't tell you. Because, I mean, at the time, I'm not thinking about how far I'm walking. I'm just like walking, trying to get some information and thinking about what we're going to do.
So generally speaking, so the images that we...
Hey, guys, my dad is found dead in a burn pit. But you know what? My gun's missing. I know what dead bodies look like because I was in Afghanistan, but my gun is missing. That is my gun. Say it.
I'm just saying, I had to crack you up. That is my gun. Say it. Lollipop girl, this case is crazy. Again, you got mom, you got Melody, the one who's being accused. You have Scott, which is the son. You have Gary, which is the defendant, the victim that was murdered. There's just so many. I'm telling you, there's so many right now. You got Emily, the daughter, Amanda, the daughter. So you got Chris, Emily, Amanda. I'm going to name the kids off. Chris, Emily, Amanda, Scott. And then parents. Accused, mom, Melody. So it's Melody Walker Farris. Then you have Gary Farris, who is an attorney, right? He's a bankruptcy attorney. He's a real estate attorney. He's a known dude. He's the money winner. He's the breadwinner, right, of his family. He takes care of his kids. He's slinging them money. This is a true case of who done it.
Who done it there, Seth? We want to know because you're looking real fucking guilty right now.
That is my wife. Now, you talk about my wife? You defend my wife? You must be out your damn mind. I've been watching the trial for days, Lollipop. I really have. I've been watching it for days since Angelica, mentioned it to me, and I've really sucked. Or listen, oh my God, pause. I sucked in all the information, just in my brain. It's there. It is there. All of it's there. I could tell you what Rubs me the wrong way in this thing. Everything. It's horrible.
That is my wife. Pause.
Say it. Did you take my gun?
My gun is missing, Sam. You understand me, boy?
We saw today, we're taking roughly a year later. You didn't take those pictures, correct?
Correct.
But compare and contrast the state of the burn pile that day.
Good. You
July 5th, 2018.
Just in reference to my report, I estimated it was probably about a 6 foot in diameter. I don't remember, I think 3 feet, maybe high.
Was it still smoking? Could you tell? Was it hot?
Have my gun set?
I don't remember seeing any smoke. And we didn't bring our thermometer down there to check because we were on an EMS call. We were thinking, get the patient, go to the hospital.
And you mentioned that, did you have any gloves or anything like that on?
Yeah, we had medical exam gloves on.
No, so I imagine that you wouldn't have thought it was a very hot fire if you would have reached down and touched it.
No, sir, it wasn't.
Right. When you touched what was a remain, was it hot?
I don't remember it being hot, not like to burn me. It was warm outside, so it wasn't like it was on fire currently or enough to burn me, but it was
just call me
ambient temperature.
There'll be a number of expert witnesses. I expect that the state is going to. I keep thinking there's a map up there, but there's not. There's a number of expert witnesses that I believe the state's going to call.
There was a number of expert witnesses that had my gun. Okay. Did Chris have it? Did my mom have it? Did Emily have it? Did Amanda have it? I don't fucking know, but somebody had my damn gun and it's been missing. Right as soon as I found the body, the gun's missing. What the fuck is going on? The police called me. I'm out here by a damn fire. I'm being talked to and they're blamed by all these people. But yet my mom's been the number one suspect the whole damn time.
Talking about how they have mapped out the burn pit, the burn pile, where certain things were found within the burn pile. But you stated that you picked up what I believe you believe to be the skull of Mr. Farris.
I didn't know who, but yes, it appeared to be a skull.
But you picked it up, yes?
I didn't pick it up.
Okay.
I lifted like the corner and let it lay back down to where it was.
Immediately laid it back down.
Yeah, I did not move it.
Okay.
I just want to know why my mom was convicted when it was my gun. Okay. I'm the only one in the damn family that owns a .38 caliber. I was able to pin it on my mother, allegedly. I'm just joking.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the case, but it seems like that. It makes me feel like that. It makes me feel like not everybody's in jail for this horrific demonstration that took place here in Georgia. Talking about a brutally murdered person who people are pointing the finger at and saying, this woman murdered him. Well, she didn't move the body by herself. Did she drive the fucking tractor to the front door, lift the body up and take it and say, that's my husband. I'm going to drop him off in the damn burn pile and I'm going to burn him. I'm going to go put blood on the bottom of my shoe. I'm OCD. I'm a clean freak, but now I'm fucking up and stepping all over blood, leaving my shoes there that I would throw in the fire pit and burn to all hell. Like, come on. That shit's crazy. I'm sorry. I got reasonable doubt. And that is my wife.
I mean, I didn't pick it up to move it.
You didn't pick it up, hold it in your hand?
No, sir.
You just
I just
rolled
made
it
sure
and
it
put
was.
back.
I just made sure it was like not a rock, and there was,
I love you back, my friend.
And that would have been when you made the signal 48?
Yes, sir.
Was Scott Farris standing there when you were doing that?
I assume so. I mean, he walked us back there, and he was still back there when we were leaving. I don't think he left.
Any other family members around?
I do not remember any other family members.
Did you ever remember speaking with my client, Melody Farris?
No, sir.
I get a pass here and
Did you
there.
see her even?
I did not.
When you walk down there, and I believe this is important, so I take your time to answer this question. Because all of Cherokee County responded following you after your signal 48. Did you ever notice any tractor
I've seen this
marks?
part. I'm going to the bathroom real quick.
I
Give me a
did
second.
not notice, sir.
I got it.
Did you notice
Number
any
2.
RTD
No.
tire treads? Like a tire tread, a car tread, any kind of a...
I did not notice.
How about, could you see
Playing
where
for the ones that want
horse
to hear.
hoof marks would be somewhere around the fire? Did you see any of that?
I didn't notice anything like that.
All right, any tools or implements for the fire?
I didn't notice. I wasn't looking for stuff like that either.
Yes, ma'am.
But I did not notice.
Anything else you would remember about that day?
No, sir.
How long did you leave after the signal 48?
Pretty quickly after I called and told them that it was a signal 48 and law enforcement was there, we turned the scene over as quickly as possible, especially for the ambulance to get back in service for, the next emergency call. So we left pretty quickly.
I may have one brief second, Your Honor. That's all I have, Judge.
Can you redirect? No, Your Honor. All right, you sit down. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, you may call.
All right. That's fine. All right, call your next witness.
This is time to take off Robert Raleigh. Robert Raleigh.
Y'all stretch.
Just before the line, we'd like to finish with this witness study. We don't need more after this. This one here.
You got another one to call?
Next one's on long. Are they here? Do the preliminary stuff?
Sir, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm that the evidence you about present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat, state your name for the record, and tell us where you work and what do you do?
Ben Raleigh, I work for Cherokee County Sheriff's Department, UPD, been there 11 and a half years.
And what do you do at the Sheriff's Department?
Investigate crimes, car crashes, supervise, and road patrol.
I want to turn your attention now to Thursday, July 5th, 2018, right around 1 p.m. Did you respond to 2155 Purcell Lane in Alpharetta, Cherokee County, Georgia?
I did.
Tell the jury what you responded for.
I responded for a person down. Essentially, I guess the son of the mother called and said he'd been to Iraq, seen a person burning before. He knows what it looks like, and I responded as the supervisor.
Where'd you come from?
The precinct.
How long did it take you to get there?
It took me quite a while.
And when you respond, what do you remember seeing there?
There was some family outside, and there was another deputy at the front porch.
You got your cell phone with you?
I do.
Is it on?
It's, yeah.
Do me a favor, the judge allows. Can you Google what day of the week is July 5th, 2018?
Judge, you okay?
I've got a calendar. This is perfect. No objection. Judge, I'll send her to evidence now. State's Exhibit Raleigh 1, which is a calendar. Did you beat me?
Yes. There you go.
All right. So looking at State's Exhibit Raleigh 1 for your name and your one exhibit there, number 1. July 2018, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So you respond July 5th, which is a Thursday?
Yes, sir.
About 1 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
And do you have an opportunity to review State's Exhibit Raleigh 2, which is just a portion of your video from your patrol vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate and describe you pulling up the driveway?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, I'm tendering to evidence State's Exhibit Raleigh 2, which is a clip from his patrol vehicle video.
Okay.
Tendering to evidence this time.
Go ahead. Move.
This you?
Yes, sir.
Left of the screen, you'll see yourself walking up there.
Yes, sir.
I have no idea. It looked like one of ours. You go around to the left of the house. Yes, sir. Thank you.
When you arrived, where did you go?
I went to the left side of the house.
And where'd you end up?
And inside the house.
You go. How did you see in the house? Did you see Melody Farris, the defendant, in the house?
Yes, sir.
Now let the record reflect. Is this the defendant that you saw in the house?
You know, I believe so. It's 6 years ago. Yes, sir.
She looked like the person that you saw.
Yes, sir.
When you went in, where was she at?
She was on the outside, and then she came on inside.
Did you clear the house?
I did.
Tell the jury what clearing the house is.
So clearing the house is anytime you go on scene, you need to make sure that nothing else is inside the house, and that's just standard operating procedure. What we do.
When you walked in, did the defendant go and get anything from the house?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
She asked if she could enter the house. She forgot to get 2 rings that were inside a drawer, and I allowed her to do so. And we went inside the house. She went into a junk drawer and pulled out 2 rings and put them on her ring finger.
Where was this in the house? Do you remember?
It was on the inside the kitchen.
Kitchen area?
Yes, sir.
And then after that, what happened?
And then she left. She went back outside.
At any point while you were out there, were you, I guess, tasked with doing security or making sure nothing was getting moved, things like that?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever smell anything?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what you smelled.
Just like cleaning solution, like bleach. It was a very faint odor.
Remember anything about candle?
Yes. The candle was reflected in my report. I can't remember exactly the candle. It was 6 years ago.
But there was a candle burning in the house?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further to it. All right, so you're.
Now, you said, are you corporal?
Yes, sir.
Corporal, I'm John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody Farris. So what you just summed up, was that, how long were you there that day?
I was there for a while. I mean, if it happened at 1 o'clock, I wasn't relieved until about 5:30, 6 o'clock.
Right, so you were there 4 or 5 hours.
Sure.
All right. And you were the first one to respond, the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office?
Incorrect.
Okay. Who was?
I believe it was be on CAD, but I know that I relieved Deputy Moss at the time.
All right. So there had already been a number of people there by the time you got there.
Sure.
All right. And you walk in, were you the first person to talk to Miss Farris that you know of?
I don't know.
Right. Had anybody else, so you walked in the house immediately once you got there?
I don't remember.
All right. And you walked in the house and you immediately smelled, what did you say you smelled?
The odor like a cleaning solution, like bleach.
All right. Did you walk into a laundry room? Did you notice there was a laundry room close by when you walked in the house?
I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember. And a candle, what did you say you smelled a candle burning?
I believe there was it reflected in my report that there was a candle. I don't recall.
Because you don't recall a candle?
Correct.
Then why would you write in a report that this candle was important to you, but you don't remember what it was?
Because that's 6 years ago.
Okay. Is it unusual for people to have a candle burning in their house?
Sure. Is it unusual?
Yes. Is it unusual? Or is it usual?
Yeah.
It's normal.
Correct.
So why was that unusual to you?
I don't know.
Okay. And is it unusual for people to clean their houses?
Yeah, that's standard.
It's standard. And when you walk into a house, some of them smell clean, correct?
Sure.
All right. And would this have been any more different than if you walked into anybody's clean house? Yours, for example?
No.
Go ahead. Okay, hold on. One more. All right, so you cleared this house, yes?
Correct.
All right. And was anybody else with you?
I believe Deputy Moss.
Okay. And when you cleared this house, did you notice anything else out of place?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you notice any blood splatter?
No, sir.
Did you notice any droplets of blood?
No, sir.
Did you notice a bullet surreptitiously placed in the floor in the basement?
No, sir.
Okay. Nothing else. You just noticed maybe the smell of, you say bleach, maybe.
Yeah, cleaning solution, bleach.
And a candle.
Yes, sir.
But you don't remember what the candle smelled like?
No.
Okay. Anything else? There.
All right, thank you, Anthony. David, we'll follow up on this candle. I think you were in the kitchen, is that right?
Correct.
And you said it's been 6 years?
Yes.
Don't remember everything?
No.
Did you write a report?
Yes, sir.
Or you talked to write something significant or important to put in your report?
Absolutely.
Would it refresh your memory, your recollection, to be able to look at your report and see what you said or wrote down about the candle?
Yes.
Judge Matt Roach. With all this technology now, I have the reports on my laptop. So what I want you to do is take my laptop, just hold it to yourself. Is that your report?
Yes, sir.
Do me a favor, go ahead and just read it to yourself. Don't read it out loud. Go to the section at the bottom there where it talks about the candle. All right, now being in the kitchen, there was a door. Where was the candle at?
I don't remember it was a big house. I don't remember exactly where the candle was.
Okay. Do you remember what room it is?
No, sir.
45
Do
minutes.
you now recall what you wrote in your report where the candle was?
Yeah, the candle was being lit in front of the basement door.
And approach on. Basement door.
Yes, sir.
This looks like Brian Koberger's cousin. What the hell did I walk into?
Did you take any photos of where this candle was?
No, sir.
Are you aware of anything taken?
If I'm wrong, this guy looks like Brian Koberger's cousin. What the fuck is going on here? What did I walk into? Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you ever look in the dining room where the candle was?
Again, I couldn't even tell you where the dining room was.
Right. And you couldn't tell me where the laundry room was either.
Correct.
That's all, Judge.
All right, anything else?
No, no.
All right, you step down.
Thanks, sir.
All right. All right.
Lollipop said he seems suspicious to me. Homie looked like a version of Brian Kohlberger. I don't know what the hell I was looking at. Alex Baldwin did it. This dude don't know shit.
Getting behind, but the attorneys have said that the next witness is going to be lengthy, and they don't want to start for 30 minutes and then break for the evening and then start back in the morning. So we're going to recess today. Y'all report back in the morning at, I want y'all here at 8:45 in the jury room. So that means y'all need to get here before that downstairs. There'll be someone, like I said, at your parking spaces. Do we know? Does anyone know where they're?
It's about to end right now.
Anyone have any idea? Drive around till you see someone who will direct you where you're supposed to go, or you see cones. There'll be some orange cones when you come in. I believe they're going to be under the parking.
Now, I'm pretty sure that this is the end of it, of the day one. And as I said, I'm going to come on daily or every other day. Probably going to be right back on tomorrow. I don't want to, you know what I mean? I'm staying on this shit. I'm going to be back with this case either daily or every other day. And we're going to watch the trial together. Whoever wants to watch it, nobody's ever forced. And I appreciate those who sit in and enjoy the commentary and enjoy listening and enjoy debating. Because this trial, I really felt something off, right? The whole entire thing just felt wrong. It just, something doesn't feel right with it. It doesn't feel like all the players are doing or where they should be at, should I say. So, I would say when I get up, I don't want to say what time, but it would definitely be earlier, for sure. Earlier in the day than before later at night, like usual. So I'm looking to get on during the day with you guys and just really, have a good time, but also be serious when covering these cases. And especially this case right here, this one that has me so passionate and a fire burning inside, because I really do feel like something went wrong during this trial or just during this case in general. It wasn't properly done. And you're going to see that as we keep moving along. You're 100% going to see that. So when we go on this day 2, be ready. Have your notepads, because shit's about to get crazy. It's about to get crazy. Maybe we come on and do a box later on the second channel. I don't know who's up for that, but let me know in the chat if you're up for that. If you're not, I get it. I respect it. I know some people aren't with that. I get it. Maybe we come on later and do a little box on this session. See what Gary thinks about the verdict being, what the verdict's been against his wife. Does he, maybe he wants to borrow my energy to tell us something. It's just the way it works for me. That's the way it works for me. When we jump on the second channel and I dive in with my energy, I'm telling you, shit gets crazy. Like and people don't believe me, but go and look. It's a damn live stream. When I pulled out the SB7 and I started asking questions with Idaho 4, I didn't expect to say, which one of the victims are here? Kaylee, what is the name of the person responsible? Brian. I didn't expect to get any of that. And that's before anybody even knew who this dude was. So there's a lot of things with that just add up for me. And shout out to Gary Galka for really being a supporter in the paranormal field. He's an award-winning paranormal investigator. So the fact that, again, he's supportive and shows love. Like, I've reached out to him once. That guy is a great person. His daughter died and he started inventing paranormal equipment and learning how to contact with the other side. He's been very good at it. And shout out to him for being a mentor, a leader, and somebody that I look up to, because he's a very good individual. And that guy sent me stuff for the channel on the limb and didn't ask me for a dime and just flat out hooked me up. He was like, man, you got a gift of talking to the other side, bro. You got a gift like no other. They just come to you left and right. I'm like, thank you, man. I felt that. Inside. Do I need a cosign like that? Absolutely not. But for the people who, I remember people hitting me up all the time, doubting. and saying like, Rev, you know, I think this is fake or I think this is that, to be acknowledged by someone who genuinely loves it like I do and has the passion for it like I do, and has won and been in the field with the most professional paranormal investigators out there, that type of acknowledgement to me is something that you can't overlook. Me personally, me saying I can't overlook that. I can't, you know, act like I don't have that because it's there. So you said I have been doing spirits for years. Yeah, some people do, some people don't. And I get it. You know, I get it. I get it. Some people do, some people don't. And it's just part of it, right? What the heck just happened to me? Some people do it, some people don't. It is what it is. You know, but I'm always love it. I'm gonna always love it. So me stopping that, never. Should I have questions for the other side? Maybe you could do a Q&A. Hey, Lollipop, that's actually something that I am gonna incorporate. So it's funny you said that. Not funny for real, but funny you said that because I've literally was going to incorporate that for people who like that, for people who want that, for people who really want that. Because if you want that, then that's just even more energy towards that, if you get what I'm saying. That's just how it is. How I look at it. What's going on, Camilla? I'm here. I've been here the whole time. I had the camera. I had it notched off for a minute. I thought I had it on. I was looking at the screen like, damn, I don't have my camera on. But yeah, you said I would learn how to open up more. I would like to learn how to open up more and be safe with it. First, you got to plant your intention. I can go based off of what works for me. Nobody ever taught me or told me. It just has been something that I've naturally had. So in order for you to tap into it, I would say have an open mind. Don't question anything and go into every session with intentions of something positive rather than something negative. That's my best advice to you. Is if you want to do it, if you want to order one from somewhere, a spirit box, whatever, if you're going to tap into that field, you got to treat it serious, because if you treat it like a game, something will come and interfere. Make sure you pray. Make sure you close your sessions. Make sure that, you know, that there's a lot that you want to do. And we could talk about that. I don't mind talking about it. I don't mind. I'd love for more people to be able to tap into it, you know? So I love people who want to learn or hear it. And I can only tell you what works for me. What may work for me may not work for you. But you do want to meditate a little bit and have and open up your ears. Because sometimes things aren't there. And if you record it, because there may be things there that you don't pick up on, you know? So if you record it, you might go back and catch something you didn't hear. So that's a good part too, because sometimes we just don't hear things on the spot. When we go back though, it's like, whoa, bing, bang, boom, boom. It just happens. It's part of it. It is crazy, but it's part of it. I'm very intuitive. Got me over here choking. You said, T-REV, so glad this covers today. Thank you. Also, justice for Zana, Kaylee, Ethan. You know, damn, it sounds like we need to do an anniversary session. I almost feel like I owe it to them. I don't say that in a lazy way. I say that as I like seriously. Like the first thing when we heard about Idaho 4, what did we do? We dove straight into that on the other side. We didn't dive into it, but here on this channel, we didn't dive into these sessions or this session we didn't look at anything. We went in straight up like I'm watching this trial. No information, no facts, no nothing. So to get the responses that I got and then take it to the air was crazy. We definitely should do an anniversary stream for sure. I agree. For sure, Leisure. Like I actually agree to that. And we should do it. It's not hard. I mean, I literally cook us up a thumbnail and load up on the other channel. Maybe we do it tonight. What time is it right now? Go eat some dinner, make some dinner, and hop on. We can do it. We could do it. And then we'll do day 2 More than likely tomorrow. But I'm going to let you know for sure, whether it be the community tab. If for some reason I don't, I will say something on the community tab. So look for that. Also, but I'm not. I'm committed to doing it. We're watching the 8 hours on the second day tomorrow. We're watching it. We're in. We're watching all of it. Every bit of it. Whether it's day 5, 30, 50. We're watching every single one of them. All 8 hours, all the way up. Now, we'll skip through those dry spots where the jurors are out and they're taking a break and they're relaxing. We'll take breaks there, or we'll skip through that there. If we need to take a break, I can pause it for a second, get drinks, come back, and boom. This trial, I don't know. It has me interested. A lot of people may not like it, but I love it. You know what I mean? I'll post a Discord. Obviously, I need to start playing shows back in Discord again. Anybody who wants to come in, relax. I've been actually in there watching Ghost Adventures and all different types of stuff. So if you want to come in there and join me, I'll put that on the members community tab for everyone who wants to join. If you don't, that's up to you. It doesn't matter to me. I welcome everybody, open arms. I just don't like drama. All I ask for is keep the drama away. If you know, be friendly, treat people how you want to be treated. That's all I ask. Other than that, yeah. You know, other than that, treat people how you want to be treated. It's important. That's an important one. You know how that goes. Hold on, let me remove that. Whoa. There we are. So, where we at, y'all? You know what time it is. You know how we do this. We don't play no games when it comes to this. It's the same way. The routine doesn't end, whether there's 50, 40, 30, 20, 1,000, 2,000. It doesn't matter. It's the same way every single time. Lord, thank you for this live that I was able to have with the Rev Gang family. Everybody that is supporting and showing love and has a great heart. Lord, I'm asking for you to speak through me, to push me in the right direction, to keep being behind me through these struggles and different trials and tribulations that I'm going through. I do feel you every step of the way. Lord, I just want to thank you for another day of me living and being able to use my voice no matter what, to be who I am, to not let others shove me off into a corner of shade, dark, sorrow, not to shut down. Lord, thank you for giving me the strength to overcome that. Thank you for opening my eyes to what's really true, to the people that love me, not the people that want to see me fall. See, Lord, I know this is all a part of the plan. And I know it's my mission to do what I love. And you make that felt. And I know only I am possible to make that happen. But Lord, I have felt you every step of the way, and I appreciate you. I feel your spirit with me every single day, and I'm going to continue to pound forward. That's just it. There's no looking back. In the name of thy son, Jesus Christ, amen. Throw them prayer emojis in chat. And you know what? I'm going to let the gospel speak. I'm sick. We're sick and tired of saying shit over and over again. We're going to let the gospel talk for us. So, and that being said, let's let it go. Here it is right here. One of my favorite ones coming in. Oh. We'll be on the paranormal channel.
Every day just to go live, calling out for justice till the Lord lets us all thrive. We ain't here to play no games. I just came to make a little change. Sick of the laws of corruption in our country. Yeah, it's a fucking shame. How the innocent hurts and the guilty get to laugh from the prison. It's a curse. We all want to fix it, but we can't fix shit if you never hear what the hell we say first. Dedicated, never hesitate. Speak for many, no hesitation. representation. Give a voice to so many people. If you hear the pain, you could never hate it. Rise above the silence, amplify the cries. For every tear that falls, where that echo that defies. Look, break the silence loud and clear. Voices rise, the world will hear. We pray together, every single stream, and I won't stop till I'm in your ear. Oh.
Talk to him. We're tired of the pain. I'm enjoying this in the light. Shout out to Jolie. Shout out to Logan. Shout out to Elena. Camilla. We appreciate you. Brian in the building. Lil B, Angelica. Green Eyes. I love you guys. If I missed you, we'll get you on the next one.
In the shadows, voices fade, but I make them heard every single day. I pray for change to the point that I think about coming with Rev Gang as a parade. That's what chasing echoes, silent screams. We light the way with hope's high beams. Got in and lost back from the extremes. Voices rise, tearing at the seams. United in the fight, no one's left behind. Let me give you some advice. Be a voice for yourself, don't ever give up. You can always make a change, it ain't late to make it right. Step up, stand tall, together we ignite. Break the chains of silence, shining ever bright. I'm an angel with my wings, focus on this fight. That's why I speak loud with this chest on my mic. Tired of the feeling, it's like all the villains. Steady state winning, how do we make a difference? They shut down opinions, got a bunch of little minions that will never make decisions on anything they're pitching. But we break the mold, no blind submission. Rise and revolt with clear vision. Voice of truth, our strong mission, we will compose. Let's go.
Love that song. Love that song. One of my favorites. And you know, the other day, I'm like, damn, I'm just going to start making videos to every single one of these joints. And it is what it is. It's coming. I said it. I started with one of my old ones I made 5 years ago. Some people think it's new, but it's actually 5 years old. Believe it or not. We'll continue the gospel. My peace. See, I made my peace in a point of depression where I wanted everybody to think that I was okay, but I wasn't okay. And that's okay to not be okay. You just got to collect yourself, come back, go to the drawing board, come back. If you're burnt out, go to the drawing board, come back. Come back when it feels right, when your spirit is there. Come back when Jesus is talking through you. Don't talk when, you know, you got demonic forces and people. And what I mean by demonic forces is just negative people in general. When you got them in your ear, you got to get rid of them. The only way to get rid of them is the way that you cope. I can't tell you how to cope. I can tell you how I cope, but I can't tell you. But this was my way, my peace.
Yeah. Man, you know, I've been waking up these last couple days and just not feeling like myself. Feeling deep down with this depression in my mental health. You know, I know we all feel that way. I've talked to a lot of people in the Rev Gang and I know they feel like that too. And that's why a lot of us relate. You know, we felt that pain. We wake up every day and stand up for those who feel it also. This is more than a movement. I really love this shit. I put my heart and soul into it too. Look, man, let's get to it. Wake up every day, going through depression. Learned another lesson as I count my blessings. Rise above the pain, make a new impression. Backs turn on me for the fame, casting shadows of doubt every time that you speak on my name. But that won't be a stepping stone for the clout or the fame. When the truth comes to light, the face will burn out in a shame. I'll keep rising above while they stay stuck in the game. Turning every light of fuel for my flame. Never flaunting my wealth, but still played in the game. Boy, gave from my heart just to get stabbed in my back. Now I'm treated like an enemy, cause loyalty they lack. Jealous of my rise, envious of my path. While they plot and scheme, I keep my goals intact. The envy fuels my drive, ignites my inner wrath. Facing all lies, I'll never let them pass. Bringing light to the lost, the ones we need to find. Families torn apart, left broken behind. Just them felon kids who vanish in the night. We'll keep raising our voice until we make it right. Voice of the voiceless, echoes in the dark, shining through the shadows, igniting every spark. Together we'll stand strong, never back down. Fighting for justice until the lost is found. Haters throw the shade, they try to drag me down, but I rise above the lies and wear my strength like a crown. The witness feel my fire, but can't dim my glow. Every step I take forward leaves them stuck at the dope. Innocent lives lost, kids gone without a trace. We fight for justice every day to bring light to the case. Too many tears shed, too many hearts torn apart. And we won't rest till we bring peace to every heart. You don't need anyone to pave your way. You've got the strength to rise and slay. Let's do it. Remember, success is in your hands, and the love from your true ones is all you need to stand. That's a fact. When the world tries to bring you down, Just look around and wear your crown. You've got the fire, the drive, the spark to light up your night. Look, stay ahead of the fate. Keep your balance up straight. Don't let a sucker in your circle that just turns to a snake. I remember when you were here but couldn't look me in the face. If you want what I got, you gotta really feel the pain, boy. It takes commitment. You really gotta love what you're pitching. This ain't a job to me. I wake up and really clip this. I feel the pain from these victims. That's why I stay to myself, cause all they want is your wealth. They see you getting money, then they start to want it themselves. That's not what it's about. You're thinking of clout, while the mission's making a change for the families losing a mouth. I used to be the person with no voice. It was like I was silent from the start, really with no choice. And if I could go back, I would hug my mom and help everyone off drugs so nothing would go wrong. We were failed by the system, voices never mentioned. People doing dope, dying in my kitchen. CPS at the door, cause somebody called the system. What you know about failing with a family with no vision. Grew up in the hood, never knew what love was. Always waiting for my dad by the window like a bus. I evolved into me and found out what love was. I ain't letting off the brakes until God picks me up. Boy, I'm parking on these haters, staying in my path. I jumped on the mower cause I had to cut the grass. Every time I see you hate, it makes me wanna laugh. Cause you're jealous of my grind and try to emulate my craft. All of you are weak, fucking bullies of the week. Waking up every day, trying to walk us like we're sheep. I got my eyes open so I close them when you speak. Cause you really don't exist if you're something I don't see. Boy, to my people standing tall, don't ever lose sight. Keep pushing through the darkness until you reach the light. Don't let the haters be your downfall. Rise above their game. You've got the power within. Let them remember your name.
That's a fact. Woo, that's my joint right there. I'm telling you right now, I'm over here dancing like I'm in front of a damn 1,000 people. I mean, in the crowd, like literally performing. That's how I'm feeling. I can't wait to do some shows. I'm gonna tell you that much right now. I'm gonna light that. I'll light wherever up. I'm telling you, you ain't gonna never dim my light, baby. Only time will tell.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Every day I wake up, I'm here to make a change. Only time will tell, I hope it takes the pain away. I see these families going through it every single day. Another person dead, an article up on a page. But I hold on to hope like a candle in the rain. Got it by the light, trying to break through these heavy chains. In the heart of the night, I'm searching for the flame. Speaking for the silent, in your honor, I'ma pave the lane. In the silent battles, I become the roaring train. Carrying the hopes on this long and winter terrain. Through the valleys of silence, the dreams I entertain. In the quiet whispers, my purpose remains the same. Let's
sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell.
Look.
Only time will tell.
We're really feeling like we're living in hell. Just turn on YouTube and start searching and you'll see it yourself. But together we light up the dark, standing strong, playing our part. Heart to heart, we heal, we mend. And this battle will prevail in the end. Voice for the voices we defend. In the silence our words transcend. With every note we send a message, deep truths we blend. And every verse hope strength from my spirit within. Let's wake up, start the day, I'm back fighting again. Giving a voice to the people who have nothing to give. They come to me, I let them speak and tell it just like it is. I've been sacrificing all my life, I sleep when it is.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll
find my way. That's my joint. I'm telling you, let's get to this next one, because this one kind of fits what I was just talking about. Just put your hands in Jesus. I'm telling you. Let Jesus hold you up, because he's there. You may not know that. Shout out to the people who don't believe. I get it. I respect you. But that's what I did. And it's done a lot for me. I mean, it's got me custody of my son. It's changed and put people in my life that love me, even when I thought I didn't need that. So just think about those things that the man upstairs does for you. when you want to do better. Remember that. Say that to say this.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look. Dear Jesus, I wanted to change. I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I rage when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rep gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn and say,
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
look. Nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same. Losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains. Give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kiss. And you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a team. And now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell, at least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it. I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me. Deep one. You gotta let it go though. You gotta let the pain come. See, get over something. Think about it. Bury it. It's always gonna hurt you. Release it away. I promise you.
Yeah. Dear mama, I know you told me stay out of that drama, and I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They an actor, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of, and I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Had to write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, I just want you to have faith, yeah. Know I'm about to go fill up the bank, yeah. Dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, yeah.
Dear mama, you're all that I got. I know life was messed up and went left with my pops. I was out there running the block, drugs in my sock. After I got raped, I blamed you and my pops. I was mad at life, I hated myself. I thought if I could blame y'all, it would fix itself. But I was wrong, and I can admit that there was nothing worse than waking up every day not knowing your worth. Mama, no matter what you did to me, I just wanna say I love you. I'll make you proud with victory. I stand tall every day and look these kids in the face. Growing up like I did, that's why I wanna make a change. And if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be who I am. So this song is for you, mama. You gotta know that you're special. I miss you so much. If you need me, I'll come to your rescue. Mama, I remember just the other day, you would tuck me in the bed and tell me everything's okay. You would tell me nothing's ever gonna happen, but these people kept coming around. It was like the devil watching us collapsing. I just had to forget it, but just know you're forgiven. We get stuck in the system. Mom, get out that prison, cause you're better than that. I'll carry us on our back and pull us out of that trap. Dear mama, I love you.
I know you told me stay out of that drama, and I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They ain't actors, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of, and I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Had to write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, I just want you to have faith, yeah. No, I'm about to go fill up the bank, yeah. Dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear
mama. I know you lived through the trauma, and I ain't trying to bring it up to start no drama. I just want you to know that I'ma glow in your memory, cause you were the best. I have your soul. Don't ever let no man tell you what the to do. Don't ever let no man put his hands all over you. I don't wanna see you getting hurt anymore. You've been to hell and back, mom. It's time to open them doors. It's 2024, I'm here to turn the page. Voice for the voiceless, the year we make a change. Tired of the deaths in our country. People acting funny, switching over money. Materialism, people lack substance. Haters everywhere, the devil's getting comfy. Your mama, spread your wings, you're free now. I love you, I will always forgive you, no matter the troubles.
Dear mama, I know you told me stay out of that drama, and I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They ain't actors, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of, and I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama.
Yeah, I just write this letter. This one's a banger too, though. Don't forget about this one. Lost voices. There's plenty of them out there. Keep it alive. Also waiting for somebody to look for you.
Dreaming on. It's not my sense. Keep dreaming on. Don't run, just believe. Keep dreaming on. It's not my sense. Keep dreaming on.
Keep dreaming, everything that I say, I mean it. Strong, never back down, we'll achieve it. All we want is to be with the pieces. You don't wanna make me go off the deep end, cause these kids become a lost voice and never found again. So we keep them alive and strive for the answers that nobody could ever get. Echo the voices in silence, make sure the world won't forget. Throwing it all away, it's something that we never did. You don't really have to agree, what your opinion is. I'm here to speak the truth and shine a light where the darkness lives. Stand up for the silent, get back more than what the world gives. If people don't speak, man, that's how the fucking world ends. Stand together, stand tall, let's make a change. Stand and pray. If we don't come together, it will stay. Every day of the week, open them lines and take them calls and let them voices speak. I like to speak up for myself all over these beats and wear my heart on my sleeve and let it beat to the beat, boy. And I won't stop being myself, cause a hater can't stand the fact that I'm willing to help. The part of the problem, just place them on the shelf. When they finally see the light, then they'll join us by themselves. It's like we're living in a jungle. A lot of people don't care, you can see it, they ain't humble. Asking for money, half of them bummy, and don't care about the cases. Why you acting all funny?
gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I was always left alone, sitting in my home, going through depression while I'm crafting all these poems. My mom was doing dope, that's all I ever known. But I let that pain go away, I'm here to take the throne. Got Rev gang behind me, I give a voice to the streets. Let the people speak, love and light is what I preach. Got these negative people who try to put stains on my fleece, but I never give up and stay focused on my peace. Reaching to be the better me, to succeed. I cover stories every day that could drop a horse to his knees. I've came to realize we really need change, and if I gotta do it myself, I'll bring a parade.
I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I'm speaking to the government, we really need some change. I used to be that child that was living through the pain. Got raped by a monster and y'all barely did a thing. I'm speaking out for me and all the others feeling pain. When I speak it's with my chest, this ain't no motherfucking game. I'm sick of y'all giving every one of them a name. I hear stories like mine and it makes me wanna rage. How can we turn the page when y'all haven't done a thing? You give the ass a deal, then they're back on the game. We can't fix these sick pricks, but you free them every day. So I'ma build my platform up step by step. You can't ignore all the signs, just take a look at the desk.
I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
It's like they don't want to listen to us about what we're going through. They don't want to hear the pain. They don't want to stop these people. They want to keep giving them deals and letting them come back out into society and ruin more lives. And we're getting sick of this shit. We had enough. And they're gonna kill more people. I'm speaking for the voiceless. We need better laws and better purpose. I know a lot of families out in these streets, they are really hurting. They don't know where to go, know where to start. A lot of these families get left in the dark. No wins, there's no leads. They get pushed to the side just like they were from the start. I'm here to make a change. I'm at it every day. I'm far from perfect, but I refuse to stay the same. I'm here to grow with my people and rise above. I put all my faith in God. The change is gonna come.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. Cause right now it's all I got. Say a prayer for me. Say a prayer, cause I could cross the line any minute, and I could use divine intervention. So keep me in your mind for a moment of your time. Say a prayer for me. Say a prayer, say a prayer, say a prayer.
God changed my life for the better and now I'm feeling great. Demons always try to come around and take my place. So kneel beside my shadow space and say a prayer for me, cause sometimes I catch myself losing faith. Then I remember what my mission is. I'm here to make a difference. I don't give a fuck about your opinion. All they do is kill little kids, and you expect us to sit back and keep watching and listening? You better change this grim script and resist. We must rise together and not just exist. So lift your voice, break the chains, pray for strength to miss these pains. We must all come together when we pray.
Keep me in your head, cause I'm standing on the edge. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer for me. And keep me in your thoughts, cause right now it's all I got. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, cause I could cross the line any minute. And I could use divine intervention. So keep me in your mind for a moment of your time. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, say a prayer, say a prayer for me.
As I go through the day, I continue to pray. But every day it's getting worse with these demons we face. Little Elijah view, only age 3. Voice caught in the shadows, far too deep. Whisper the prayers every night before I go to sleep. Dreams of dawn, where fears are gone, and heaven hears the pleas. I wish I could bring every single missing person back. I see these frustrated families and about to crack. In the night's cold grass, we lay the match. I'ma keep being that person that always makes a path. The Rev gang's here to stay. I made a way, and we will keep being a voice no matter what they say.
Keep me in your head, cause I'm standing on the edge. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer for me. And keep me in your thoughts, cause right now it's all I got. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, cause I could cross the line any minute. And I could use divine intervention. So keep me in your mind for a moment of your time. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, say a prayer, say a prayer for me.
Oh.
Save me from myself. Save me from myself. Save me from myself.
Lost in the echoes of a world that's full of pain. Streaming daily, giving hope through those who can't explain. Voices silenced by the darkness, crying out for help. Through the stories that we share, we aim to save ourselves. Man, help someone. In the midst of all the chaos, we find strength to stand. United by your purpose, reaching out a helping hand. In a world that's heartless, we stand against the tide. With compassion as our weapon, justice as our guide. Every voice deserves to be heard, every story shared. Keep fighting for the truth, showing that we care. And that we care. Saving others, we find strength to save ourselves. Together, we will rise, lifting hearts off the dusty shelf. Of the night, we hear the silent pleas. Standing strong for justice, fighting against the disease. Let's go. Every broken spirit and every shattered dream. We become the voice of hope, letting our courage stream. In the world that tries to silence, we rise up and speak. Bringing light into the darkness, giving strength to weak. You can't stay silent. The trials and the heartache, we find a way to cope. Saving ourselves and the others with unyielding hope. With every story told and every truth revealed, we mend the broken hearts and help the wounds to heal. Let's go. In this journey of life, we're never truly alone. Together we lift each other up, making courage known.
Tough records. I love them. They don't ever get old to me.
Maybe someday I'll be okay. Right now I'm hurting, lost and deserted. But maybe someday I'll be okay. Right now I'm bleeding, searching for meaning, but but I'll be okay.
I've been walking through this darkness, feeling so alone. Every step I take, I'm searching for a place to call my own. And the world is full of shadows, I'm just trying to find the light. Hoping for a brighter tomorrow to guide me through the night. Every whisper in the silence tells a story left untold. I'm holding on to hope, trying not to lose my soul. I'm a voice for the voices speaking truth they can't deny. But some try to silence me, afraid of change I signify. They throw stones and spread lies, hoping I'll fade away, but I'll keep rising stronger. For the voiceless, I'll stay. Doubts can't break my spirit, nor dim the fire inside. I'll keep fighting for the lost with the truth as my guide. Through every trial and struggle, I stand tall and unafraid. For the voiceless and forgotten, I'll be the light that won't fade. No matter the opposition, my mission remains clear. To give strength to the silent and conquer every fear.
I'll be okay. Right now I'm hurting, lost and deserted. But maybe someday I'll be okay. Right now I'm bleeding, searching for meaning, but I'll be okay.
They try to dim my shine, but my purpose stays bright. In the darkest of the battles, I won't give up the fight. I'm a voice for the voiceless, streaming truth every night. Covering stories for justice, shining a beacon of light. For the missing and forgotten, I speak the names aloud. Breaking through the silence, making the families proud. No matter the resistance, I'll keep pushing through. With every story shared, I bring the hope to the view. In a world full of shadows, I strive to make it right. For the voiceless and the lost, I'll be the guiding light. Through the chaos and the pain, I'll never lose my way. Standing firm for the justice with each and every day.
I'll be okay. Right now I'm hurting, lost and deserted. But maybe someday I'll be okay. Right now I'm bleeding, searching for meaning, but I'll be okay.
This is that one right here, though. This one touches hearts differently.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one to give a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will add up. All my life I strive for greatness. I'm manifesting my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't
one right there. We'll end it off on a positive note, right? I'll play a record that is not released yet. I'm on the third verse, and I'll play it. Two of my friends, had a choice to get on here, and I liked it. I liked the vibe on it, and I said, you know what? Put me on it. Let's go.
Next to a window, I heard them shots busting. 2 years later, I was out there having ops running. 3 years later, I'm in this booth, I think I got something. Most you rappers speaking fairy tales, so just stop bluffing. I seen the hate up in their eyes when I started doing better. It's so easy just to see that y'all done fucking grew bitter. Fuck the other side, let it rain, you shoulda knew better. Climbing to the top, man, y'all gon' see me in your newsletter. They burn all the bridges, and that's why you never visit. We kill off the competition, set fire to all the ridges. Now they looking so vicious, cause we got this from the trenches. My intent is so malicious, so if you want it, you can get it. I'm the hottest down my city, man, these rappers can't come close to me. Just keep it honest and please mind how you approaching me. They gave hollow promises, had nights I couldn't go to sleep. I checked my pockets, I got my Glock and I got my rosary. I'm the hottest down my city, man, these rappers can't come close to me. Just keep it honest and please mind how you approaching me. They gave hollow promises, had nights I couldn't go to sleep. I checked my pockets, I got my Glock and I got my rosary.
30 shots in the glizzy, just in case one of the ops is out here plotting to get me. You know they love you just as long as you can spot them a 50, and they hate it when they see you sitting on top of your pennies, because they count what's in your pockets like you gotta be kidding. They couldn't walk up in your shoes but try to ride in your Bentley, you fucking asshole. That's why your life is probably shitty. I feel like Batman in Gotham when he's watching the city, and I don't need a sidekick unless you robbing them with me. Me and my girl Bonnie and Clyde, Bobby and Whitney. Just because I'm Mr. Claus, I climb in your chimney. Merry Christmas, motherfucker, I ain't trying to be friendly.
I'm the hottest down my city, man, these rappers can't come close to me. Just keep it honest and please mind how you approaching me. They gave hollow promises, had nights I couldn't go to sleep. I checked my pockets, I got my Glock and I got my rosary. I'm the hottest down my city, man, these rappers can't come close to me. Just keep it honest and please mind how you approaching me. They gave hollow promises, had nights I couldn't go to sleep. I checked my pockets, I got my Glock and I got my rosary.
Watch how you approaching me, this bitch pinnacles to me. I let the Glock pop at your neck, here hold these rosaries. Dog, I'm nastier than I ever was supposed to be. According to the haters, had to bag them like the groceries. Open up your eyes and you'll realize that you notice me. I've been on the grind and I ain't stopping till I'm overseas. This my profession, I do it all with aggression. When I speak on the mic, I'm saying it with my chest, bitch. Yeah, I'm standing on my own 10, rocking back and forth in my city to the cold wind. Bear in mind I gotta eat cause I was chosen. I'm hungrier than you, it really shows in my emotions.
The hottest down my city, man, these rappers can't come close to me. Just keep it honest and please mind how you approaching me. They gave hollow promises, had nights I couldn't go to sleep. I checked my pockets, I got my Glock and I got my rosary.
Woo! That's one. This one too is on unreleased record. All right, this is the last one and I'm out. It's another unreleased record.
I'm the coldest in this country rap, asking for my autograph, I put it on a starter cap. Hate to get to falling back, but sick of all the line rats. People say they got you back until it's time to pay them back. Then they toss it in your face, acting like the shit a race. Fuck a target on your back, I'ma put it in your face. Then pull the trigger, this pin like a pistol, I don't think you wanna meet her. I'm too cold with the rock, why they put me on the bench? Because I speak my mind and I don't suck dick, that's a trip. I can't blow up unless I rap politics, that's a bitch. That's the type of shit I move on, all about my business like I got a suit on. But I don't owe boots and some cutoffs, that's what I do to you every time that you move wrong. Bitch, I'm too on, I ain't got no time, bitch. Sick of hearing excuses and talking all that nonsense about what you can't do. You wouldn't last 2 seconds in these old boots, that's true. All I do is speak facts. Every time I touch mics, tell my ass to relax. Tell me I can't reach that, I'll go past that just to show you who you fucking with. Rev.
Look, I've been handing out these starter caps. I had to take them back and put them on the bench cause they can swing the bat. What the fuck, they been striking out.
And I hate that. It's time to talk your sense in. You ain't never made that. You ain't never made no sense. You wanna pass me a track, I'll murder it and hand it back with actual facts. That's real dudes shit. Acting shady out here scratching their backs. Evident money's the reason you actually rap. That's why I hate you. You underestimated what I gave you. Play around with a monster, now you smash like a grapefruit. Try to play with the flow, you getting flamed up. I'm known to put a flame to the grill like George Foreman does. I'm getting agitated, a little bit aggravated with these fabricated whack-ass rappers procrastinating. You're outdated and thinking you're the king of this hip-hop. I'm in the studio, victory stomping and flip-flops. Victory stomping. I got the passion in my blood. You swing from Donald Trump's dick like CNN does. You were claiming you was really with the thugs when you were a politician. Now let's not switch it up, blood. They rotated, I elevated and vacated. Build a fabricated circle full of fucking fake haters. Let me elaborate it, I'm tired of fabrication. You put rappers on the bench, now they suffer from constipation. Pussy, I gotta charge it to the game. R.I.P. Pat, stay about to light the fucking flame. We can battle in the ring or you can type the fuck away. You remind me of Whack 100 using hip hop as the game. Using hip hop as the game.